wind's dropped again, so it's like anything. It's sort of just a little. Well, with the wind, it's going to be up and down a little, but the current just seems to be backing off a little bit.
Yep, it looks good conditions at the moment for Ali Garcia. It's 12-metre line, 35 off. Round 3, across the 4. Oh, great 4 ball, on time and early for 5, getting it done. That's a wonderful 12-metre pass for Ali Garcia. Where the last 2 skiers have struggled at 12, Ali Garcia makes it look easy.
Yeah, you said a great 4 ball. It wasn't a bad 5 either. It was, it was a good-looking pass for Ali Garcia.
So she'll shorten on to 11.25. One boy, we understand. One boy will get her in a tie with 3 other skiers, but we believe because of her superior ranking seeding, she will be into the final. Rob just checking my maths.
Oh, well,
good that he
Glenn,
checks it because...
Look, is 1.5 gets her in? Sure, is that? Or 1 gets her in.
One gets her in
because
of the ranking. That's what I believe.
1.5 gets her in on scores. So.
Yeah, so if you got 1.5, it'll make our maths.
Yeah, we don't even have to think about it then, which is good. So that wind just picking up again, but it's just increasing in intensity just a little. Hopefully, won't be too much to worry about for a skier of the ability of Ali Garcia.
Okay, Ali Garcia. She ran 4:11 at the University Worlds at the Iraqi Basin. Let's see what she can run here.
Probably a bit easier to ski in Auckland than here, do you think, conditions-wise, Glenn?
Possibly, yeah, although I think right now in the Yarra it's not too bad.
Oh well, I was looking to see, I wasn't sure who was going to call it, you or me, and I was looking to see what sort of a start she got, and I was waiting for her to get around 1, but she's virtually got to buoy 1 and didn't worry about turning it.
She obviously knew the score.
To us,
yeah, listen to us.
Maths,
hopefully we were right.
Did the maths.
I'm sure she talked to the boat judge and does her own maths, but
that's interesting.
That should see her through. She's tied with 3 other skiers, but she has a superior
I wonder if with
superior
her,
score.
Yeah, her
seeding,
wealth of experience, she thought, well, look, things can happen. At 11, if I turn 1 the way I have to get to 2,
yeah, she risks falling.
Things can happen. She's risking walking away with half, so probably a pretty professional and sensible approach there from Ali Garcia.
So that confirms our second skier into the final. She will join straight into the final on Monday. She joins Daniela Krishmir of Chile. Through, we have 4 final competitors in this ladies slalom. Neely Ross from Canada will be next. She'll be followed by Elizabeth Montalvan, United States, Whitney Reaney of Canada, and then of course Regina Jaquis of the USA. Left to go.
Yeah, and I watched okay, so Neely Ross will be our next competitor. Just wrapping up the field will be Elizabeth Montavon, Whitney Reaney and Regina Jaquis, which Glenn just mentioned, but I saw those big 4 names. Well, the finest in the world have made their way to Australia once again for the MOOMBA Masters, and it's going to be a treat, the rest of this women's slalom event. And of course, all of the events, trick, slalom, jump, night jump, wakeboard, ski show, right throughout the weekend is going to be this annual treat that we have that, of course, is known worldwide in water ski circles as the MOOMBA Masters. Did you pick up a start length, Glenn? Is she starting on 14 like the others, or Neely?
Oh, yeah, well, good. She'd normally start at 13 metre. At 32
off. Oh, well, I just said some of these.
She might,
but
she might start at 14 today. It might not be a silly idea to start at 14.
Because I think we've seen Whitney start at 13 a bit over the years.
Conditions, you know, you've got to have respect for the conditions here, although, as the argument can be put up, that it's always good just to start at the line length you normally start at. I do see some yellow on that rope, though, so this is 14.25, 28 off for Neely Ross. And that is a good opening pass. And just to shout out, a lot of feedback coming through about the webcast. The sound has been down at times. The webcast has been off, and it has been glitching a bit mid-pass. We do apologise. We do have a team of people working feverishly on the webcast to get it up and running perfect for you. So if you've missed anything, just update. We know that Ellie Garcia and Daniela Kretschmer have made it through to the final on Monday. We have a number of skiers that look like they are into the LCQ, the likes of Anne-Marie Wolski, Sadie Ferguson, Christiana Diosma, Alexandra Dennis Chikaya, Alexi Abelson, all look to be through to the LCQ tomorrow. And the bubble for the LCQ looks like Erica Lang at 2 at 12. The score to get into the final, straight into the final on Monday, is 1 at 11, folks. So 1 at 11 is the target for these last 4 skiers. So there's a little bit going on, a little bit slightly complicated with the LCQ, Rob, but I like it. I think it's great.
Yep.
Gives
I think it's great
skiers
having the
another opportunity.
LCQ, and only 2 spots, but definitely going to be a very competitive event, that LCQ event. And of course, Neely Ross skied on the Yarra a lot, but she hadn't skied on it for 12 months. And I'll just talk us through the 13 before I go back to where I was, as Neely Ross turns around 1, looking controlled, takes in buoy 2, good turnaround 2, good lean, through the wakes there. Now gets 2, 4, a little bit late out of 4. I don't think she's going to panic though, turns 5. Well, she was back on, look, I don't know if she was late out of 4, I called it late, but she was so quickly back on time at 5. It was just absolutely not an issue at this 13-metre line. Well, she probably normally starts at 13 in practice, but in a way, first round, because she hadn't skied here for 12 months, and it's such a different site, you could nearly use it as your little course familiarisation, get a bit of a feel for how the water's feeling this year, and just do a pass that you can do in your sleep, in the case of Neely Ross at 28 off 14 metres, and then start to get in the groove for the 12-metre pass, because she's just run the 13-metre line. Because this year, look, I wouldn't be surprised, Glenn, I'm not sure, I'm just quoting this, that it has been the case for quite a few years that between the male and female skiers we have equal prize money, and such as the case in tennis and a number of other sports. So
huge hats off to Moomba, because it's been a number of years now. It's probably 5 years now that Moomba bought an equal prize money
so it's,
for men and women. So
what a day to remind people International Women's Day. Because every year it seems that International Women's Day, coincidentally more than anything, I guess, coincides with Moomba. And you and I over the years have definitely paid homage to all the women in the world at International Women's Day. And I think it's fair to say we've been champions over the years of International Women's Day. Not like champions as in winning a prize, I mean just championing the day.
Absolutely, Rob. Okay, here we go. This is 12. Good start on 1. Neely Ross out of Canada. Oh, slack line on 2. Could be in a bit of trouble here. Round 3, she's struggling. She's fighting hard, though. Round 4, she's maybe almost back on time now. Round 5, she'll pull all the way to 6. And lots of slack out the exit gates, but well done, Neely Ross. Got herself in trouble early, but managed to hang in there, scramble her way through that pass.
Absolutely, but she was made to work for it. Wow. So a bit of heart in the mouth stuff out of 2, and then just had to fight so hard for the rest of the course to make sure that she could, in fact, run that pass. Definitely wasn't a walk in the park for Neely Ross, but in the end it was a successful 6 buoys.
Well, it's good to see, I think, Lily Steiner turn up on site. I see her on site there. She's maybe trying to wear a disguise down there. Hopefully, she looks well anyway. That's the main thing. We were concerned for her health after she missed her slalom set, but she looks to be fit and well, Lily, so let's look forward to it. She'll make up for her absenteeism in the slalom event with some big jumps, I'm sure, later on. Maybe tomorrow, the women's jump, but yeah, look forward to that. Here we go, 11.25, needs one full buoy here. She knew it. That's how you know if you've got the cut right as a commentator, when the skiers do that. She just made sure of getting one, and she'll be straight through to Monday's final.
Well, if the rest of the field come out and they run 12 and they just go around one and get back to the wake, it's going to cut down the commentary excitement level a bit, isn't it? And our next competitor will be Elizabeth Montavon. So her mum win tricks in the over 55s at Worlds in Spain last September. She actually blitzed the field. She's really good trick skier in that age group. Probably doubled second place's score, I think. She's.
What sort of points would she get, mate?
5,000.
Wow, that's crazy, isn't it? Over 55 woman. That's some sort of talent.
She was better than some of the over 65 men.
I'm
well,
sure
actually,
she was
better than all of them. Now I think about it.
Yeah, congratulations. I haven't had a chance, I don't think, Rob, to congratulate you on making the finals in the over 65 men's trick.
Something I wanted to do.
And,
you know.
Yeah, well done.
You know.
That was I'd like to say I watched you, but that was the time difference between Madrid and New Zealand is exactly 12 hours, so it's a tough time difference to watch a webcast.
Well, I'd like to say that I'm upset but I'm not, because on the back lake where they put the over 65 men's trick, they didn't stream it.
I'm glad I didn't stay up to watch you then.
Yeah, you didn't have to worry.
Here she is, Elizabeth Montavon.
I've got the footage, I'll show you later.
United States. This is 14.25 to start from the Swan Street Bridge. A little bit of a breeze, just starting to kick up a little bit on the course, on this southern side of the course anyway. She makes her way down this 14.25 pass. And well done, full pass here on the 14.25. Because one of the things unfolding here, if all the ladies ski to just get one, that means that our top seed for the final would end up being Daniela Christian, who was 2 at 11.
Yeah. And she skied in juniors.
Yes.
Too, yes.
Yes, she was second in juniors.
So you're on at 10, you know that, Jared, tell you? It's 10 o'clock, we're just doing it on 10 o'clock. We're just going to rotate like that. That's good, I like that. I like it too. We can without you. And I can get, I'd say, keep working with Rob. Consensus.
Okay, here we go. This is 13-metre line now. 32 off for Elizabeth Montavon. Bit of a fan favourite.
Yeah, a little bit of a tailwind coming up too. But look, surely at 13.
Well, a four ball now, not only does four ball have rollies, but it also has a bit of a choppy crosswind, so it'll be a challenge. What's happened here?
She's in the
I
water.
didn't see it because Fletcher Green was completely in the way, but standing right here, but it looks like she's fallen, and that is an unbelievable upset because that'll be no LCQ for Elizabeth Montavon.
It is, Glenn. Well, look, we can just go to the screen because we're so relaxed at 13. We would think that we can sort of ease our way in. She turned, and I don't even know how she lost possession of the handle because the screen's been a bit of a distance, a bit hard to pick up the minor details, but
Devastation.
She just didn't get a great turn. But
well, I had my view obscured by one of our young athletes.
She didn't get a great turn, but really, you'd think she'd be at 13. Could have got herself to 2 if she had have been able to hang on to the line. But the ski rears up. And she pops the handle.
Crazy scenes on 32 off, 13 metre.
Because we're sitting here, I don't know about you, but sitting here in disbelief, Glenn.
Oh, that's devastation because that That means she's not even going to make the LCQ tomorrow. She's completely eliminated from the event. And that's tragedy on the water for Elizabeth Monaghan. Wow. That will be sending shockwaves throughout the water ski world. So that means I think that Erica Lang's going to make it into the LCQ tomorrow.
Because Glenn, looking through, like it's all very well to speak on hypotheticals. Oh yes, well if one of the skiers doesn't get, 2 at 12, but in your wildest dreams you wouldn't have thought Neely Ross, Ali Garcia, Elizabeth Montalvan, Whitney Reaney or Regina Jacques wouldn't get 2 at 12, but here we have, unfortunately and tragically, Elizabeth Montalvan not running the 13-metre pass.
So we've lost a boat guy boy off. So we're just going to have probably a 2-minute delay here while the coursework boys put that boat guy boy on. And then, of course, the boat's going to head down and do a wait at the city end. Once that boy's back on, it will do a simulation pass again to give the same conditions for the next skier. And then we will have Whitney McClintock, our next competitor, and she'll be followed by Regina Jacques. And that will round out our women's slalom. As always at MOOMBA, there's been plenty of excitement. Crazy scenes, though.
Look, you never know how or why and when, but MOOMBA Masters always delivers something a little bit different.
And just confirming now that we can add Christiana de Osma into Monday's final. She won't have to go through the LCQ. So far in the final, we have Ali Garcia, Christiana de Osma, Neely Ross, and Daniela Cristina of Chile. So those are our 4 finalists straight into Monday. We have Whitney Reaney next, Regina Jacques coming up after her. And confirmed in the LCQ at this stage, Rob, is Alexia Abelson, Alexandra Denishtakaya, Sadie Ferguson, and Anne-Marie Robelski. So that's what we know. Slightly confusing, but we're all over it here in the commentary, so we'll guide you through it.
But I guess if we do assume at this stage, you can't assume anything, but if we work on the hypothetical of Whitney Reaney and Regina Jacques making finals, then we would have the next 2 back into LCQ. Okay, so Whitney Reaney will be our next competitor. Now, look, Glenn, I love watching all of these women ski because it's such a high level. Their style and the way they ski is just so fantastic. But equally, I just really love watching Whitney Reaney ski because I just think the way she locks herself into position coming out of that turn, boy, is really fantastic. So we're about to see, well, we've been watching the world's finest slalom skiers, and pretty soon we're going to see another one of them in the guise of Whitney Reaney from Canada. Actually resides in Florida, but skis for Canada. He's born and bred Canadian, and I'm sure a very proud one at that. Member of the Commonwealth, so, got to back in the Commonwealth people, Glenn. That's why we support the Kiwis so strongly over
Yeah,
here
thanks,
in
Rob.
Australia. Yeah. Well, there's so many American skiers. I think the Commonwealth has to sort of band together a little bit.
Yeah, we do a
We'll
little
be
bit, don't we?
outnumbered.
We'll be outnumbered. But we're apolitical here, of course.
Oh, yeah.
We're not going to mention the tariffs.
20% on New Zealand butter, probably. I don't know.
Yeah, beef is the biggest concern, actually.
Okay, for you guys.
A lot of beef goes into the US from New Zealand. We're getting way off topic, but there's actually
Yeah, we are.
there's
Yeah,
a
I was
shortage of
thinking of
beef.
saying something, but I didn't want to offend
Shortage
anyone.
of beef in the
Yeah, I
United
didn't- I
States.
didn't
It's not a
wanna-
shortage of butter, though.
Yeah,
the US have good,
Yeah,
great
I was going to
dairy
say
industry.
something. I was going to say something about some of the meat that I've sampled in America, and I
Yeah.
would have thought they could do with some a bit of quality export from New Zealand.
Look, we apologise to everyone in America right
Apologise in
now.
advance for that one. Yep.
We're bound to get a couple of emails about this one.
Yeah, I can take it.
Okay, water ski fans, Whitney Reaney out of Canada resides, of course, with husband Matt down there at their water ski school near the Orlando airport. And here she comes under the Swan Street Bridge. Former winner here, of course, multiple-time winner. That's Whitney Reaney. I missed the start line length.
Yeah. If you want to call it, Glenn, I'll try and have a look at the rope colour.
Yeah, here we go. Here's Whitney Reaney now, around one ball. Two, looking very comfortable here at the moment. Bit of a bird there on 4, but hasn't worried her. And across to 6 runs the pass.
But to be safe, Glenn, I'd like to... we'll wait and hear the judges on the radio. I've got a thought, but I'm not 100% on
Well,
it.
in general terms, if you can't see any yellow on the rope, it's the 13-metre rope.
Yeah, but I just didn't want to jump in and say 13
Okay.
because I couldn't see the yellow, but
I think,
I'm not trusting my eyesight.
I've got a feeling it might be 13-metre. Yep, it was the 13-metre line, folks, so 6 on the 13-metre line, that's 32 off.
Yeah, well, my eyesight's better than I thought it was.
And we have a review on, I'm not sure what buoy we're reviewing, but to me it looked like she went around all of them. Just being extra cautious here, we got the technology, so keeping an eye on things. And Whitney will return on the 12-metre line. I can't see Whitney standing up around one buoy at 11. I think she'll push on into 11. 12-metre line about to come up, but seems to have been tougher to ski from the city end this morning. It's normally the other way around. So this will be a slightly challenging pass. Not that 12-metre is a challenging pass for Whitney, but the conditions at the Yarra have been pretty challenging, you'd have to say, so far for the ladies.
So let's see what she can do on this 12-metre passo from the city end. Whitney McClintock, nice and wide, great angle out of buoy 1. Turns 2, stands a ski a fraction, but it doesn't cause her any dramas as she turns 3. Great turn out of 3, turns around 4 now. She's still in the game. And
Oh!
She turns 5 and falls. Whitney Reaney. Well,
She will be in the LCQ, Rob. It's not over for Whitney Reaney, but she is not going to go straight into Monday's final. Absolute scenes here in this slalom elimination round. So that means that we can add Alexandra Denishikaya straight into Monday's final. Congratulations to her.
well, Glenn, I was getting so far enough ahead of myself, thinking before that pass that when Whitney runs 12, that she will try and get deep or run the 11.
Tell you what, though, I don't know if we was watching a replay, but 2-ball, she was not good out of 2-ball. I think that might have been, was that 4 there?
But I thought that she was, but then
That's
good
2-ball.
enough out of 4 that she was still going to run the pass. She tried a full-blooded turn out of 5, so we're about to see what happened.
She's a little down course here, but she should still have been able to run this pass. She comes around 5.
Watching in slow-mo.
It is tough out there.
Yeah. Oh,
Tough
without a
out there,
doubt.
Rob.
So I was kind of gearing myself up to say, I think she's going to try and turn and try and go deep or run the 11. Because thinking of seeding, thinking of the event, the strategy of last off the dock in the final. But, wow, we didn't really get to that point. So I think Regina's coming in on also the 13-metre line. Did I hear correctly, I think, Glenn?
Yeah, I think you did. So, wow, absolute scenes here. This is crazy stuff. But we do have the LCQ tomorrow, and Whitney will make her way into that LCQ.
Well, from the point of view of the event, from
Keeps
Whitney,
things
and in
exciting.
fairness to the best skiers getting the opportunity to do their best, I think it's great that we're having an LCQ.
It's an absolute minefield out there at the moment. Because the trouble, it's all very well to say, oh, at least you're in the LCQ, but there's only 2 spots for the final in the LCQ. So we're going to have 6 ladies in the LCQ all fighting for just 2 spots. So it's going to be pretty cutthroat tomorrow afternoon.
The LCQ is going to be an extremely exciting event on its own.
Here's Regina Jacobs, world record holder, and running the 13-metre line pretty comfortably, you'd have to say.
Yeah. But now, and of course, we saw what happened with Whitney, unfortunately, on the 12, and possibly, I don't know what sort of a breeze Regina's going to have on this next pass, because I was going to say she might have a tailwind, but now it's coming from the side. It's kind of buffering around, maybe funneling from somewhere from the city up and around the Yarra River. So testing conditions now, and I didn't think I would say this regarding Regina Jacobs and the 12-metre 35 off pass, but plenty of work still to be done, Glenn.
Yep, there is. Not that it matters, but Regina's actually done enough already to get into the last chance qualify tomorrow. Obviously, she wants to be in straight into Monday's final, and that's what we expect.
Well, I'll tell you what, Glenn, that's what we expect. Expect the unexpected is what we've been seeing here.
Okay, just an update from the Chief Judge. Seed 2 men will start at 10 past 10. So we'll have about a 15-minute break between the women and the men.
Yep.
And we'll have a change of commentary for that. Rob,
Yep.
You'll be joined by Curtis Williams for that for the next hour. We'll just see ourselves through this set here of Regina's. Oh, she's in big trouble. This is unbelievable stuff. Regina Jacobs, unbelievable here. 1.5 on the 12-metre line.
Well, she had some issues out of buoy 1 and just went flying into buoy 2 with such speed that she basically caused herself, well, it was compounding on compounding, and unfortunately, when we go to the replay, she got a shocker out of 1. She was really over the front of the ski, coming off the second wake during that edge change, nearly fell then, or could have possibly fallen, didn't nearly fall, but the ski was all out of shape. And then got to buoy 2, turned and fell. Well, I don't know the last time that Regina in a tournament or any time would have fallen on the 12-metre line, but today is the day that it happened. But thankfully we have the LCQ, and boy,
well,
there's going to be some...
So that means, yeah, she's not straight into the final, but she's into the LCQ. But that means Erica Lang, this is unofficial, Erica Lang is into the final, straight into Monday's final.
Well, what an interesting turn of events, because there was only 6 or 8...
that's wrong. That's wrong. Disregard what I just said. That's wrong.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it's the first time today that I've disregarded something you've said.
Yeah, that was
so
completely
I'll just
wrong.
start
Embarrassing
now,
moment for me.
Yeah, so just a reminder, Seed 2 men's slalom. Regardless of the schedule, the Chief Judge is saying your event will be starting at 10 minutes after 10, so 10 past 10. Make sure there's no confusion there, boys. So the skiers in C2 men's slalom, you'll know your order, you know who you are. Get down to the start dock in plenty of time. We'll be getting underway at 10 minutes after 10.
Okay. So we're just going to go straight onto IWF scores, because this has been a fair number of upsets here, so we've kind of lost track in commentary. And we'll give you a quick rundown of where we're at after women's slalom. Yep. So the 6 that have made it straight into Monday are Daniela Kretschmar of Chile, Alexei Abelson, Alexandra Denisiskaya, Christiana Diosma, Ali Garcia, and Neely Ross. So those are the 6 that are through. The 6 that are going to ski in the LCQ tomorrow: Sadie Ferguson, Anne-Marie Robleski, Whitney Reaney, Erica Lang, and Regina Chakwis. And Elizabeth Monavon? No.
Surely small chicks got more at 13.
Yes, and Elizabeth Monavon. So congratulations. That's crazy. So, but that's great news for, obviously, we don't want
Great.
Regina Jaquis and Elizabeth Monavon not skiing
No.
in the final. So,
And the other
but,
thing we
but
don't
how
get-
hard is that going to be in the LCQ, though? Because in the LCQ, you've got Regina, Whitney, and Elizabeth, all, and plus 3 others, Sadie Ferguson, all fighting for, and a couple of others, all fighting for 2 spots.
So the LCQ is like a world. It's like a world event.
Exactly.
it's like final at Worlds.
Okay, I'm signing off now. We'll be back at 10 past 10. And when we do come back, you'll be listening to Rob Wing and Curtis Williams.
Okay, folks, we're back on air because we are scheduled to start the Open Men's Slalom Preliminary Round Series 2. 13 skiers in all. It's scheduled to get underway at 10 past 10. According to my watch, it's right around there, so pretty soon we'll see a phantom pass, and then we'll be underway with the event. Just looking through, we'll even know it's Series 2. Joining me in commentary, Curtis Williams. And Curtis, look, considering it's Series 2, she's a star-studded event by the or star-studded field, I think it's fair to say.
Absolutely, Rob. The highest cut in MOOMBA history, we believe. Of course, looking even at the very first skier off the dock, he has a personal best into 10.75. So 26 men skiers in all. The top 8 will make it through to the finals. We do have an LCQ available for the men as well. So top 16, if you're in that sort of 8 to 16 bracket, you will have another shot at claiming a finals berth. But there's going to be some serious talent on the water over the next 5 or so hours. We do have a big day of slalom skiing. If you're a slalom skiing fan, today is the day you've been looking forward to all year long. I know a lot of folks around the world will be joining us live on the stream, the webcast. And Saturday here, during the MOOMBA Festival, a lot of folks making their way down to enjoy some of the carnival rides, the beautiful street food trucks, and will at certain points make their way down to the river to enjoy some of the on-water action.
Yeah, well, I believe the cutoff was in the 10.75, and if you don't know if that's foreign to you, as we go through the rope lengths and we go through the morning, through the morning, you'll pretty soon get to know what that means. But we're starting with Sam Bainbridge from New Zealand, and I believe he is starting on a 13-metre rope length.
Yeah, the Kiwis had a good tournament. He skied in the Junior MOOMBA. He picked up a bronze medal, a third-place finish in the juniors with some consistent skiing. Conditions have been challenging, though, Rob. You brought us through that super exciting slalom prelim. We saw all sorts of upsets on the water. So first up, we will see Sam Bainbridge, the Kiwi, out of Rangiora, opening up the men's slalom prelim. Must-run pass for him. There, a beautiful start on one ball. He's got a great aggressive slalom style, does this young man. Really attacks the course. And so far, looks to be cruising through this opening 13-metre pass. So slalom skiing, Rob, similar format to high jump, I always think about it. In high jump, you sort of start at a relatively easy height, you clear the bar, we keep raising the bar, making it harder and harder. Slalom skiing is the same concept, but instead of raising the bar, we shorten the rope. So every time the skier successfully completes the slalom course, we pull the rope and make it a little bit shorter. That makes it a little bit harder, obviously, to get across to those slalom turn buoys that are about 11.5 metres wide of the course. And so we've shortened up to 12 metres. So to put that in context, every red buoy he goes around, 11.5 metres wide of the boat, and he's only got 12 metres of rope to play with. So he needs to get himself pretty much up in line with the driver of the boat on every turn.
Absolutely, and just we wait for Sam Bainbridge to come back from the city end on the 12-metre pass, and then I've got a few things to add to that, which is going to take a bit of, but by way of explanation, well, I'll start off by saying if you go to your average tournament, you might start at a boat speed, or there'd be plenty of skiers skiing at 52 kilometres per hour, 55 kilometres per hour. And when you run 58 kilometres per hour as an open man skier or a men's skier, such as these guys are, that's when you start to shorten the rope. So to prove we're with the world's best, but just looking at Sam coming back on the 12-metre line, needs to get a good start. He does. A little bit of a tailwind there, and the ski rears up. He's on his back foot and unfortunately falling. Well, we saw him get into 11 during the Junior MOOMBA Masters tournament, but unfortunately Sam Bainbridge 1.5 on the 12-metre line.
Yeah, disappointing for Sam, but he's had a great weekend. You can't take away that bronze medal he picked up in Junior MOOMBA, and just showing that it is quite difficult out there. There's a fairly strong current. You can see that Sam is almost being swept out to sea here as the pickup boat goes to fetch him. Yeah. And that's coupled, of course, with a lot of breeze funneling down the Yarra River right now. We saw, of course, our top women skiers struggle out there with the conditions, and I think we're going to see a little bit of the same from the men.
Yeah. Well, look, just picking up where I left off. So at 58 Ks, you run the long line, which is 18.25 metres. Then you shorten to 16 to make it harder. You shorten to 14.25 to make it harder. Then if you complete that, you shorten to 13 to make it harder. Well, these guys are starting on a 13-metre line. But, of course, they're the world's best, and the world's best descend every year on Melbourne for the MOOMBA Masters, and great to see them all here again. So our next skier will be Corey.
Yeah, Corey jumped, of course, in the Friday night jump. What a spectacle that was. He jumped very well. In fact, he made it all the way through to the one-jump final, posted a big score up over 50 metres, but was taken down by the old master, Scotty Reeves. I'm sure you enjoyed catching that event, probably from the penthouse suite at the Ridges, Rob.
Yeah, it's pretty comfortable, the penthouse suite. It's quite a view too over the city skyline. Beautiful. Big thank you to Ridges for their support of the MOOMBA Masters, and most of competitors and officials staying at Ridges on Exhibition Street, as Corey Saddington coming in on a 13-metre line.
Yep, the Victorian out of Bridgewater starts strong and showing his talent on the water. Geez, he's a big, strong lad, 90 kilos of prime Victorian beef. Corey Saddington strokes that opening 13-metre pass.
Well, he could weigh 100 because muscle weighs more than fat, so, you know, you never know. I don't know if you put him on the scales or not, but definitely very, very strong young man, and a great power to weight too on that slalom ski. So good to see him run the first pass, but moving to 12 now, it's going to be pretty tough. 12, and it's going to be super tough. 11.25 today. It's going to be interesting to see where the cut for the final and where the cut for the LCQ actually ends up today. It's going to be interesting to see this event unfold over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, I mean, looking at through the field, and it's always tough to know with the conditions. I think this is going to be a relatively challenging late morning, early afternoon of slalom. We have the sort of tide going out. We've passed high tide. It's starting to run out to Port Phillip Bay. There's a decent current, and of course the wind has been quite strong at times. But I still think to make that top 8, you absolutely are going to have to run the 11-metre line. I'm not sure where the cut for that LCQ is going to end up, but right now we got Corey Saddington coming in from the city end, 12 metres, the lead, 1.5 on this pass. He's going to take that. No, he's going to end up in the same spot. These skiers are struggling out there from that city end, Rob.
Wow. A tie with Sam Bainbridge.
Well, not enough,
We didn't see
surely.
we didn't see that coming. Well, look, I know from day to day, year to year, the conditions do vary, but look, traditionally, I'm going to say to make finals, you'd need 2 or 4, like depending on the year, depending on the conditions, 2 or 4 at 10.75 is the norm.
Somewhere midway through that pass,
make
absolutely.
And bearing in mind that every one of our skiers that has qualified for MOOMBA Masters this year has actually at some stage in a rated tournament run the 11.25 metre line. Still, just shows how tough it is out there with 1.5 on 12 for our first 2 skiers.
Yeah, well, the beautiful Nautique flags up and down the Yarra River. Of course, every second one celebrating Nautique's centennial here in 2025, being buffeted around quite a bit by the breeze.
So all of our skiers must start at least 13-metre line. You can start shorter, but you cannot start longer. So there's no option to have a feel for the course on the 14-metre rope length. The start rope for men in this competition is 13 metres.
Yeah, we talked a lot about strategy of what you start at during Junior MOOMBA. I don't think for these first probably 20 or so of the 26 skiers, I think it's pretty simple. You start at what you're told to start at and you make your way up from there. I'm not sure all these skiers would usually start at 13. Dominic Kuhn, now the Austrian, he opens up his first time on the Yarra River, and he's a pretty strong character. makes his way through opening pass. Beautiful stuff, Rob. Jeez, he's got some muscles on him, does young Dominic Kuhn, and he's a real overall talent, this young man. We saw him at the University World Champs last week over in Auckland, of course, towed exclusively by the Ski Nautique, as every good tournament is. And he had a really good week. He, of course, was a critical part of Team Austria's shock victory in the teams, and he picked up a medal in the tricks, so we'll be seeing him feature, I'm sure, in slalom and tricks, possibly jump as well. I'm not sure, but he's a very strong overall skier out of Austria.
Yeah, well, actually, I can't think of a World Championships that Nautique doesn't tow.
No.
They tow all the age groups, the Opens, and then throw the Uni Worlds into it. So certainly the pick of the World Championships is, as a towboat, is our wonderful Ski Nautique.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 world champions recommend Ski Nautique. Something like that.
Something like that. Yeah, well, as far as starting at 13, look, some of the guys in these sort of conditions may, on a given day, choose to start at 14.25 if they had the option. But otherwise, the 13-metre pass for everyone in the field, it's not really an issue for them to start at 13. And most of them would start in training on more user-friendly sites at 13.
Absolutely. Okay, the Austrian comes back into course. 12 metres the lead, 1.5. He's going to struggle as well. What is going on out there at Two-Ball? It's like there's some sort of, well, we'd say a taniwha in New Zealand, a sort of a water dragon of sorts, reaching up and grabbing them as they go around Two-Ball. That's the same spot Regina Jacques fell. The same line length too, funnily enough. So that is now 4 skiers in a row falling in the exact same spot, the exact same pass. Who's going to be the first to break the hoodoo of Two-Ball at 12 metres?
Well, I've never heard of that water dragon, whatever it is from New Zealand, but it's like the hand that, the King Arthur's hand that came, or not King Arthur, but the hand that came out of the water and grabbed the sword in the mythical King Arthur era, and the hand's just coming out, grabbing the skier by the leg and pulling them under, because the first 3 skiers scoring 1.5 at 12. This is probably unprecedented at MOOMBA Masters, the first 3 skiers to be a tie, and all on a tie on a score way below what they'd expect. And this is quite unbelievable, really. Well, if you're going to predict Landon Stischer,
I wonder what 1.5 at 12 is paying at the TAB on Landon Stischer here.
Yeah, for 4 in a row. Oh, look. Surely he can't.
You've been placing some sports bets throughout the weekend.
Surely he couldn't do 1.5.
Well,
I think we're going to see 12 run pretty soon, but gosh, must be pretty. I wonder if the wind is funneling from the.
I think that gate start
city and that start
is hard,
and
because, of course, it's short running at that end, Rob, and you do get whipped out a little bit, and you've got a very strong tail breeze behind you. I bet a lot of these skiers are finding themselves too late on that gate.
Coming out of 1 and they're just flying into 2.
Okay, well, moving right along, we've got Landon Stischer out of South Carolina, the United States of America. Young man, we saw him in Junior MOOMBA early in the week. Probably didn't go his way, the junior tournament, but he seems to be picking up a little bit of form on the slalom ski as he comes from 3 into 4. He's getting a little down course here as Landon. He's going to have to kind of make up some ground to the back end of this pass, but in the end, pretty smooth from 5 into 6. Landon Stischer runs the 13-metre line.
Yeah, it's great to see a number of our boys from under 17 juniors through the week qualifying for the Open tournament, and Landon Stischer being one of them. Got Sam Bainbridge and...
well, we're going to have the rock stars, the Eid boys in Series 1.
So, yeah, there's a bunch of them, really, and plenty of girls, which is great to see. Okay, well, time for Landon to get a little bit nervous, because he's about to come in from the city end on the 12.
Can he break the 2-ball curse, Rob? We've yet to see anyone from the city end in this men's slalom elimination make it past 2-ball. It's been 4 skiers in a row, if you include Regina Jacques, our last female skier, who've fallen the exact same spot, the exact same line length. There's something in the water out there. Will Landon Stischer be the first to get past the taniwha at 2-ball? really been impressed with the way he's built throughout the week, Rob. He looked pretty average, you'd have to say, in the first round of Junior MOOMBA. He was struggling with the river, but by the second round, he was looking pretty comfortable balancing. He comes out of one ball, looks like the best one we've seen. He gets around two. He's going to break the hoodoo, get himself outside three. In fact, he's on time. He's running. Oh, no, he's not. He broke over, so he's going to finish with three. I thought he was a little earlier than that, Rob.
Well, he looked good coming into three, but I tell you what, coming out of three, not so good. Just looking at the replay now on our screen, and he gets to three, turns. He's in all sorts of trouble out of three. And, of course, when he was pulled up the way he was pulled up so early through the wakes, there was no way that he was going to, unfortunately, get around four. But 3 at 12, who would have thought, after 4 skiers, that he is the lead mark? That is the lead score. 3 on the 12-metre line.
I'm just glad that somebody's gotten past 1.5, because if we had had a 4th skier in the row, 4 in the exact same spot, you might have just gone out there and checked that boy and see what was going on.
We'd have to launch an inquiry. You know.
No, challenging conditions. I think we definitely saw that during the top seeds of the women's elimination round. We had all sorts of upsets, seasoned pros going down early, and these young guys, early seeds in the men's slalom, they're the real battlers, right? They don't have the creds, the haul of medals and titles and experience that some of our top seeds have. These are the young up-and-coming challengers for the most part.
Look, if Landon had have scored 1.5, I think I've got an 8-foot foam surfboard around the corner. We get Jeff Smith on it, our chief judge, to get out there and have a good old look at it.
No, the best coursework team in the world here at the MOOMBA Masters. They'll have everything dialed in as we get ready for our next skier out of Argentina, Patricio Zohar.
Now, I'm going to assume he's starting at 13, so we'll call him at that until we find out otherwise. Turns around, 1 gets a good start, waits there for 2. Well, all these guys don't seem to be having any issues with the 13-metre pass. Normally we've seen from the Swan Street Bridge end as he leaves buoy 5. From the Swan Street Bridge end is the tougher end to start. But, gee, they're having a few dramas from the city end at 12 today. But good to see Patricio Zohar from Argentina getting that score of 6 under his belt at what I think is the 13-metre pass. Just waiting for to hear the...
Yeah, there's a lot at play here right now, Rob. Of course, we've got a fairly fast, strong current building as the tide recedes. The water heads out to Port Phillip Bay. We've got strong wind funneling through the river. More variables than a chalkboard in an advanced math class over there at Melbourne University right now on the Yarra River.
Yeah, I've seen some of those variables on those chalkboards.
It's like some Goodwill Hunting type stuff.
Yeah, it's like, well, I did do a little bit of Latin at school. I was going to say it's like looking at Latin or Hebrew. You can't, I wouldn't even have a clue what it says.
Well,
I bought a book that I thought I'd be interested in reading. It was full of mathematical formulas. I had to just put it down after a while. I couldn't even understand what it said. Going to come in at 12. This has been the hoodoo for the others. Can he be the first guy to get through it? He needs a good start. Okay, turns around 1, not too bad. Takes around 2, good turn out of 2. Waiting there for 3, a little bit rolly out of 3, but he's handling it okay so far. He's really got to work for it. He gets to 5 and he falls around 5. Well, it looked like he had a roller or 2 out of 4, which is going to be the case today for all our skiers. He handled it okay, I thought. Got to 5, was still in a position to run the pass. And as we're watching on the replay screen and the replay of the webcast, but he got to buoy 5 and was probably, well, obviously would have been late into 5, but just couldn't take the turn. The ski skips out, becomes airborne, and he falls, and 4.5 for Patricio, which is the lead, but gee, the skiing scores just a little below what we would normally expect for a MOOMBA Masters slalom event, and as is so often the case, it must be a lot tougher than it looks out on the Yarra today.
well, yeah, I mean, I think it looks plenty tough, to be fair, up here, Rob, but I agree. The skier's really struggling. I'm surprised we've yet to see a 12-metre pass go down, but I've got a lot of faith in the next skier. Of course, another Kiwi in this field, and while most of our skiers so far have been sort of young up-and-comers, Alex King, he's been around a while. He's spent many tournament on the Yarra River, been coming here since he was probably about 14, 15 years of age. So he's spent the better part of a decade and a half out here battling on the Yarra River. He's got some serious experience under his belt, and I'm backing him to be the first to break through and run the 12-metre line. From a small town on the west coast of the South Island, all the way over here to the big smoke in Melbourne. Hopefully the city lights aren't intimidating him too much.
You must be pretty excited. Looking around, and gee, there's a building above 3 stories high. Okay, 13 metres. Alex King gets a good start, which we would expect on a 13-metre rope length. However, they want to use his pass to really set themselves up to feel how the conditions are today, and no problems there on that 13-metre pass. Well, I guess just discussing, Curtis, the difficulty of how the site looks and how it feels. Really, even if it does look pretty tough, like for guys not to be running 12 metres, like these are guys that normally would run 12 metres in their sleep. So really it must be quite testing out there on the Yarra today.
Yeah, it's challenging. I think we saw that obviously from the ladies, and these first 5 or 6 men have certainly backed that up. It's very tough out there, but Alex King, he's got the experience. He's spent many, many years coming here to the MOOMBA Masters, Yarra River. We'll see him in the jump event, of course, later on today, and the night jump. Jump probably the stronger of his events, but he's pretty handy on the slalom ski as well. And he'll know, with the conditions the way they are, he gives himself a really good chance at making it through to the LCQ, potentially, if he skis really well, even having a sniff at the final. Does the Kiwi. He's got to break through the hoodoo here. Very strong tail breeze he's going to have from the city in with a head current. I can't even, my head exploding trying to figure out what that means. I was talking to some of the athletes the other day, Rob, and about what do you do with the different currents, and the answer was you just go out there and ski. Good technique, doesn't matter what the conditions are doing.
Yeah, and of course, skiing aggressively, don't let it worry you, don't let it make you conservative, but let's see what we can see from Alex here on the 12-metre pass. Well, he certainly got a good one. He is skiing aggressively, good turn out of 2, waits there for 3. Now comes into 4, turns a difficult 4, and he's out of shape. Can he get to 5? He's either squeaked around it or inside it, but nonetheless, he's not going to run that 12-metre pass. Another skier falling victim to the 12-metre line, Alex King from New Zealand.
Yeah, I'm heartbroken. That was New Zealand's great hope here in the men's slalom, and he started so well, like you said, Rob, and then just at 3 ball, he kind of pulled up a little short, ended up narrow at 4, and it was all over from there, but obviously very challenging out there. I think there's quite a few rollers from sort of 3 into 4 ball from that city end.
I thought he looked great up
what
to
a good
and
start,
out of
yeah.
3, but then just the big issue out of 4. Wow. I'm not sure if we have a score, but, well, I'd better wait to, because the half a boy could mean quite a difference. Have you heard a score yet, Curtis? 4 or 4.5? No, I think it'd be 4. Couldn't be 4.5.
Yeah, I don't think he even really
Could
made a
be
play on
3.5,
5 there.
Yeah. I'll give him 4 until we confirm it on the, unless you've got it. Unless you have the results there.
No. Moving right along, though, from New Zealand, across to Chile. Young Gustavo Kretschmer, another skier who's doubled up. He's made the trip across to Auckland, New Zealand for the University World Champs, and now here in Melbourne for the 2025 MOOMBA Masters, presented and towed exclusively by Nautique Boats, #1 towboat in the world. Beautiful shot there from the bow of the Ski Nautique, roaring into course from the Swan Street Bridge in as the Chilean opens up his campaign at these MOOMBA Masters. Good start, hooks up well, tight line out of 2 into 3. The Chilean here, 13 metres, making it look like a walk in the park so far. A little bit down course at 5. What's happened there? The commentator's curse is struck with a vengeance. I thought he was on time and early. Got a really slow 4 ball in the end, didn't he, Rob?
But then he just kind of didn't get out of 4 what he needed to, and then he kind of just stood up around 5. I mean,
it's been a good day for the Kretschmers. His sister is leading the women's event going into the final, but Gustavo, well, he has failed to fire out here on the Yarra River. It's always tough coming out here. You come under the Swan Street Bridge, you get the roar of the crowd, the atmosphere, a lot of intimidation. You've got that tail current ripping you along, and unfortunately it's gotten the better of Gustavo Kretschmer.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit surprised, actually, the way he came into 4 and compared to how he came out of 4. But then once he got to 5, unless he actually went inside it or he's too narrow, you'd think he'd have the big dig out of 5 in desperation.
He went down quietly in the end, didn't he?
Went down quietly is one way of putting it.
Without firing a shot.
You'd think he would, pull out the desperation card to just try and run that 13, regroup down at the city end and come back at 12, but it wasn't to be. It's, well, I don't know what score. I haven't got a but it's around that, probably 5.
So 7 skiers into this men's slalom elimination round, Rob, and I'd have to say at this point it's Yarra River 7, slalom skiers 0.
Absolutely. Well, no one's even got into the third pass, which leads me to say, look, all our skiers are they're the world's best. They're extremely professional, but make sure you keep an eye on the time and the order and where you are in the field, because we've got to be running ahead of schedule. So if you thought you were going to ski at 11 o'clock, you could be next. So just make sure you have your gear, you're ready, and you're down at the start dock.
We've already had one skier miss their ride today. We don't want any more.
I believe yep.
It's a long way to fly or travel.
Yeah, which is understandable. I mean, the sleep in, it sounds ridiculous, but like with jet lag and the travel and so on, you've really got to be on top of things to make sure that if you're not on the start dock, you do not get to ski, and you can't ski out of turn.
Okay, from Chile, we will move now to France, and a real treat. About to make his debut on the Yarra River, first time in Melbourne, Australia, is the current world overall champion, the best 3-event skier in the world as of the last World Championships. Like I said, out of France, Louis Dupont-Fribourg, super talented young athlete. Probably slalom the weaker of his 3 events, Rob. He's right in the mix to win the event in both jump and tricks. But he's out here slaloming, and he has a good chance at making his way through to the slalom final, or at least the LCQ, if he can be our first skier to post a reasonable enough score. So for the first time on the Yarra River, coming out from underneath the Swan Street Bridge, doesn't matter all the training in the world, nothing quite prepares you for that first slalom set on the Yarra River. How will Louis handle it? He's come out of the cold of French winter. He comes around one ball. Beautiful clean start from the Frenchman as he heads now across course. He's midway through. He's getting into the back end of it. He's on time and early, it seems. I don't want to jinx him, but he's going to wait for 6 in the end, Rob. And, well, tall order, first time on the Yarra. You never know what's going to happen, but Louis, he's risen to the occasion.
Yeah, looked very comfortable. Actually, I thought I saw, it must have been something that just absolutely didn't upset him. I thought I saw a stick around forward. It must have been like a little reed that he's actually carved through as he made that turn, but obviously it didn't bother him at all. I was just doing a bit of a count. So we've got 26 skiers, so 10, so obviously we have 16 are going through, 8 to the final, 8 to the LCQ. So we're getting close to sort of a bit of a bubble score.
Yeah, I think Dylan Wright will end up being the bubble scorer, assuming he takes the lead, and then we'll know from Tobias Georges onwards what it will take to make the LCQ round at a minimum. Yeah, pretty good math there, Rob. You might be one of those boffins on the chalkboard.
But I was thinking, where I was heading with that is that we're getting pretty close to that number.
It's not going to be a very high one, is it?
Well, once we see our first 10 skiers, and that number's not going to be very, very high. It could get to a point where, like, just 1 at 11, or you run 12 virtually and get a couple of boys on the next pass, and you're in.
I think it just speaks to how challenging it is out there. You know, it changes every year, the Yarra River, to do with the current, the tides, the winds. But here's Louis Dupont-Fribourg from the city end, the Frenchman, looking to make his way through to the LCQ. He's a little bit narrow and late
he's in
here. He's in a
trouble.
lot of trouble as Louis, and he's going to end up running over 4 ball. I think 3. We'll wait on the confirmed score from the judges, but looked to me like he ran over 4 ball.
Well, we are getting calls of 3.5, which, well, look, we still don't think that's going to be a critical score. The fact that 4.5's the lead, but 3.5 surely won't be enough to get through. But still, we've seen some pretty crazy stuff today.
Yeah, confirming 3.5 there. I shortchanged Louis. Apologies. Obviously, the judges have the correct angle. They're able to sort of slow it down, figure it out exactly. But it doesn't, 3.5 doesn't matter, does it, Rob? It's not enough. And the sort of carnage that has been the first 8 or so skiers in men's slalom continues. Your reigning world overall champion, Louis de Plumfroybor, has struggled, as many do on their first visit to the Yarra River. Pretty excited, though, Rob, about this next skier. Going to go back to Aussie. We've had a bit of an international flavour, but we've got a couple Aussies coming up. And a young man that I grew up skiing against a little bit. I don't think I ever beat him, but I skied against him at least a few times. We're sort of similar age, Aussie Kiwis through the years.
Awesome.
And one of the nicest blokes you'll ever meet. He's a really
Absolutely
talented
is,
3-event skier. Of course, Archie Davis.
Archie Davis, I think it's fair to say now, became the best skier in the family. There were 4 boys. I don't know if you're aware of that, but 4 boys competing, all the Davis boys.
Oh, yeah, I lost all 4 of them.
Archie, Mac, George, and just the other one's name.
Yeah, the forgotten brother. Forgotten Davis boy.
It'll come to me.
Out of Canberra.
Yeah, just out of Canberra there, and put in a lot of hours of training over the years. Did the Davis? Geez, I thought the ski bobbled a bit around.
He's in trouble,
he's
yeah.
Big, deep out of 3, but Archie's got to hold his nerve now. He turns around 5, big turn out of 5. Well, I tell you, we're pretty lucky that was 13 and not 12, because he might not have gotten away with it. I thought he had a bit of a bobble out of 2, and then really put in the big turn out of 3, and how he held onto it, I'm really not quite sure, but he did. Got back on time, probably by the time he was at 4, and big turn out of 5, but gee, it's really testing the skiers, the conditions here on the Yarra today. MOOMBA Masters men's slalom round 1. Boy, oh boy, heart in the mouth stuff for Archie Davis. But on a personal note, I'm very glad that he ran that opening pass, being a fellow Australian, and he's now going to shorten to 12. Well, look, often, I mean, it's not impossible or unusual that somebody feels a bit uncomfortable in their opening pass, and then you shorten up, and it's theoretically, or it is harder, but they actually look a little more comfortable on the second pass. Well,
yeah, you just shake some of the nerves out, don't you?
So,
this is going to be tough, though, Rob. That tail breeze is roaring through the course. There's a lot of chop on the water. He's got a head current as well, just making things tricky. It's a mountain to climb here from the Aussie. No one has run the 12-metre line yet. It's been impossible for our first 8 skiers. Can Archie Davis, out of Canberra, can he be the first to break the hoodoo?
All right, come on, Archie. We're all behind him. He turns around 1. Oh, stands up a bit. He got out of shape around 1. He turns around 2. I think he's still in the game. He stretches now for 3, and he's late as anything, but he's not going to give up. He gets to 4. He gets around 4. Can he get to 5? Go, Archie Davis. Hooks around 5. Can he get to 6? If he runs this will be a miracle, but I don't think he does, and he just misses at the last second, the last millisecond. I don't know if he got to 6, but he got jolly close if he didn't. And Archie Davis, well, he's moved into the lead, and he had all sorts of dramas, even starting back at 1, but he was never going to give in, and Archie Davis nearly ran 12, but he didn't. We think it's 5.5. Just waiting for an official
Rob,
confirmation of the scores, Curtis.
I'm going to say it now. That, I mean, obviously, gutsy, incredible skiing. 5.5 at 12. The way this is going, I think that is going to be enough to get him through the LCQ round. It's challenging out there. A skier of Archie's talent. I mean, he never had a good turn at any point in that pass, but somehow he held on by his fingertips. He fought tooth and nail. He's got that fighting Aussie spirit, does Archie Davis. And 5.5 at 12 seems like the sort of score to me. Potentially 6. We'll see what the judges say on review. 6, no continuation. Is the sort of score that could see him through to the LCQ round.
Yeah. And look at the replay, like even like the turnaround 3, it's just about his whole body was in the water and he was still late and didn't get great angle, but he somehow got to 4. Then he somehow turned. How he got to 5, who knows? And but then 5.5, so he's gotten around 6.
Yeah, of course,
Anyway.
still 2 more skiers before we can know for sure what it's going to take to get through to that LCQ round at a minimum, but I have a feeling that Archie Davis may have done enough. And it shows you the value of scrapping out there because he did not go down quietly. A lesser man would have
He
stopped at
scrapped
2,
all right.
maybe. Right now, another Aussie, though, Dylan Wright on the water, coming in from the bridge end, starting 13 metres, looking to see if he can't punch his ticket through the next round. It's a pretty tidy start. He looks very comfortable on the slalom ski as Dylan Wright waits for 6. Have we seen a smoother, easier opening pass?
Look, we probably haven't, Curtis. Gee, we're getting close to a point where even though like you'd expect really the whole field to run 12, but even though you'd expect that the next 16 skiers or so are going to run 12, there's going to be 1 or 2 guys that won't. So really, like Archie Davis, like you say, he's not far away from possibly being in the box seat of making it to the LCQ with that score of 5.5 at 12. Look, I would have thought top 16 in this field, you'd at least have to either have, probably...
Yeah, mid to deep 11
4,
we're expecting.
I would have said 4 at 11.
But it just shows you how challenging the conditions are. I mean, that's, you know, sort of the beauty or the beast, I suppose, of the Yarra River, depending how you look at it, is every year it's a little bit different. Every day it's a little bit different. And right now I think the conditions are very, very challenging. We've got a strong current fighting a strong breeze. It's rolly. We're sort of at high tide. There's a lot of movement on the water. And the boys are very, very hard work. They're struggling out there. So Dylan Wright gets himself set up for his 12-metre pass. Could he be the first man to run the 12-metre line?
Well, once again, from the Australian perspective, let's hope so. But gosh, this is going to be a big call. So Dylan Wright now turns around 1. Did get a reasonable start. Now he takes in 2, but he's in all sorts of trouble now. Turns 3, though. Is he back and can he do it? He turns around 4 and pops the handle. Shoulders broke forward. He just couldn't take the G-forces that were thrown at him in this slalom event. And 3.5 on the 12-metre line for Dylan Wright.
I mean, look at Dylan Wright. 90 kilos of pure muscle. He's a strapping young lad, and if he can't hold that head, I don't know if anyone could. So challenging out there, and you know, we sort of get down to our final 16 competitors. We now know the mark to beat to make it through to the next round, whether in the LCQ or the final, is going to be 5.5 on the 12. So run the 12 and you ski again. Who would have thought the cut would be this low? It just shows you, you know, it's all about what you do on the day. All these skiers are getting the same conditions. It's who can perform under the conditions on the day.
Absolutely. Well, Curtis, something that also shows it must be tough is even if they're getting, let's say, out of buoy 1, then they're getting out of buoy 2, then they're getting to buoy 3, but they're never looking comfortable.
No.
They're in some way they're a little out of shape, whether they're pulled a little forward, whether they're looking unsettled in some way, shape, or form, but they're just never looking settled and comfortable on that 12-metre pass. I mean, the classic example, well, Dylan Wright was a pretty good example. The classic example was Archie Davis. Like, sure, he kept going, but it just looked like it wasn't going to happen. Then in the end, it nearly happened.
Yeah, incredible stuff from the 2 Aussies. We now go across to a Argentinian doubleheader. Excited to welcome for the first time in 2025 Tobias Georges onto the Yarra River. The Georges family have been great supporters of the MOOMBA Masters over the past 10 years or so. And Tobias gets in real deep on 1. Geez, it was almost all over there for the Argentinian, but he's clawing his way back in this pass. He's parallel with the water out of 3 ball there. How's he holding on? Tobias Georges, he's going to run the pass, but he's used up a couple of his 9 lives out there on pass number 1. Yeah. His shoulder must have touched the water out of 3 ball. How's he held on to that, Rob?
Oh, goodness knows. I mean, well, life number 1 was out of buoy 1. Life number 2 was definitely out of 3. Well, I think he might have used 2 out of 3. 2 lives, that is, but so, wow. Well, look, it doesn't matter if it's 9.75 or 12, I mean, it's still just as exciting. It's certainly, the Yarra is certainly making it a leveller today by any stretch of the imagination.
Incredible stuff from Tobias Georges, who just was not taking no for an answer. He was going to run that pass at all costs. Fought his way tooth and nail. I mean, the strength to hold on to that when he's sort of lying down parallel to the water. The G-forces going through his body. He's fighting that big 6.2 litre GM Marine engine in the Ski Nautique towboat. And it's a wonder he didn't rip the pylon out of the socket.
It's a wonder the ski didn't snap in half.
I know, the force going through that sort of lightweight carbon under his feet. Okay, well, we're just moments away, Rob, from naming our first skier through to the next round. Will it be Archie Davis out of Canberra? Will it be Tobias Georges? There's a nightmare start. He's slow out of 1. He's late. He's narrow. He's fighting tooth and nail. He's getting them done, though. Oh, he's going to get outside 4. I don't know how he got outside 2, let alone 4 there, Rob.
And how he survived getting out of 3. Then he got to 4, but all right, 3.5. So I'm thinking didn't make it back to the wake in time. So 3.5. Wow. Archie Davis, we're saying unofficially, is through to no worse than the LCQ. Is that what you're saying? I haven't done a recent
all of a
count of the
sudden,
numbers.
The cut drops back all the way to Patricio Zohar of Argentina with 4.5 on that 12. So there's all sorts happening here. Interesting here, because I've heard a call come through from the officials, and I thought I heard Carter Eaton, and he's not scheduled to be until after the next skier, Bautista Ahumada from Argentina. So hopefully we don't have another sleep-in scenario. It's coming up 11 a.m., so that would be...
It's a big sleep-in.
It'd be a big sleep-in. He's a young man. He's only about 17 years of age, and we all know how teenagers can sleep.
Skied, but yeah, he skied in juniors, whether he's, for whatever, whether he's got a bit of a tweaky injury. No, Bautista.
No, yep. Good. We are confirming Bautista Ahumada of Argentina will be the next on the water. Needs a full 5 on the 12-metre line to make it through the next round. Young man, all sorts of talent. Saw him trick up over 10,000 points in the juniors. He got second in junior member tricks. And he did post scores deep down the 11-metre line during the junior MOOMBA competition. So he certainly got the chops, and he has the advantage of having a little bit of experience on the Yarra River over the last couple days.
Yeah, well, that whatever advantage it may or may not give, it's he's got a big advantage over some of the men's skiers because they're coming out fresh, and he's had two sets over the under-17s and looks pretty neat on that opening first turn. Turns around 3, looking still the goods. Takes in 4 very comfortably. Pretty big turn out of 5, but really looking pretty solid there on that opening 13-metre pass. We'll see. This is set, I'll call it set, number 3. Often on a really unusual site, depending on where you've come from. I always think it takes 2 sets to really feel at home. So if that's the case, set number 3, and no wonder he's looking so comfortable at 13. I don't know what your experience is,
I agree with you, Rob, although I would make the case that the Yarra River is a different site every time you go out on it because it's a different set of water flowing down the river. It's at a different height. The current's doing different things. The wind's doing different things. So it's almost like you're going out on a brand new site every time you enter the river.
It was a different set of water because, it's a different set of water, as you say, because you've mentioned a couple of times when the tides go out, it's all going out to Port Phillip Bay, so I guess a whole lot of different water comes in. Is there any
there's that
logic in that?
If it's different water flowing through the river, is it still the same river? You know, it's one of those age-old questions that makes my head hurt. So we'll move right on, and we'll get ready for Bautista to come back in 12 metres. He needs 5 on this pass to make it through the next round. Conditions, well, the wind has died off a little bit here, so it's gotten a little bit better, you would think, for these boys. Still a strong current, still very rolly, but can the Argentinian be the first man to run the 12-metre line? Good start on 1. Best start we've seen in a while. He cuts now across to 3 ball. Seems to be doing it so far as he comes out of 4. He breaks at the waist of 4. He's in trouble. He's going to make it through to the next round, though. He's going to run the 12-metre line.
All right, first time today running the 12-metre pass. He was looking good the whole way, but he just broke forward quite considerably coming out of 4, but so quickly got it back in shape, and then in the end was pretty much on time for 5, round 6 out through the gates, and the number 6 at 12 metres to his name for the first time today.
Well, it had to happen eventually, and possibly conditions have improved slightly. It's always hard to tell up here, not down there on the water, but the wind has died off. The wind that was howling through when Archie Davis skied, it was borderline whitecapping. The Aussies got the wrong end of the stick there, but that's just sort of the luck of the draw. It's an outdoor sport, but even without the wind, with it dying down, it's never easy out there, Rob.
Yeah. Well, I think Archie Davis would be glad to hear that, bordering on whitecapping. It was probably 2 or 3 foot chop. And now it's back to glass for all the internationals. God, makes it tough for the little Aussie diggers.
Well, Archie Davis, we'll be seeing him again, of course, in the next round, so he'll have another chance, hopefully in some better conditions. I know the wind is scheduled to spin around later in the day. And of course, speaking about Aussie weather, the great news I heard this morning on the news that Cyclone Alfred has been downgraded to an ex-cyclone. Not quite sure how that works, but I think still some pretty rough weather expected up there in Queensland, but it is looking better.
Yeah, last I heard it was downgraded to a 1, but and then obviously if it's downgraded to an X, but over 100,000 houses on the Gold Coast apparently without power. So, okay, so this is...
First time at 11 metres, Bautista Ahumada of Argentina takes the lead, gets himself outside of 3 ball. He'll S-turn, try to make it back to the wakes, and I think that's a full 3 on the 11.25. And the way this event is panning out, who knows where that will land him in the final standings.
Yeah, it caught me by surprise a little bit. We're talking about the weather, and next thing you know, we have a skier coming in at 11.25 for the first time, and great to see him score 3 boys at 11.25. And surely the rest of the field, we're going to see a lot of them running the 12-metre rope length. So the 12 metres, folks, if you're watching in the USA, that we did see Bautista Ahumada be the 12th skier for the day, the first person to run the 35 off 12-metre rope length. So just shows how testing things are on the Yarra here today, but then backing it up with what will turn out to be a pretty decent 3 at 11.25.
Absolutely. With the skier making it at third pass, we kind of get a little bit of a lull in proceedings because we've got to wait for the Ski Nautique towboat to head back to the dock.
Yeah, and then we're moving. Well, that was Series 2, we call it.
We've still got 1 skier left in Series 2, but we're about to crack into some of the rock stars.
We do. Sorry, I've got ahead of myself there.
But a great time to appreciate that beautiful Ski Nautique towboat as it heads back to the Swan Street Bridge end to pick up our next skier. And a round of applause for Bautista Ahumada of Argentina, leading the men's slalom with 3 on the 11. Ski Nautique towboat. Of course, guaranteed to give you a personal best. If you're looking to set a personal best this summer, Rob?
Sorry?
Looking to set a personal best this summer, mate?
Yeah, I'm giving it a bit of a thought, yep.
Well, the Ski Nautique's the towboat for you, mate.
My brand new shortening speed. Well, it was brand new last year. It's getting slower and slower, which is good.
Yeah. Interesting here. The wind has picked up again. The other dynamic at play is with that strong breeze coming from the city end, it has been holding up the current slightly, just, delaying that release of water out to Port Phillip Bay. And when the wind dies off, the other thing that we have to look out for is, will that current start to pick up intensity as the water starts to flow out to the Tasman Sea?
Via Port Phillip Bay, and that's it. Okay, so Carter Eaton from the USA will be our next competitor.
Thank you so much.
Wow.
Yeah, so Carter out of Alaska, Rob, out of Anchorage in Alaska. Grew up pretty short seasons up there, had to fight the polar bears for water time.
Absolutely.
But
I've never heard of a skier from
13 metres from the Swan Street. I think I'm watching a replay, am I? It must be, because someone's going midway through the course on the big screen, and no one's actually out in front of me on the river. Here he goes, Carter Eaton, 13 metres from the bridge end, the Alaskan, here on the Yarra River, looking to punch his ticket through the next round. He started strongly, has the American. He's getting a little down course for 5 ball, but I think he's going to be okay in the end. And 13 metres, 32 off in the books. But no, yeah, Carter out of Alaska, but has resided in Arizona for...
So I'm imagining the season in Alaska is from, say, the 10th of July till the 17th.
Pretty much. And, of course, that time of year up there in Alaska, it's pretty much daylight, 24 hours a day. So he could take slalom practice at around midnight if he wanted to.
Just wait for the wind to drop.
Exactly. A lot of options to ski. But no, Carter's been in Arizona for the past 6 years or so at Arizona State University. And, of course, we saw Carter over in Auckland at the University World Champs, and now made the trip over to MOOMBA as well, and looking to see if he can't advance through to the next round.
Because he's our final skier in men's Series 2. Then we move to Series 1. Admittedly, it's a seeded order, but it really doesn't matter. They've just split the field into 2. We have 13 skiers. We're up to skier number 13. 13 skiers in Series 2, then we move to Series 1. Our top seeds, which will be our final 13 skiers.
Yeah, I think the series split is just so that we can swap out our officials in this Melbourne heat. We could have some safety concerns if we made someone sit on a tower too long. Of course, here in commentary, we'll be pulling right through, though.
Oh, yeah, look. Yeah, but that's, as far as a health and safety thing, no one cares too much about us, so that's all right. All right, so Carter Eaton now, the 12-metre pass. Well, this is pretty critical, really, because if he can get deep into this, he gets himself into the LCQ turns. Oh, I think that's a pretty good start around 1. Turns at boy 2, he's still in the game. Gets boy 3, good turn out of 3. Holds his position now, he's out of 4. I think could possibly do it. He turns around 5. He gets to 6 and runs the 12-metre pass. Does Carter Eaton from Alaska, USA.
Yeah, good work from him there. I thought that was some smart skiing. He was scrappy at times, had some slow turns, but he just didn't panic, stayed in the hunt right throughout the pass. So Carter, he will be through to the next round.
And the wind's a bit up and down, but it was maybe a little just down for that pass, which luck of the draw, but he certainly took advantage of everything, including his ability to run that 12-metre pass. So now he's going to come back at 11.
Of course, very happy for Carter to make it through to the next round, but he is my roommate, and so he will be enforcing quiet hours one more night, unfortunately, for us that have to share the apartment with him.
Couldn't he just take a sleeping tablet or something just to
you would have thought
out the noise? And if sure he wakes up a bit groggy, but splash a bit of water on his face before the slalom.
Maybe that's what happened to Willie Steiner. The sleeping tablet was just a little too powerful.
So Carter Eaton, congratulations to him, because the thing that what was bothering me this morning a bit about say Elizabeth Montavon and some of the skiers that they travel so far to compete. In the MOOMBA Masters, you just want to see them get a chance to ski twice. Yeah,
exactly. No, I think this LCQ format is going to be great because that LCQ event tomorrow, fighting for 2 spots, is going to be a blockbuster. Look at the women's field. You've got Regina Jacquis, Whitney Reaney, Elizabeth Montavon, all fighting for 2 spots. Some other good contenders in the mix.
As I said to Glenn, it's like a final of Worlds. Okay, here he comes on the 11.25. Eaton Carter. Round 1. Oh, got a good turn around 1, which is critical at 11. Turns 2, he's still looking good. Takes in boy 3, he's fighting hard to get to 4. He turns 4, will we see him run 11? He's down course. He stretches to 5. I think he may have gone, well, inside or just around, but doesn't try to get to 6. So I'll just wait for an official score to come through. Okay, so I'm getting a score of, he did, as I kind of thought, maybe just snuck inside 5. We're getting a score of 4, but a new lead. And I think Curtis confirmed. Now we've finished Series 2, but apparently you've got a
running
time.
quite-
You've got a you've got some
quite.
information to share with us.
We're running quite far ahead of schedule, so we've decided that we're going to open up here and switch things up. It's been a lot of slalom. We've got a lot of slalom to come. For fans of slalom skiing around the world, this is the day you want to be here. But because we're running ahead of schedule, we've got some extra time for the critically acclaimed Australian IWWF show ski team. So they are going to be on the water here pretty shortly after a course change. And we will be back underway with Series 1 men's slalom at 10 past 12. So we got an hour break. You can head out, get some lunch, get some refreshments, and make your way back down to the banks for the Australian and IWF show ski team. Critically acclaimed. Been enjoying watching them all week. But let's put your hands together for Carter Eaton, the new leader in the men's slalom, 4 on the 11. And he'd have to be pretty happy with his efforts out here in round 1.
Yeah, well done, Carter. Okay, a very brief break. Then enjoy the ski show, and then we'll be back with men's Series 1 slalom.
Remember.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to be on the water with the IWWF water ski show very shortly. To the second, I don't know exactly how shortly, but it's going to be shortly. And then at 10 past 12, back on the water with the Series 1 men's slalom. So the slalom tournament competition, if you will, has been split into two. We've seen 13 skiers, 13 still to come. We'll kick off for our round 2 at 10 past 12 and very shortly on the water with the IWWF Water Ski Spectacular. All right, folks, coming from the Swan Street Bridge end, we're about to open the IWWF Water Ski Spectacular. Well, you've been seeing people all morning on water skis. Let's see a couple of guys on bare feet, one on each side of the wake, I'm thinking, as they come into view. 10,000 pounds of pressure on each of his bare feet as he comes past in the barefoot position. Our water ski show, the IWWF Water Ski Spectacular. What a way to open with a barefoot run. What are you thinking, Curtis? As I said, we've seen people on skis and now no skis.
Incredible. I've tried barefooting a few times and I usually end with a mouthful of water and a sore back. So I'm impressed with that. And the pressure, like you said, going through their feet, you know, you're going so fast traveling on the water, upwards of 60 kilometers per hour, and it's like your feet are on fire out there. Incredible stuff from the show team, and we've got some great acts coming up. Cannot wait. Well, from speed and raw power, we're going to add a little bit of grace to proceedings, Rob. Got some beautiful ladies up here for a bit of a water ballet.
Absolutely. Now, they're actually on swivel skis, so they're going to be performing some spins, 180s and 360s, I hope, but in a very stylish way. You'll see them coming back in just a couple of moments. Our two aqua ballet girls about to depart the dock. So you'll see them turning, but the ski will well, unfortunately, a bit of a slide off the end of the dock, and one of them missed the start, but pretty difficult to ski actually on a swivel ski because the binding's constantly in motion. And when we see our skier come back and performing the turns, the binding will be moving, but the ski will be staying in line. So they'll turn around and come back past our viewing area for some aqua ballet.
Yeah, beautiful Nautic towboat. Just spinning around at the Swan Street Bridge end, coming down past Henley Landing.
The next act up is Chair. starts off on a disc and then he's going to build the chairs.
And great to see a few of different Nautic towboats out here. Of course, we've got the crossover Sport 200 down there. Looks like a 210, perhaps, one of the smaller wakeboard boats. Maybe if you your ute isn't quite up to the task of towing a G23. They do make smaller, mid-size wakeboard boats, and I can confirm they're amazing boats to be in, to drive, to ride behind, as we watch the Aqua Ballet on the water. We're going to come back to the dock, give a bit of a wave.
Yeah, I think we're going to pick up the other Aqua Ballet lady. And look, you must have read my mind when you started talking about the Nautique Sports series of boats. The G10, actually, it's one of my favourites because it's... now I'm going to steal something from Glenn, one of our other commentators. It's the Goldilocks boat.
It is, yeah.
It's not that huge that unless you're a really enthusiast of wakeboarding and you got a whole lot of friends with the big... So you have a G23. Okay, folks, well, while we recompose our ballet act, we have a guy now. Look, the equipment keeps switching and changing all the time because now we have a guy on a disc.
Yeah, what's happening here, Rob? He's out there on a circle of plywood and he's holding 3 chairs. Maybe we needed to run some chairs over the other side.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm very confused.
Or maybe it's BYO furniture.
Yeah, I don't
He thinks
know.
it's Kevin Green bringing
He's
his own
standing out
chair.
there on a piece of plywood holding 3 chairs. Very excited to see what he's going to try out there on the water.
Well, I know that those discs
What's
can
going on here, Rob? He's standing on one of the chairs now.
Yeah, yeah.
Is he trying to get a better view, maybe? He's climbing up.
Well, maybe. Well, he's got 2 chairs, so I wonder if he's going to have the second chair.
I think he's got 3 chairs, Rob.
He wouldn't be a delivery man for IKEA, would he, Bill?
He might be. He might be.
He's going under the Swan Street Bridge and going to just drop some chairs up at the dock. Maybe the dock person needs a bit of furniture up there, but we'll see when he comes back. He's on the disc. Well, a disc in itself is something extremely difficult to ride. You'll see how it planes in the water. So easy to catch an edge and go flying off the front, let alone putting a chair on there. Or are we going to see 2 chairs? Would they be side by side? Would they be one on top of the other? As our ballet act is about to take off and... Oh, no, I don't think the rope's attached to the boat yet, so we'll just kind of back that one off.
No, we've got
our chairman's about to go. Hey, he's the chairman of the board.
The chairman of the board on the water, coming down past the Henley
All right,
landing.
so, ladies and gentlemen, Frank Sinatra.
Stacking them higher and higher out there. There's incredible balance and skill.
I'm pretty interested to see when he comes past. It's how you have a chair on a disc, let alone, well, whether he's going to have 2 chairs.
Well, that rope's going higher and higher. What's happening here? He's standing 2 chairs on a disc. The 3rd chair, he's stacking the 3rd. Can it be done? Incredible stuff. 3 chairs high.
All right, so Andy on the disc. Chairman Andy, we've got to call him now.
Oh, put
Okay,
your hands
Chairman
together,
Andy.
Melbourne. The chairman
All
of the
right.
board. The chairman of the skim board.
Absolutely killing it there.
I mean, to stand on a
3 chairs,
disc,
yeah.
to stand on 3 chairs on dry
Yeah.
land would be tough.
And if he needs 3 chairs, like if Andy and 10 of his mates go, you'd have to have 30 chairs. You want to sort of be stocking up on the furniture, wouldn't you? It's a bit of a sick joke, but anyway, I'm running with it.
I like it. Andy, chairman of the skim board,
Yeah.
spinning around at the city end. Incredible stuff from him. Some zany antics. Looking
Yeah,
forward
well, I
because
wonder-
Birdman tomorrow.
Yeah.
Always a highlight. I reckon Andy would go all right in Birdman. How do
I
we get a
reckon.
late entry from
I wonder
him?
I wonder if he can do a 360 on the... I mean, on a disc, doing a 360 is one of the things that you do on one of those things. But I don't know if you're on chairs.
So here he comes back down along the Yarra River, waving to the crowd, riding high, 3 chairs high, is Andy from the show ski team.
I'd love to see him try a 360. I reckon they could bring you undone. No, I hope he doesn't try a 360. I think it'd be a little bit too
It's
difficult.
a big height to fall from. I hope he's not afraid of heights out there, is Andy?
Well, how do you get down from there? Well, we're still going to find out. But, ladies and gentlemen, well, that's how you get down. That's how you finish. Let's hear it for Andy, the chairman of the skimboard.
You said to say that
Yeah, it's incredible stuff here, Rob, because the show ski team was not scheduled to be on right now, and they've basically pulled some folks out of the car park. They had a core group here, happened to be down watching the slalom, and they've pulled some volunteers, I think, out of the crowd, and they're just kind of making it up on the fly. They're going to try all sorts of, it's like improv class, and we'll see what we get. It's not their usual routine. They don't have the full complement of people here, and they've got some, again, just some people they've pulled out of the fairgrounds. Somebody who looked like they had good balance on the Ferris wheel.
so their names are
So if you're liking what you're seeing out here, we do have the ski show on tonight, prime time tonight, 7:50, 10 to 8 p.m. And if you've been impressed by this, and I have, I mean, 3 chairs high, we had some barefooting, we're going to have a little bit of aqua ballet now.
Oh, we'll see some guys going over the jump.
Yep,
I'm
no,
sure.
there'll be all sorts. Of course, the full complement of the show ski team on tonight at 10 to 8, so do not miss that.
And 9:35. So just before night jump and just after night jump, I'm picking. And look, you're not going to believe it. So the people that were here, pull them out, do the act they can do. And fortunately, they had some gear here. And their normal, you're not going to believe this, the normal announcer wasn't even here, so they had to get us.
Well, yeah, they didn't just pull some of the skiers from the car park, they pulled the announcers off I was on one of those Ferris wheels enjoying the view of the beautiful Melbourne city skyline. And I'm here doing my best to explain what's happening on the water.
Yeah.
It's kind of nice sometimes having an uninitiated view because we're sort of seeing it for
Loving
the
it.
first time just like you all are on the banks of the Yarra. And we're about to get underway with our 3 lovely young ladies.
Yeah, Annabelle, Charlotte, and Ebony. And you've got 2 sisters with
No,
a couple of those
great
names.
name choice.
Yeah.
Okay, the line comes tight. The dock start. Love a docky here on a swivel ski. Unfortunately,
Oh,
we just had a bit of a nosedive there from the girls.
I reckon with the nosedive, I'm calling driver error.
Yeah, I think the driver hit the throttle a bit too fast. The big GM Marine engine was perhaps a little too powerful for our girls there.
yeah, used to taking 13 girls.
Ah, yeah. Well, he's used to actually a larger number, 13 girls, but we only had 3 on site. So unfortunately, we're just going to stick up for the girls. It's International Women's Day, and there's no way that driver didn't gas them too hard.
Male drivers, am I
Yeah.
right, Rob?
Testosterone, trying to prove a point.
He wanted to hear the roar of that GM Marine
he-
engine, but it wasn't the time for it. Just
No.
back off, lay off.
Well, Jan Thurger's on the dock. I think we could have got Jan to drive the
Well, yeah,
boat.
what's- yeah,
what
get
about having
Jan
an
on the-
all-girl crew?
That would be
International
awesome.
Women's Day.
Okay, we will get back underway with the aqua ballet. Very excited
Actually, I'll
to
tell you
see
who's here. Oh,
Annabelle,
sorry.
Charlotte, and Ebony on the water. I love
What
swivel
about Elaine
skiing.
Bush?
Yeah,
She's a tournament driver.
she is a tournament driver.
in the US.
Of course, very different skill set driving show ski versus tournaments.
Yeah, but I reckon she could do it.
I-
and getting a female in the boat, I reckon, instead of
I think
men on
driving
a day
show
like
ski-
today, let's do it.
Would be one of the hardest jobs on site.
It would. Because 1 minute you're driving barefoot, the next thing you know you're pulling a pyramid. Then you got a guy in 3 chairs on a disc, Chairman Andy.
The only thing that
think
might
that's
be
hard.
harder is, of course, wrangling all the ropes.
That'd be
You have
hard.
to be at
Well, imagine when they pull 13, you got 13 ropes.
13 ropes
I mean,
to pull
It's a piece
in.
of cake in the slalom event. All right, let's hear it for the girls. Annabelle, Ebony, and Charlotte.
Yep, a very tricky thing to ride as they head down there, but such beautiful grace on the water.
So getting back to the ropes, like 1 rope for, say, the slalom event or jump, it's a piece of cake. When you're dealing with like 3 or 6 or 10,
13.
now you're talking
Try
a challenge.
13
Yeah,
ropes.
try-
You do earn all sorts of Boy Scout or Girl Guide merit, Cub
Yeah.
Scout merit badges for wrangling 13 ropes, you'd imagine.
Yep, so just a reminder, 7:50 show. Now I'm picking that we're going to have a ski show before night jump. So the ski show 10 to 8. Then after night jump, we have another ski show at
Well, that's the time to come down,
9:35,
isn't it?
which will just probably take us through to 10 o'clock or a little after. So
What an evening's entertainment. Come down at 10 to 8 for the ski show. Then you've got the night jump. Middle of night jump, you'll have the fireworks. And then after night jump, we'll go back into the ski show again.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for something to do this evening,
Oh.
come down, enjoy some of the carnival rides, get yourself a dinner. But from 7:50 p.m. through till, almost 10 p.m., you want to be down here, get yourself a good seat on the bank.
Back on the water, our three girls, Ebony, Charlotte, and Annabelle.
No hands. How are they doing
with
that, Rob?
Aqua Ballet. All right, let's hear it for the girls. Perfect unison. And don't forget they're on a swivel ski, so that binding, they've got to keep that in place while they're doing all their moves. And good stuff there from Annabelle, Charlotte, and Ebony.
Well, from some of the shots of our faces on the webcast earlier, Rob, we've really picked things up in the beauty department.
We might have changed my order here, but we've got Jason and Evie, and it's her first MOOMBA. She's 12. She's going to be going out and doing doubles, and they're on a strap, so they're connected to a harness around the waist, so the guys have got their hands free. So she hasn't done it before on water, so let's see how we.
Okay, well, that beautiful Nautique towboat spins around now at the Swan Street Bridge end, and we'll have one last pass down from the lovely young ladies, Annabelle, Charlotte, and Ebony, showing such elegance and grace on the swivel ski, the Aqua Ballet. And we got a few more impromptu acts here. We're sort of making things up on the fly, but it's been a great show, Rob. I've really enjoyed it. And I can't wait for the real thing, the sort of fully choreographed show at 7:50 and 9:35 tonight, as we give it up one last time for the lovely young ladies as they make their way down past the Henley Landing.
Actually, we're doing con doubles. So then they're going out on the shoulders of the guys when they come. The girls that are out there got to get on.
Well, they've got the rope attached to their foot there, Rob. It's
Yeah.
Heel hold.
heel hold from the young ladies. I love this move. Could we get a hot to go, though? I know we got some Chapel Roan fans on site. Surely they can work that into their act.
Yeah, and I think there's a release person in the boat, which is thank goodness for that, because you wouldn't want to fall off with your heel hooked through the handle. So safety first.
The next one is called conventional doubles. So they go out and they'll take.
Of course, the World Ski Show Championships are going to be held just across the border into New South Wales and sort of Albury-Wodonga area later, I think in about a month or so. So I'm sure a lot of these young athletes are training hard for that.
All right, as the girls come back into view, let's hear it for Annabelle, Charlotte, and Ebony.
I love a good toe point, toe swan. Great work there from the young ladies, young up-and-comers and
but I didn't see
Aussie
it.
show skiing. And, geez, they're going to pull a double shift here, these lovely young ladies, because I think they're going to climb back up on the dock and get right underway in a conventional doubles act up on the shoulders.
Yep, but it's going to be a four-person doubles act. And one of our doubles act people is going to be Jason and Evie. Now, Evie's only 12 years old, and it's her first MOOMBA, and it's actually, she's rehearsed this act on land. It's going to be her first time on the water. But Jason looks like a pretty buff, strong guy, and Evie looks pretty petite. So I don't think he's going to have any issues with lifting her up and doing this doubles act. Oh, look, he's flexed his muscles. He's all over it. He's just, he's a bit of a poser.
Must be some high-quality material on those shirts they've got.
Yeah.
I was thinking it was about to burst at the seams when he flexed the biceps down there on the dock. Big old Jason.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
Strap doubles.
Jeez. Tell you what, I might be arm wrestling him in a hurry. And what about when those three young ladies were waving up at us, and I thought, gee, I wonder why they're waving at me, and they're waving at you, Curtis. I'm so devastated.
Oh, you've no shortage of fans, Rob.
Yeah. No, I forgot about that.
You're a pretty popular guy.
My confidence has been restored.
I'm sure the young bride will be down shortly to take you out to lunch.
Yeah, I hope so. Don't know where she is. Okay, the Nautique Sports Series boat just being pushed a little back from the dock, and our doubles pairings, 4 of them, getting prepared and ready to depart the dock for our conventional doubles. Oh. Well, I'll wait till the boat takes off. I'm not sure actually if we're going to have 1 or 4. I think we're going to be doing 1 now. I don't know if we pick up the 4 later or we're starting off with 1, but we'll definitely be starting with the very muscular Jason and the very petite Evie.
Yeah, this looks to be the strap doubles. So Jason's strapped in there. He's got sort of a harness around his waist to keep his arms free. So he sort of releases the rope there, and we're going to move through some sort of acrobatics. He gives a wave to the crowd. And young Evie, big moment, MOOMBA Masters debut here with the show ski team. Certainly the cute factor jumping up here. A lot better than you and I on camera, mate.
Yeah.
Have to talk to makeup and lighting to see if we can turn down some of the redness.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Well, you haven't got your pancake makeup on?
Oh, that's why I was late this morning, mate. I got to apply the foundation.
I've got some I can give you, yeah.
Get the hair just right.
Yep.
That's why Jared's late quite often most mornings, is he's getting the hair ready.
So next we're going to do a 2-1 pyramid with Jason, Artie, or Arthur, and Ebony. So Arthur and Ebony are father and daughter.
Okay, coming back down from the bridge end in front of Henley Landing is Jason and Evie here for the strap doubles. And look at this. Up in the air, Evie hoisted high. Let's make her feel welcome. Her first visit down here, out on the water, as part of the show ski team. Young girl, I'm sure a bright future ahead of her in the show skiing event. I think a natural performer.
Yeah, we might see some of these guys at the ski show worlds at Moala. We would hope to think, Curtis. Good rehearsal here to be performing day in and day out at the MOOMBA Masters 2025, the IWWF Water Ski Show. Yes, of course, part of the tournament commentary team, Jared Faro, was suggesting that he could join the ski show. We do need a clown act. Look, we need a clown act, Jared, so get yourself down to the dock if you don't mind. We need a clown act. We need a clown act. Yeah, get down there.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Jarrett when he's trying to jump in long-distance competitions do a bit of a clown act, so I think he'd be perfect to throw himself off the ramp. But right now, we've got Jason and Evie on the water coming back in from the city end, hoisted high in the air. Young Evie soaring out there in the strap doubles. It's a great family sport, show ski. And a round of applause for Jason and Evie once more as she soars up there in the sky. And what a beautiful display from the young lady and the big strapping lad holding her up.
Nice job. So, yeah, 2-1 pyramid.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got a few more acts here. Huge thank you to the show ski team for on about 10 minutes notice and with probably less than a quarter of their regular personnel on site throwing together a show for us to fill a little bit of dead time because we were running ahead of schedule. We're back underway with the men's slalom at 10 past 12. But right now we're going to build a pyramid. Forget the great pyramids in Egypt. We're going to build a great pyramid out here on the Yarra River.
Yeah, well, when you said build a pyramid, that's the first thing that came to mind, the Egyptians. It's good working with a scholar, because normally I'm working with Glenn and Jared, and it's just there's a sense of
we like to make things a little more highbrow up here.
There's a sense of sophistication, and their
well, for the
knowledge of
Melbourneian,
history's nothing.
Incredibly intelligent city, sophisticated city. We need to bring a touch of class, I think.
I think so, and I think we've done it. Well, we're doing it. So we're going to have a 2-1 pyramid, which we're going to explain a little more as they when they come back. Oh, unfortunately, Ebony falling off the shoulders of either Jason or Arthur there.
I think that's
Artie.
her father, Artie. Yeah.
Look, it's pretty difficult because probably with the angle and how the rope has to be when she's going to climb up and get on their shoulders and build the pyramid. So her rope is noticeably longer than the guys. So she has to deal with that. So it's a pretty tricky start to start a pyramid. So not sure if they're going to come back and give it another try. They do have time on the clock. They probably will.
Yeah, I mean, to give you an idea of how difficult this is, I've tried this a few times with a group of high-level competitive water skiers, 3-event water skiers, like the kind you'd see out here. And we pretty much always miss our starts. And we spend a lot of time water skiing. So they do a lot of training, these show ski people. It's just very difficult to do these things. Okay, well, we've got another debut. Young Charlotte is going to try the swivel, the star swivel. And this is her first time ever trying this particular maneuver. So we're looking to break new ground out here on the Yarra River.
Yeah, looking to just throw it to the wolves by the looks of things.
Absolutely. Well, it's a chance for some of the young up-and-comers in the team to really show their stuff.
Yep.
Beautiful dock start there from Charlotte. She's giving a wave to the crowd. She looks a natural out there. I think she'll have no trouble at all.
Absolutely. Look, she must have done it in practice, so maybe it's the first time in a show. I'm backing her in, so we're getting to see that swivel binding being put to use. So we have a regular, well, it's a wide-ish flat-bottom ski, but it's the binding that's able to spin and swivel, and that's what makes it pretty hard to control. So degree of difficulty. Now, I don't know if you've talked about, you and your friends trying to do a pyramid. Have you ever ridden a swivel ski?
I have not. I'm a little scared to
They're
tell
not
you
real
the truth,
easy.
Rob.
They're not real easy. I have had a go on a swivel ski, and it kind of throws a lot of, because if
I'm like Bambi on ice at the best of
but if-
times.
if
I
you-
don't think you'd want
yeah.
to see me on a swivel
But if
ski.
you-
I don't
well-
look too flash in a sequin outfit either.
Yeah, but what I'm thinking is, like, if you're used to riding a trick ski, there's a certain way, like bend, have your knees soft and those sorts of things. Where the swivel ski, you're not really working the ski. You've got to keep the ski just tracking straight, and you're really just spinning around on the binding. You're using the ski as a stage, and there's really a technique to riding a swivel ski.
No, incredibly difficult and very different balance, isn't it, out there on the water. But young Charlotte here on the Star Swivel on debut on the Yarra River. This has been a great opportunity for some of the young up-and-comers in the show team to really take their opportunity. Put me in, coach. Put me in. I'm ready, they've been saying. And look at this maneuver. She was going for the full-toe swan, and it was beautiful, actually. I saw it on the big screen. Unfortunately, she's fallen just out front of Henley Landing, so we'll probably pick her up and see if we can't try that again. Well, it's pretty good timing for the rest of the commentary team, Rob, because I'm sure we'll be booted for touch when Series 1 men start. And we're just starting to get a little bit of shade here in the commentary box. So some of the rock stars, like internationally rated Jared Ferraro, will be back on soon. But right now, one more time. Let's give it up for young Charlotte, who is attempting the star swivel for the first time in her career. Oh, so difficult twisting the backwards there. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to pick up Charlotte for one last quick run as we get ready for our next act, preparing on the dock. I see a pretty large group gathering. It's probably just about every member of the show ski team that's on site is standing down there on the dock getting ready to go. But one last attempt here from young Charlotte, who looks so graceful and elegant out there on the water. Her first time attempting this particular act. Very difficult out there on the swivel ski, and I think she's got a real future in show skiing, this young girl. She's got the wave perfected. I find that's challenging to get right.
That's part of it, yeah, yeah. It's a learned skill in show skiing.
Real great stage presence, this young girl. And soaking in this wonderful Victorian crowd. As the beautiful Nautique G10 heads back past the dock. The Goldilocks boat, we're calling it, Rob.
Yep.
Oh, well, we're coming to the finale, aren't we, Rob? We're going to go for the most ambitious, most audacious act yet. We're going to try and execute the three-tier pyramid, the mythical three-tier pyramid, for advanced show skiers only, this one.
It sounds like, well, I've been told that little Evie, the 12-year-old that's in a first on-water show... is,
hopefully she's on the top. I don't know if she could be
she's
the
drawn
pillar
the short
at the bottom.
straw. She's being sent to the top of the tree, so to speak. Yeah, if you look at that G10, I mean, sure, for a lot of people, maybe price-wise and really what it delivers, you really don't need a G23. And you look at the ski nautique boat, if you're just a family and you want something with a little bit more space and the bow, open bow and the tower, well, the G10 is your answer, really, isn't it?
Yeah, and they have obviously ballast. They've got the... you can get the add-ons where they have the wake shape for surfing. If you're into wake surfing or wake foiling, they do it all, really, the G10s. They're fantastic.
Actually, I love
boats.
G10s.
Yeah, they might just be my favourite nautique.
They're definitely my favourite wakeboard nautique. I think I need to get one.
I'm just scared. If I get in the driver's seat of a G23, I get a little bit intimidated. I'm not...
Yeah, I've only been in the passenger seat of one. But I got a 196 nautique, the little old one, as the pyramid leaves the dock.
Oh,
and
wow. The crucial start, which has been challenging.
Yeah.
And we get a wave from the lovely young ladies. And then building the pyramid, obviously, always very challenging. But they're off to a great start.
And Annabelle. And Jason and Evie going to the top.
So remember Evie's on it. Oop.
So the muscle of this pyramid, the base, the foundation, will, of course, be Jared, Andy, and Jason. They've been hitting the gym pretty hard in preparation for this.
Yeah, you can tell, can't you? You
But
sort of
luckily, they've got some very light, beautiful young ladies to make things pretty easy for them. And that will, of course, be Ebony, Annabelle, and the always difficult, the daring do of young Evie climbing all the way, hopefully to the top.
Well, I suppose it's going to be easy from a strength point of view, but I'll tell you the balance, like
incredible
balancing, the counterbalance you've got. Well, as you know, when you pile a couple of things on top of each other, so you get the first layer, it's going to be pretty difficult.
It's like trying to build
when you get the very top, like when Evie's got to go to the second level, then the third,
I mean, I think this is a little bit like trying to build a house of cards on the bonnet of a fast-moving car.
That's a pretty good analogy. You're sort of the king of analogies, really, aren't you? The
Oh, I try.
Red Bull on your Cocoa Pops and all that sort of stuff. But, yeah, exactly.
So that G10 coming out now through the Swan Street Bridge. Here, heading into course.
Of course, in tow is Jared, Andy and Jason, Ebony, Annabelle, and as we watch the pyramid build and they climb, Evie will be the top tier of the pyramid.
Of course, they can't climb too soon, otherwise they might clip themselves on the Swan Street Bridge. So they have to make sure they're out from under the bridge before they start climbing too
You
tall
wouldn't
out
want the
there.
top couple of layers to be connecting to the Swan Street Bridge. I mean, that's Millie, I guess. We're mucking around. It's got to be higher than that.
Yesterday for the first time it's been done in 10 years. We did a 4-tier yesterday, first time in 10 years.
All right, so yesterday the ski team, the full team were here. We did a 4-tier. Today we're attempting to do a 3-2-1, a 3-tier. As we see,
eyes to the
let's
water.
hear it,
I see a
folks.
wave from young
Jared,
Evie. They've
Andy,
done it.
Jason,
The 3-tier pyramid.
Ebony.
Amazing stuff.
Ebony, Annabelle and Evie. The 3-2-1 3-tier pyramid.
Wow, hats off to the IWF show ski team. Last minute's notice, most of their crew not on site, and they have improvised a masterclass in improv show skiing here from the team, and they finished strong. What a finale, what a climax. If you found this exciting, and I have, Rob, I think it's been a real treat to watch. Almost a behind-the-scenes look, because we had some young show skiers going out and working on some new routines, new maneuvers. Just wait until we get to the real thing, the full show. 2 shows tonight, 7:50 p.m., 9:35 p.m. They'll have everyone here. They've got a perfectly choreographed show. It will be spectacular. You want to be here on site from 7:50 all the way through that second show, because in between will be Saturday night night jump and the fireworks display. Spots on the bank will fill up fast, so get in early as we give one more big Melbourne cheer to the 3-tier pyramid as it makes its way down. Looks like we've disassembled it. But what an effort here
All right,
from
folks,
the
what
show
about a round of
skiers.
applause though, for Jared, Andy, Jason, Ebony, Annabelle and Evie, our 3-2-1 3-level pyramid.
Okay, folks, down there on the dock, giving a wave to the crowd. Let's give a big, warm Melbourne cheer to the IWF shows team. A master improvisation, and what a show they've put on. So excited to see them later on this evening. Of course, we've got a transit now. We're going to open the river up, let some traffic through, and in just 10 minutes, we will be underway with Series 1 of men's slalom. 13 of the best slalom skiers in the world taking to the Yarra River in just a few minutes.
All right, well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the 2025 MOOMBA Masters. We're only moments away from continuing on our Series 1 of the men's slalom. We've got 13 skiers all vying for positions into MOOMBA Monday. Of course, out of our skiers, 8 will advance through to Monday's final, and then 8 will go through to the LCQ. Curtis, it should be an exciting time. Well, we're hoping we're going to see some better scores than we saw earlier. We've let the conditions calm down a little bit. Still have that swirling breeze. The current's probably going to be a little bit stronger as the tide goes out towards Port Phillip Bay. But I think it's going to let the dust settle a little bit for what happened in Series 2, and hopefully we can see some big scores here in Series 1.
Yeah, what a fascinating couple hours of slalom skiing for those who missed it as we watch Jack Christie, the Aussie, come out from under the Swan Street Bridge. We'll get you updated on what you've missed. But right now, the big strapping Aussie wants to make his way through the next round as he comes in 13 metres from the bridge end. Solid start, Jared.
Yeah, looking good so far. Jack Christie, 4-ball takes it in. Looking good. Looking like no issues whatsoever out here now that we're after midday, but Jack Christie completes 13 metres. Having a bit of a chat to some skiers around the side about what was happening. Kind of said it was like the water was doing things of which the Yarra does that. The water was doing things that they weren't kind of expecting. I remember I heard that Regina kind of, as she cut in for her gates, it felt like her tail of her ski just popped out of the water. And and the current is not something that we don't usually talk about, but usually when you think of a river, the current is flowing directly one direction. The way that the skiers are saying, didn't matter where you were, the current was moving in sideways, straight down. It's not necessarily flowing in one continuous direction.
Yeah, well, of course, there was that famous U2 song about the Yarra River. She moves in mysterious ways.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was absolute carnage, I think, is probably the best way to describe it. It took about 9 or 10 skiers before we finally had someone run the 12-metre line in men's slalom. A lot of admirable efforts. Of course, Archie Davis battled probably the worst of the conditions to get 5.5. We have had a couple scores through the 11. Our last 2 skiers in Series 2 picked up a 3 and a 4 at the 11 respectively. But as it stands right now, Jared, a full 5 here at 12 and you are through to the next round. But Jack Christie, he's the sort of skier who's going to want to be the first to take down the 11-metre line. Here he comes, 12 from the city end. The big strapping Aussie, good start on 1. He hooks up out of 2. Heads now across to 3-ball. He's getting it done. Little ski chatter at 3, though. Needs to regain some composure. He's in trouble, but I think he's stayed in the hunt. He's narrow and late for 6, but he will squeak out the exit gates and run the 12. Conditions have improved, though, and I would expect the scores to start picking up.
I don't know. So I think your dad and I were saying earlier, it's sometimes about mind games with slalom, isn't it? You go through that point where you've seen a few skiers go and fall early, then you kind of think, oh, geez, is the sight skiing as well as what I can physically see it be doing? And I think then it just throws a bit of doubt in your mind. And once you've got a little bit of doubt, you need to be fully committed in slalom, don't you? You can't sort of back off at all. But
yeah, I mean, the way I was describing it, which is a reference perhaps something the New Zealanders will get, but it seemed like there was a taniwha in the water somewhere down there at the city end of the river, just sort of grabbing people's fins or skis in certain turns and pulling them down into the river. It was bizarre, some of the early falls. But the hoodoo seems to have been broken. Of course, our last 3 skiers, Jack Christie here in Series 1, but of course the last 2 skiers in Series 2 as well have all made it through the 12-metre line. And of course that's all you need right now to get through to at least the LCQ round. But these skiers will be starting to look at what can I do to make it through to the final outright, because as we saw on the women's, if the LCQ round is a tough place to be, our 3 top seeds will all be in it. So you definitely want to relieve that pressure and punch your ticket through to Monday afternoon slalom finals here in regular competition. Jack Christie, he'll be thinking if he can run 11, he gives himself a really good shot at making it through that final.
yeah, and that's what he's going to want to do. He's going to want to run this 11. I know he has been skiing pretty consistently. The last few, we've had a few 4-round slalom tournaments. We've had the MOOMBA slalom 4-round. We had Albury. We've had Mawala. Oh, he's taken a big hit at 1 ball there, and it looks to be a half on the 11.25 for Jack. As you said, it's enough to get him through to the LCQ.
That's disappointing for Jack. Just unfortunately, a little bit like we saw from Tobias Georges. He had his shoulder in the water around 1. And he tried to hold on, but he ended up looking like one of those spinning teacups in the fair over there across the wakes. And obviously that was the end of his efforts. So he will, of course, join Carter Eaton, Bautista Ahamada, and Archie Davis in what we suspect will probably be the LCQ round. Not sure what that cut will be to make the outright final, but we do have 4 skiers confirmed through to the next round in some capacity.
And coming up, we've got Italy's Edoardo Morenzi. We'll have Trent Nelson Cranfield from Australia, Damien Eade, USA, Nicholas Atkinson from Austria, and Jaden Eade. That's where we're going to know what that bubble score is to make it into the final. It's so hard, though, isn't it? I know forums, water ski forums around the world are going berserk with what's happening here. People are waking up and seeing some of the scores and going, they can't be right, can they? We're at a professional tournament, first major tournament of the year, and we're seeing scores in the Series 1 and still no one has completed 11.25.
Well, it's a Friday evening in North America, just gone into the workday on the West Coast. And I'm sure folks are enjoying a well-earned cold beverage tuning in to the webcast here of the 2025 MOOMBA Masters, towed exclusively by the world record-setting Ski Nautique. And, of course, big program of slalom today, Jared. We're in the top men's slalomers. We do have, I'm super excited, the men's jump coming up later this evening as well, a Saturday night jump. We got some wakeboarding as well. So all sorts of amazing action for folks joining us, whether online or here on the banks of the Yarra River. It's a hot day in Melbourne. Hopefully you can find some shade. One nice thing about that breeze we had earlier is it did just knock the top off the heat.
Yeah. And a little bit of a head breeze on this next pass, on this first pass, I should say, but shouldn't matter too much with Edoardo Morenzi of Italy, who is about to tackle this slalom course.
Yeah, one of the, Edo, a personal favourite of mine, one of the real hard workers of world water skiing. He's a bit of a journeyman. He puts in the hard work. He shows up at just about every tournament everywhere in the world, chasing. Doesn't matter whether it's slalom, trick, jump. He's the complete package, young Edo. And he's always out there looking to perform. One of the regulars on the World Water Skiers overall tour. Of course, overall probably the strongest discipline for him. But he'll be out here, I'm sure, in all 3 events, slalom, trick, and jump over the course of the weekend. Real talent. Out of Italy, Edoardo Morenzi coming to course the 13-metre line.
Personal best of 1 at 41 off the 10.25 line. Still, all he needs is to get a score of 5 on the 12-metre line just to get himself into the LCQ. Didn't have the greatest MOOMBA 2024. But he's back. He's back with a vengeance. Wants to get through to the final. And it's a nice opening pass there on the 13-metre line.
Yeah, I mean, he's been putting in the hard work in the off-season. He's been training over in Chile, I think, with the Gonzalez family in Joel, Poland, through the North American winter. And he's made some real strides in his skiing. I think 2024 was an interesting year for Edo because in some sense, I think he would have been quite disappointed with a lot of his performances throughout the year in terms of placements at tournaments, results. But I think he got personal bests over the course of the season in all 3 events. So it wasn't like he wasn't improving. He just couldn't quite find the results when it mattered, I guess, at certain key points throughout the season. But what it shows is this is a young man on the rise, on the come-up, and he is really looking to probably start his 2025 season on the front foot.
And it's very hard too, isn't it? You think about overall and being able to compete at that high level in all 3 events. You don't get too many skiers that can do it and make finals and still be competing in all 3 events. We see Joel Poland, of course, he's a bit of a unicorn of the world. But, yeah, being able to compete, it does take a lot of time on the water to be training for 3 events. It's not easy if you're only going to do 2 or 1 event.
No, it's incredibly challenging. I mean, the water time it takes to train all 3 events. You think most of his competition as we move through Series 1 here are going to be slalom specialists, but guys like Edo are training all 3 disciplines. He comes in now from the city end, 12 metres. He needs to get all the way down it pretty much to make it through to the next round. Good start here from the Italian. He heads across to 3-ball. He's getting it done so far. It's one of the tidiest we've seen. He's a little bit slow out of 4. He's on the front of the ski, pops the handle. And unfortunately, what that does, Jared, is it ties him for the last spot into the final with, I think, Patricio Zohar, which means it'll be a nervous wait. If every skier from here on out exceeds it, I think we might have a runoff situation. No, we don't do runoffs.
No, you won't
at
do a
Moomba?
runoff. Won't do a runoff for replacing. It'll go off the seating ring. So,
So he's in then.
Because they're seated, yeah.
Okay, so he is into the well, the LCQ round at worst. Because he's a higher seed, he does go in ahead of Patricio Zohar. So he's got that consolation at least, but that was bizarre. It was such a strong start to the pass. He just got a little bit out of sorts at a 4-ball and rocked out of balance on his ski.
We saw 4-ball's pretty well right in front of us, and we go back to that replay. You see him as he comes around 4. He kind of had to stay patient and waited until the line got tight before he could lean, which threw him down course. We'll see it here. Sort of see turns, waits, and then starts to move across. Didn't quite keep the ski moving. And then he kind of had to take a big 5-ball because he knew he was going to be late if he was. But so just hearing some chatter there, Curtis, on, of course, we have a river transit break at 1 p.m. And so just working out which ski is going to ski before the transit break, which one's going to ski after. Looks like we're going to try and get down to Nicholas Atkinson. And then we will have that, then we'll have the top 8 after that.
Oh, it's a kind of a fitting end point, isn't it? Because we'll know after that skier what the cut is to make the final outright, and we can stew on that a bit while we open up the river to let some boats through, hopefully. Right now, though, we have Trent Nelson Cranfield, TNC. Good bloke out of Australia, opening up 13-metre line. And pretty tidy stuff from the Aussie to kick off his campaign here at the 2025 MOOMBA Masters. Cruisy through the 13-metre line.
Yeah, nice work there from Trent. Been training down at the Latrobe Valley Water Ski Club with Archie Davis over the past couple of weeks. They came down a couple of Monday last week and been training down there and getting ready for MOOMBA. I was talking to Trent before and he kind of said, it's all good skiing on a nice man-made lake. Come here and then look at what the conditions were like. He really can't replicate that, but he's been waiting a long time, Curtis. I know Trent, he's been coming to MOOMBA for a number of years now, probably a long time. We're talking sort of 8 to 10 years he's been here. He's never had a girlfriend at MOOMBA. This year, he's brought his brand new girlfriend down and he's been strutting up and down, parading with her. So well done. Congratulations to Trent.
Well, that's going to be heartbreaking to many of the adoring female fans TNC has in the greater Melbourne area, but congratulations to him. Really changes the dynamic of the nightlife throughout the week, I'd have to say.
Yes, yeah, definitely. Big brother, brother Brandon's down there. Brandon's very videoing for Trent.
Now, I would love to see another Aussie through to the next round. Of course, we saw Jack Christie through and Archie Davis. Can Trent Nelson Cranfield, TNC, join the ranks? He comes into course from the city in 12 metres.
Needs to get more than 4.5, an equal 4.5 to go through at least a minimum to the LCQ here, but he's looking dialed in here. Trent Nelson Cranfield, he turns 3, looking across to boy 4, yes, snaps 4. He's going to turn 5. Put your hands together, Melbourne. He runs the 12-metre line, Trent Nelson Cranfield.
Never looked in any doubt. That's, I think, the tidiest 12 we've seen so far. Probably speaks a little bit to how the conditions have changed throughout this event. Obviously, that wind that was channeling through, it was the wind because we are river. Wind has all still there on the side, runs out to Port Phillip Bay. We've got plenty of movement on the water, some bounce back, but you'd have to say conditions seem to have improved considerably from what we had earlier in today's slalom.
We'll certainly be happy with that. Let's see if we can get him chasing that lead of Carter Eaton of 4 on the 11.25. Curtis, as you said, 3 at 11.25 for Batista and Marta, and then Jack Christie with half at 11. You'd think that we're into Series 1 and we still haven't seen anyone take down the 11.25. This Melbourne crowd will start going wild if we're going to see scores at 10-7, I'm sure.
Well, Rob basically pulled out the highlighter earlier and said that it was going to take running 11 to make that top 8, and he could well be right,
Yeah.
but it's going to take one of these next few skiers doing it to make that a reality. Could TNC be the first skier here to run the 11-meter line on the Yarra River? We didn't have any of the juniors quite do it. It's very challenging. Of course, 11, the first line length with the rope they are being towed by, is not physically long enough to get them outside each of those red turn buoys, so they really have to start using some of their height to get around each buoy, laying down almost parallel with the water. Crunch pass coming up, TNC from the Swan Street Bridge end.
Here he comes into the bumpy part of the course that start and enter buoy number 1 as he turns in. Here we go. Gets around. Oh, no, a little bit loud. Just didn't quite get the connection out of one ball there for Trent. And goes down with half on the 11.25.
Yeah, well, the boys are coming out swinging. They're chasing that big score. And unfortunately, our last 2 Aussie competitors ending in a similar spot, falling off around 1 ball on the 11. They will, of course, get to ski again, but most likely in that LCQ round, which will be very challenging to emerge out of.
Good shot there on the webcast, just looking back towards our main crowd area. Of course, everyone's trying to fight for a bit of shade, being that's what are we pushing? We're on, it'll have to be sort of 26, 27 degrees at the moment. The sun is shining. Beautiful day here in Melbourne. The MOOMBA Festival's kicking off. Everyone's here.
Well, let's take a moment, Jared, to appreciate that beautiful GM Marine Ski Nautique towboat, the best in the world as it heads down the Yarra River. Geez, it's a beautiful boat. The striking lines, the angles. You would have read a bit of Nautique copy in your day, mate. You're on the payroll.
Hey, mate, best tournament towboats in the world, of course, especially with the 100-year anniversary this year. There's some special touches on those Nautiques. We're actually going to go during wakeboard. We're going to head up and we're going to have a look at the display G23 that's up behind the main judges area, and have a chat to Tony Brower, the director of GM Marine, and also hopefully Brian Sullivan from Nautique.
Yeah, I was keen to go have a look at that boat, but I obviously didn't look dressed the part. I think I got to go change in my number ones, get the old black tie on before I'm allowed anywhere near that boat. But geez, it looks great from the outside.
I'm actually heading over before the US Masters this year. I'm actually going over to the GM factory. Tony's inviting me over to the GM factory, so I had a bit of a look at the inside into GM Marine and how sort of all the engines come together and the testing facilities and the dynos, and yeah, getting to see that in Detroit where their main factories are. And then of course head down to Florida. We're going to head across to the Nautique factory as well. So a bit of a water ski tour in May there.
Oh, lovely. Should be on every water ski and Nautique fans' bucket list, doing that tour of Detroit, Florida. Of course, heading to Georgia for the US Masters. But we should be getting ready to get underway with your junior MOOMBA slalom champion, skiing up here now against the pros, looking to make his mark on that event as well. Of course, out of the United States of America, Florida, Damien Eade, but he does have some pretty strong Kiwi heritage. People who have been following MOOMBA for many years will remember Damien's father, Kyle, from New Zealand, Kiwi, being one of the strongest contenders in jump and overall even slalom across a couple decades. The next generation now, though, is Damien. Comes in, of course, 13 metres from the bridge end. He's had a chance to feel out the river throughout the junior competition and looks pretty composed here as he makes his way through this opening 13-metre pass. Well, 32 off for our American viewers.
Easy as you like, goes through that. We'll just started at 14 during the junior comps. Now, being the opens, we have to step it up and start at 13, but looked like he ran that pretty easily there on that opening pass. But
so Damien in juniors got 4 at 11 both rounds, which, funnily enough, is the current lead in this event. So he'll have that squarely in his sights. And as we sort of move through this field, we're getting closer and closer to knowing what that cut is going to be to make it through to the final. Damien, only one more skier after him, and we'll know for sure what it is. So he'll want to leave the water with the lead.
Oh, you have to if you want to. You want to be straight through to MOOMBA Monday. But I was thinking before, Curtis, and I'm no expert. I don't think this is the way our skiers would be thinking. But if you wanted to, and you wanted to have a bit of an extra set out there and go to the LCQ, Do you think that's something that maybe the skiers might want to do? I think you.
I had thought about that, but look at how it turned out in the women's. Because
exactly
now,
right,
if you're in that LCQ, we've got Whitney Reaney, Regina Jacquis, Elizabeth Island, as well as a whole host of other very capable skiers battling out for just 2 spots. So that cut is probably going to end up being higher than the original cut to make the final, you'd think by all accounts. So I think you really want to avoid being in that LCQ. It's going to be so cutthroat. Here we go, though. Damien Eade from the city end, 12 metres.
Eyeing off those entry gates. Nice, little bit of a tail breeze at his back. He's going to push him down course, but looking to stay on top. Keep that line tight. He does. Big turn at 3 ball here. Now he's at 4. No, shakes it up. Can he just get the ski around 5? He does. Oh, he's going to run the pass. Put your hands together, Melbourne, for the youngster. Out of the USA, runs the 12-metre line.
Look, showing experience and wisdom well beyond his 16 years out there as young Damien Eade. He was in all sorts of trouble multiple times throughout that pass. He kept a cool head. He just kept on trucking through the pass. Even there at 6 ball, he had to do some pretty inventive stuff with the line to take the hit out the gates. So great work there from the, the Kiwi/American. We're claiming him for New Zealand, of course. A great day for New Zealand in junior slalom yesterday. All Kiwi podium.
Yeah.
Well, look, his grandfather played rugby league for New Zealand, and I think that makes you a New Zealander for life.
Yeah. Why not, hey? Black and white through and through, just like a Collingwood supporter.
Okay, well, he picked up 4 both rounds. That's the lead. Could Damien be our first skier to run the 11? He's certainly capable of it. You put him at sort of the man-made water ski lakes he's used to back in Florida. I'm sure he runs 11, 8 days a week, backwards with his eyes closed. But out here on the Yarra River, nothing is guaranteed.
Yeah, personal best of 1 of the 10.25. All of the next skiers are all capable of running the 10.75 metre line. So a good minimum 2 passes behind where you would usually see our skiers performing. But Damien Eade, he's going to look down under that Swan Street Bridge and think to himself, what do I need to do to take the lead here? He needs more than 4 to take the lead. He's going to be through to the LCQ, but wants to set himself up to be in the final straight away. Here we go, Curtis. Bring us through 11.25.
Yep, the fisherman from Polk County comes around 1. Good start on 1. He heads now from 2 into 3. It's a little bit slower to 2. He's going to have to make up some ground. Huge 3 there from the American. He's in the hunt at 11 metres. He's going to take the lead. Is he not quite? He slips just inside 5. And Mr. Consistent, because for the 3rd time this weekend, Damien Eade has got 4 on the 11.25.
Even with that, the score equaling will be the highest seed, so that he will now be the score to beat to get through. If no one surpasses more than 4 now, he will go through, even though it's a tie back. We still need, of course, there's 1 skier still to come with Nicholas Atkinson. If Nicholas doesn't go more than 4 on the 11.25, which I think this is going to be tough. You've seen Nicholas out there at the University Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, he had the top score in the prelim round. He threw his body on the line in challenging conditions to get 2 1/4 at 10.75, and the finals didn't go his way. I think he missed out on the podium altogether, unfortunately, but he's in some good form. Of course, out of Austria, but he's been training in Central Florida. I think he's a student at Rollins College, so he has had some chance to ski through the North American winter. Let's put your hands together, folks, for your junior MOOMBA champion, your current leader in the men's slalom, Damien Eade. Yeah, gives himself a fighter's chance at making it directly through to the final with that 4 at 11. He just needs 2 of the next 9 skiers to score less than that, and he will avoid that LCQ, which is a bit of a trap for young players, I'd say, at this tournament. I think it's going to be very hard to get out of the LCQ round. Conditions are improving, though. The current's starting to rip out of it, though, isn't it, Jared? That's the other thing at play here. The wind may have dissipated, but as we approach low tide, that current is picking up in knots here by the minute.
Now we're basically sitting midway through the tidal change. 4 o'clock is what it's estimated to be, like low tide. So that river will start to be flowing pretty solid. If you're watching on the webcast, it'll be flowing out or down towards the Melbourne City end. So just another intricate detail here in the world of slalom skiing on the Yarra, isn't it?
It's funny. We talked a lot about this earlier in the day. There's so many variables here. I've talked to a few of the skiers, and I think the attitude from many of them is you could tie yourself up in knots trying to figure out the Yarra River, but at the end of the day, good slalom technique is good slalom technique, and it works in any conditions. So you just have to go out there, be confident, be aggressive, trust yourself to stick to the basics and run the pass, whatever the current's doing, whatever the river's doing. And if you try overthink it, well, I think that can really make it difficult on you.
That's usually the problem, isn't it? You sometimes, especially when you're getting coached, you kind of think about what you're trying to do, and then you sort of forget the main things you're supposed to be working on. And yeah, slalom is such a mind game for those of you who don't run a slalom course. But here we go from Austria, Nicholas Attensum. He's a professional singer, karaoke singer out of Austria. You've heard the way that he sings, I'm sure, Curtis, at the Uni Worlds, but cruises through that
great yodeling voice.
Yeah.
I think he's a professional in the sense that he's been paid on several occasions to stop.
Yes, exactly. That is exactly right.
Yeah, starts off very calm and smooth there. I suspect for Nicky this may be his first visit to the Yarra River.
He was here last year.
He was here last year, okay.
Made the slalom final last year. Or may have just missed it. I can't remember if he made it or he just missed out.
Well, he started off nice, and he's probably got the pick of the conditions so far. Not a breath of wind out there. Tide receding. There's a current, but it's not at its strongest by any means. It's a pretty gentle current for now. I think conducive to see some big scores. I'm surprised we've yet to see someone run the 11 metres. And we're getting set up now for 12 metres for the big lanky Austrian. Part of that victorious Austrian team taking out the University World Team title. What an upset that was, taking down the giants, America and Australia, with just 4 skiers. And he was their one specialist, their sort of ace in the hole in the slalom event. But yeah, huge historic moment, becoming, I think, just the 6th nation to win a world's title. So now, from the city end, out of Austria, Nicholas Ampersand on the water, 12 metres.
See him eyeing, yes, snaps one ball, breaks forward a fraction out of 1, but needs to stay onto it. Keeps it out there, nice and tall at 3 ball. Now working into boy 4. That looks better as he heads down towards the later end of the pass. He's going to be through to the LCQ. And there you go, out of 6 boy there.
He got better every turn because the start wasn't ideal. He was slow out of 1. He fell over a bit out of 2. But from there on out, he found his stride, got into a good rhythm, and in the end ran a fairly tidy 12-metre pass.
I'll be honest, I made a bet with Nicholas yesterday, and I said that if he wins MOOMBA, he's told me what he's going to do. We're going to have him out there in the middle of the Yarra, and he's going to do a song for us. He's going to sing for us. He's going to sing for the entire crowd. Now, I said, well, you can do that, but it's going to be on Tuesday when no one's here.
Yeah. We wouldn't do that to the good people of Melbourne. So last skier before the transit break will be back underway at 1:10 with our final 8 skiers. And we will know after Nicky what the cut is to make the final. Of course, the lead right now, 4 on the 11.25. If Nicky can exceed that, he will remain the skier on the bubble. If not, we will know there are remaining 8 are chasing 4 on the 11 to make it outright through to the men's slalom final. I think he's the sort of skier who could be the first run 11. He's looked so calm out there. Obviously not the best start at 12, but he recovered well. And sort of 10 of his 12 turns so far have looked just magic.
And we're saying is what we've seen from all the other skiers here this morning, it seems to be the city end is the tougher way to be travelling. So hopefully now with this 11.25, bit of confidence under his belt, can run this next pass.
Yep, you hear the roar of the GM Marine Ski Nautique towboat coming out from underneath the Swan Street Bridge. Nicky Ampersand out of Austria chasing his berth into the men's slalom final. Can he be the first to run 11 This is real short line skiing. The rope does not reach outside the boys, but he's a big lanky lad. Not a great start on one. He rocked back on his heels. He needs to claw back from the grave here. Does the big Austrian. He throws himself at 4. I think that will be it. A tie at 4, which means the cut to make the men's slalom final will be 4 on the 11.25. Of course, he does go ahead of Damien Eade and Carter Eaton on the basis of seeding, and he gives himself a really good shot at making that men's slalom final.
Almost means you're going to have to run 11.25 to get into the final. I'm going to say if you get to full ball, you're almost a shoe-in to run it. But still, solid effort. We saw some better scores than what we saw from the series, from Series 2. But Curtis, it's going to be exciting. 8 skiers left. We're going to have Jaden Eade, Nick Adams from Australia, Stevie Ireland of the USA, Joel Poland from Great Britain, the hot favourite and the Australia's chance to take a win here in the MOOMBA Slalom. Lucas Cornell. We'll then have Charlie Ross from Canada, Thomas de Gasperi from Italy, and then your defending slalom champion from Great Britain, Freddie Winter. If you're a slalom fan, come straight back. Don't even turn your screens off. Don't even turn the webcast off, because you don't want to be going anywhere, because we're going to get our finalists for the 2025 MOOMBA Masters after the break.
Yeah, we do. We get a short break back at 10 past 1. And I think I'm going to nip off and maybe check out some MOOMBA Masters merch from the booth. We got some great specials on deals there. Of course, you can buy a wind cheater, a polo, a T-shirt, and a tote bag for a special commentary team rate of $110. The full package. Just mention the commentary team sent you, and they'll hook you up with that deal. I might even go check out a couple of fair rides.
Yeah.
Excited, maybe I'll throw me in the teacups for a little bit.
We'll see you back after the transit break at 1:10 to continue on with the 2025 MOOMBA Masters here, brought to you by GM Marine and, of course, your Ski Nautique.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here at MOOMBA for 2025. Men's Slalom Seed 1 is in continuation. And if you're here on the banks of the Yarra, welcome. If you're watching the webcast around the world, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. We're going to be about to go through with our next 4 skiers in Seed 1 Slalom. Towboat is going to do a simulation pass back from the city end to the start dock. And we'll be back underway with Jaden Eade. So Jaden Eade, Nick Adams, Stephen Ireland, Joel Poland, 4 very famous slalom skiing names. Then I believe we will have another transit. So there's another transit coming up before we do our last 4 slaloms. It's a little bit of a stop-start affair, this Seed 1 of slalom, but it is what it is. We're on an open river. We have to satisfy the council and keep things moving along. So see the magnificent GM Marine Nautique towboat head back down towards the start dock. The current cut at the moment, where it stands, is 4 at 11. So if these guys want to make their way into the slalom final on Monday afternoon, they need to ski 4 at 11. The cut may drop depending on what happens, but that is the score as it remains at the moment. On that cut at the moment, we have Nikki Adesan from Austria and Damien Eade from the USA. Of course, effectively, because of seedings, Nikki's slightly ahead of Damien. Oh, and Carter Eaton as well, too, also from the United States, is on 4 at 11. So 3 skiers there. But effectively, Nikki Adesan is ahead of those other 2 because of his superior world ranking. But who knows? All 3 may get in at some stage. It just depends what happens. Anything can happen here on the Yarra. And, of course, we do have the LCQ as well. So the next 8 skiers will make their way into the LCQ, get another life. At the moment, the cut for the LCQ tomorrow, I think, sits around 4.5 at 12.
Correct.
So welcoming back Jared Fraro and to help me out here with the slalom. Jared, conditions, just a little bit of breeze now from the city end.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tougher as we sort of head through. Jaden, of course, being out there in the junior comp. But yeah, we're going to have a tail current. So that your ski is going to want to be moving faster as you come into the buoy. But then this headwind is going to be actually trying to stop you from creating speed. So kind of a bit of a... doesn't knock each other. People think that your tail current headwind might knock each other out, but it's forcing your lower body to do one part and your upper body to do something different. But let's see, challenging conditions. Let's see if we can get Jaden Eade, our junior MOOMBA Masters silver medalist here in 2025.
Junior world champion, though. Junior world champion. So he's got the creds, this guy. One of the youngest guys ever in our sport to run 10.75. And he makes his way down this pass pretty comfortably there on the 14.25 metre line. That's 28 off. If you're watching back there in the United States, the yellow shortening opens up nicely. And he'll shorten now onto the green 13 metre shortening. So if you watch this replay, Jared, not really any problems at all here for Jaden.
Yeah, not at all. Would have used the past 2 days almost practice sets just to get himself dialed in, and looking good there, Jaden Eade. As you said, skiing at Ski Fluid, where Dad's got his own ski school. You know, a lot of Aussie skiers get to go over there and ski with Kyle, and Kyle spent a bit of time coaching some of our Aussie juniors as well. The boys were training prior to here up at Moala, getting themselves dialed in, which is great. We love having the Eades around. Fun family. Going back, I think Kyle's last appearance here, remember, was 2009.
Almost won the jump. Oh, so close. So it came down to the very, I think he jumped 66.6 metres, and it was, he led for 4 or 5 skiers, and then the very last jump of the great Jarrett Llewellyn pipped Kyle at the post there. He finished second in the jump, but it was so close to winning that MOOMBA Masters jump title.
The one thing I'll never forget, the one thing I remember about Kyle when he was a jumper was his the Valvoline skis.
Yeah.
He used to have the sponsor by Valvoline, perfect V as he came off the ramp.
Well, here we go. Jaden Eade now. This is 32 off, 13 metre line from the city end. Conditions don't look too bad at the moment to me. Good start on 1. Nice and early on 1. Round 2 he goes. Stands up a little bit out of 2, but he's fine. Round 3. Looking good, isn't he? Jaden Eade, 13 metre line. Cross to... sorry, this is 12 metre line, isn't it?
Yep.
Sorry, folks. Getting a bit confused there. 12 metre line there for Jaden. runs that 12-metre pass. This guy's, of course, starting on the 13-metre.
Just talking to a couple of skiers earlier about the starting line lengths. I know usually, remember it's changed a little bit over the last 2 years, of course. We used to have a preliminary round, then a semi-final, and then the final. And the preliminary round, skiers could start at 14. Now, because we've had a bit of a short time schedule, and only having now a preliminary, basically a preliminary and a final, that starting line length now is at 13. So it makes it a little bit difficult for some of those juniors that are sort of moving up. And a lot of those bottom-end skiers wouldn't usually start at 13 as well.
It's going to be a big test here for Jaden. As good as he is, world junior champion, he's got to get 4 boys here. Anything less than 4, and he'll end up in the LCQ, which is fine, but you don't really want to be there. He'd much rather be straight into the final. He's got a reasonably decent tail current now. I think that tail current's picking up a little bit, Jared. So he's going to have to be right on his game here to get 4 or more on the 11.25 metre line.
Good way to judge the current, if you're watching on the bank, is look at boy number 4 on this pass, and you can actually see the boys that's bobbling in the water. You can see a little bit of a V start to make its sort of form behind the back of the ball. That's where you can sort of see how strong it is. The further you see that V start to come, the stronger the current is. But
Parks Victoria do such a good job of keeping the river clean now. If you were here in the 80s, you could tell by water bottles or even maybe beer cans floating down the river, but it's so clean now, the river.
Fridges.
Fridges, yeah. It's so clean now, you have to look at the water circulating around the turnbulls and boat buoys. So here is Jaden E. This is big. This is 11.25 metre line, 38 off. He needs 4 boys if he's going to get straight into the final. You want to avoid that LCQ if he can. Big 1 ball. He's on time and early for 2. This is not a bad start across the 3. Starting a little bit late out of 3, but a good 3 ball. Round 4 he goes. Oh, sensational stuff from Jaden Eade. Is he going to run the 11.25? I think he can. Cross the 6 he goes.
Yeah.
Put your hands together. That is really good skiing in that tail current. Through to Monday afternoon slalom final. A wonderful achievement.
Finally, we see someone crack the 11.25, and it is a junior skier through to MOOMBA Monday. That is fantastic work there from Jaden Eade. You've claimed him as a New Zealander?
Temporary claiming as a Kiwi, just because his grandfather's here, his New Zealand grandfather's here, because his dad's a Kiwi. Grown up, his mum's is Canadian, so he could have skied for the New Zealand, Canada, or what they've chosen to do, which is probably the smartest thing, is choose to ski with their mates on US teams. They've grown up the US. We do have a gate review here, folks. So
it's good.
It's good, is it? Oh, excellent. So that didn't even need to tell you that. But there was a gate review, but the gates are good. So we're going to continue on the 10.75 metre line. First slalomer of the day, actually, on the 10.75 metre line pass. So good skiing here from Jaden Eade.
First of the tournament so far.
Yes,
the juniors,
absolutely. First of the tournament.
The juniors ended up in 10.75 either.
So things are looking up here. MOOMBA Masters, Jaden Eade runs the 11.25 metre line. Here he comes now from the city end on the 10.75, Jared.
Yeah, here he comes. Eyes down to the Melbourne City end. He's going to pull out on that ski nautique. Now look towards getting through, touching those entry gates. Long reach for boy 1 here because it's a quarter of a metre shorter to reach. The boy S turns back to the wakes before the boat guides. 2
Great
on
score.
the 10.75. Yeah, why wouldn't you be?
That's a really good score from Jaden Eade. He's straight through to Monday afternoon's final. First skier to be guaranteed of skiing Monday's final. So well done to him. Well, we're going to go to one of the Aussie hopes, of course. Local Victorian, Nick Adams will be next up.
Yeah, we'll just wait for Nick Adams to make his way into course. Of course, scratching this year should have been next on the water, should have been Joel Howley. He was originally positioned to be skiing next, but unfortunately not making the pilgrimage down here to MOOMBA.
Is that a cyclone thing?
Yeah.
Cyclone
well,
thing?
I believe it.
I
believe it was to do with the cyclone. Could have been some other factors involved there too, but we certainly missed Joel. The crowd loved getting the Aussies G'd up, and We've got a couple coming up. Of course, we'll have Nick Adams and then a hot favourite, the youngster, Lucas Cornell. A lot of people saying this could be the year for Lucas Cornell to win a MOOMBA Masters title. Looking even back, Glenn, we were talking earlier, who was the, and anyone could tell us this, we'd love to know, because even the great Bruce Coburn doesn't know this, who was the last Australian to win a men's slalom MOOMBA title?
Yeah, that's right. And I've had this discussion a couple of times. I think it was Brett Thurley in 1993, but I need to confirm that if I can. So that's a while ago now. What's that, 32 years? Since an Aussie has won slalom at MOOMBA.
So originally from Beaumaris, now residing up at Corowa and training a lot of our junior slalom skiers. They'll go and ski with Nick up at Lake Mutamir or at Mulwala. I haven't actually seen Nick yet. We haven't seen him down here on site. Usually we see him down here with Mum and Mum Anna and, of course, Dad John. And looking a little bit shaky on pass one, a little bit late out through 6 for 13. But
rocking the ponytail.
Yeah.
Out there.
Rocking the man bun.
The man bun. At least it's not actually on top of his head, though, so it's more of a ponytail, I think. But who would I be to be a fashion expert, especially when it comes to haircuts?
No, definitely looked nice there. 37-year-old. Personal best of a score down on the 10.25. Was 6th last year. Made it through to MOOMBA Monday last year. Love to do it again.
Yeah, you got a little down course there. That's a current bringing him down, but it doesn't really matter. He's got all 6 boys. That's all that counts. Beautiful afternoon, isn't it? Just a nice temperature. Watching water skiing, around 29, 30 degrees.
Good to see some of our water ski fans on the northern bank too. Good spot over there, isn't it? You watched a bit of night jump from
I actually watched night jump from over there. Yeah, it's great. It reminded me of the old days when we used to commentate from the other side. Some great viewing over there.
All right, so back on the water now, Nick Adams. This is the 12-metre line now as he big one ball. Needs more than 4.5 to get himself at least through. Oh, geez, he's late here at 3 ball. He's working now to 4. Waits, pulls long and hard to 5. Oh, no, it's a 4.5 again. But on seedings...
Yeah, LCQ, I think he's going to... I'm not going to 100% guarantee it, but I'm going to make the call that he is going to sneak into the LCQ with that score.
That goes to the calculations here that Nicholas Attenson of Austria will go through to MOOMBA Monday's final, and Nick Adams will book himself a ticket into the LCQ with that log jam of 4.5 on the 12-metre line.
Don't know 2 ways about it, though. The LCQ is going to be hard. Really hard.
The women's and the men's are going to be hard.
Exactly, because the cut's going to be way higher than it is to make the final, if you know what I mean. So you're going to have, in the men, you're going to have 8 guys in the LCQ looking for 2 final spots. So being in that LCQ, it's like a lifeline, but it's not going to be easy. It will be a challenge for sure for any of the guys to get out of that LCQ and into Monday's final.
Okay, we're just looking down there at Nick Adams as he's heading towards a pickup boat. You just see how fast he's actually travelling down the Yarra. So that's just showing how quick that current is moving. I know he's going to be a bit disappointed there, Nick, but he still has another chance. I like this format. I think the format of having the LCQ is kind of a little bit of a safety barrier for those that have travelled a long way to be here. All right, for our Aussies, they get another chance, but it's a good way of having a bit of a safety blanket. If they do make a mistake, they can still make it through to the MOOMBA Monday final. This was your idea, wasn't it, Glenn? I believe.
It was, actually. Well, Curtis,
I'm going to call it your idea.
Yeah, thanks, mate. It was my idea. I prefer this than last year where we had I don't even know what it was, repechage or something. People skied, but there was nothing on it.
Bit of a demonstration.
It was a demonstration. So Stephen Ireland will be our next competitor in the United States. And then we'll have Joel Poland follow him, and then we'll have another transit, unfortunately, but we've got to keep the river open. Here's Stephen Ireland now, 32 off, and he's in trouble, and he's gone. He's gone on his first pass all the way from America, and unfortunately he's lost it on his opening pass. Devastation on the water for Stephen Ireland. It's going to be 2.5 on his first pass. And that is, geez, that's a tough pill to swallow after a flight all the way from the US. Heart goes out to him. The tail current, of course, would have been bringing him onto the buoys a little bit quicker than what he was used to. Wow.
Wow. Do you know what, though? Commiserations there to Stevie Island, but it means that another Eid is through to Moomba Monday's final. Damien Eid looks like he'll go through to Moomba Monday's final. But yeah, certainly heart goes out to you, Stevie Island, unfortunately there with 2.5 on the opening pass. But ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, please, for Steve Island of the USA.
Well, congratulations to the Eid boys. Sensational stuff. Oh, there you go. So it is, Brett Thurley was the last Aussie to win, but it wasn't 93, it was 95.
You went far off.
And actually, that's kind of embarrassing for me because that's the first year I commentated at MOOMBA. So I was actually commentating, but I've forgotten. It was a while ago. So Brett Thurley, 95. Last time an Aussie won at MOOMBA.
So just heard some chatter then too, Glenn, with that. I think you just mentioned it before about Joel Poland will be our final skier before we have another transit break. And watch all the boats, all this Melbourne traffic, this boat traffic that's been going through during the transit breaks.
Yeah.
Been busy out there, isn't it?
Wow. Heart goes out to Stephen there. That's tough. Yeah, you do understand that the transit is a public river, but it would be nice to see a few more boats coming through, wouldn't it, Jared? But we'd be quiet. We're certainly super grateful to Melbourne City Council for letting us have water skiing as part of this wonderful festival. Well, Joel Poland, 58, 13-metre line, and it's a rare thing. Jared, but Joel is one of those skiers that actually could win all 3 events. You know, it very rarely happens. He's the world overall record holder, but he's good enough to win slalom, he's good enough to win tricks, and he's good enough to win jump at MOOMBA Masters. Now, that probably would not have happened for many, many years. I'd like to see the stats on that one. Such a super athlete. Has been here now for, I think, 3-4 years.
Well, hasn't been here since 2019 was his last MOOMBA. Of course, he had some visa issues going with 2020, and then had a couple of year ban. But he's done what he can. He got a lawyer involved and got some people involved from the MOOMBA committee to sign letters to say that he's one of the top athletes in the world, and he is. He's done something that I don't reckon, Glenn, not too many people will ever be able to replicate. 12,000 points in tricks, run the 10.25 and jump 70 metres.
Exactly, yeah. It's a magnificent athlete. We had the pleasure of having him out in New Zealand December, January, and Gray did some coaching for us. Enjoyed, did a bit of a camper van trip around New Zealand, spent New Year's in New Zealand. He sort of an honorary Kiwi at times. I'm not going to claim him.
You just claim everyone.
No, I'm not going to claim him. He doesn't have any New Zealand parents. I am claiming Damien Eid, though.
He looks pretty
past me.
Does he not look pretty happy there?
He's pretty happy. He's in the slalom final. But, you know, Joel Poland, no, he is definitely not a Kiwi, but I think he loves New Zealand, and he's a big fan of New Zealand, so there you go.
Yeah, Joel, we said the same thing last year at the US Masters in Callaway Gardens. He made it through to all 3 finals, and we thought, is this a chance that we could see someone win the US Masters? It's the elite of the elite there at the US Masters, and there's only 8 competitors. And Joel was in all 3 of them. Just shows the...
And, yeah, we'll watch Joel here on the 12-metre line, and then I'm going to explain to you maybe why it's so hard to think of someone winning all 3 events. Here he comes down the 12-metre line. Round 3 he goes. He's pretty on time and early here. No worries at all for Joel. Bit of slack line on 4, though. Makes him a little bit late for 5, a massive 5 ball. That's probably the earliest anyone's been for 6 there. Well done, Joel Poland. The reason why it's hard to imagine someone winning all 3 events in a massive massive event like this is just the body shape that it takes to be a top slalom skier compared to being a top trick skier and compared to being a top jump skier. You know, is you've got to have that sort of all-round. I think probably generally you would say Joel has the body of a jumper and a tricker rather than a slalom skier, maybe. You know, but he's just so good on the ski. Turns the ski so well. He's got that big match temperament as well, doesn't he?
And
Joel Poland?
when you think about his personal best being at 43 off, he couldn't actually physically make the turn buoy. So his personal best is 0 at 43 off. So I mean, he's what, maybe 5'10", then to have a rope length that is so short that, what are you, nearly 1.75 meters shorter?
Yeah.
You literally would have to be perpendicular to the water to be able to reach the buoy. But yeah, look, you know what? We said earlier about training for training for overall, being able to compete at that highest level at a world stage is phenomenal. And the amount of time and effort that has to go into it is just crazy.
Well, it's so good to have Joel Poland, the world's best water skier, back here in Melbourne, competing at the MOOMBA Masters. So he needs 4 on this pass to get guaranteed of going through to Monday. He's at the moment he'd be in an LCQ if he was to stop skiing now, but he's not going to stop skiing now. Let's see if he can't. I mean, Jade needs run 11, so that suggests that the rest of the field can run 11. Let's just see how he goes here. Joel Poland from Great Britain, behind the magnificent Nautique towboat, #1 tournament towboat in the world. Conditions right now not too bad actually. The wind's just dropped off. Great 1 ball there at 11. Joel Poland, a little bit slow out of 2, but he's okay for 3. Big 3 ball. He's on time here for 4. He's got 4. He's through to Monday's final. Can he run the pass? Round 5. Oh, late for 5, and he tried to do the Hail Mary turn, drop the arm in the water. He couldn't quite pull it off. But put your hands together, Melbourne. Joel Poland is through to Monday afternoon's men's slalom final.
So official score 4.5 punches his ticket into MOOMBA Monday's final. So well done there to Joel Poland. So 3 spots, 4 spots are guaranteed now, and they're going to go to Damien Eade, Damien Eade of the USA, Nicholas Attenson of Austria, Jaden Eade of the USA, and Joel Poland of Great Britain. Congratulations, gentlemen. You are through to MOOMBA Monday's final, but still 4 skiers to come, Glenn. We are going to have that quick transit break, and then we'll be continuing on with Lucas Cornell from Australia. Australia's hopeful to be through to MOOMBA Monday's final. Charlie Ross from Canada, Thomas de Gasperi of Italy, and then, of course, your defending MOOMBA Masters champion, Freddie Winter. But we'll be back in, what do we got? How long we got here, Glenn?
It's going to be a little while because that went quicker than we thought. So if we're back at 2:10, it's, 35 minutes away. So a little bit of a break now, guys, unfortunately. We'll be back with those top 4 slalomers.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. If you're joining us on the webcast, we'll be back in a few moments. Just grab yourself, go grab something to drink, something to eat, because there's still plenty of action coming up. We've got the continuation of the preliminary slalom, and we'll also have wakeboard after this, and then, of course, we'll have the men's jump preliminary round 2, Glenn. So don't go anywhere from the 2025 MOOMBA Masters presented by GM Marine and, of course, our Ski Nautique.
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the continuation of this Series 1 men's slalom elimination round. We are about to get back underway. The towboat is doing a simulation pass. Back down to the start dock. And we've got our final 4 seedings in men's slalom Series 1. They are chasing 4 on the 11.25 metre line to get a guaranteed spot in Monday afternoon's slalom final. And I think they're still chasing maybe 4.5 at 12 metre to get into the LCQ. So it's all in front. The conditions pretty good. If anything, that wind's turned around. It's we've got jump coming up later this afternoon, and it's actually looking like a bit of a head breeze at the moment for jump, which should be great. The conditions are on the improve because we're heading down towards low tide. Still a couple of hours off low tide, but conditions are on the improve. I've got Jared next to me here. Jared, this should be exciting, these last 4 skiers.
Yeah, last 4 skiers coming up. Of course, Lucas Cornell, hot favourite. Charlie Ross hasn't quite performed to his liking over the last couple of years here at MOOMBA, so being the 3rd highest seed, will really want to stamp his authority on this competition. You know what? He's the master. He has got so much experience, the most experienced in the field from Italy, Thomas de Gasperi, and then, of course, your defending MOOMBA Masters Slalom champion, Freddie Winter, be our final competitor. But Lucas Cornell, where are we, Aussies? Where are we, Queensland? Let's get behind him. It is Lucas Cornell, our first skier in this.
So much said about Lucas over the last couple of years. He's been one of the big improvers in world slalom, an absolutely sensational wonder kid out of, I think, still 19 years of age, maybe just turned 20, out of Queensland. And just an absolute sensation. Did so well in the Northern Hemisphere summer last year on the Pro Tour. And in all sorts of form, running into 10.25 on numerous occasions in any kind of conditions over the Australian summer. So he is, in some ways, carries the weight of a nation on his shoulders. 30 years since Australia last won the slalom title at MOOMBA. And Lucas is up against some very good skiers if he wants to get the win for Australia. But he's in such good form, and you just get a little look at how good was that 13-metre pass to start. Chance together, Lucas Cornell.
What you said there, Glenn, is exactly what Lucas is about. It doesn't matter whether it's perfect conditions or it's rough as buggery. He will fight tooth and nail. I know that watching him at the US Masters a couple of years ago, and he ran a tailwind. And that's where he really stamped his spot in the professional ranks, where people go, how did he run that in the juniors when he's skiing junior masters? And in a tailwind, no one else could even get close to it. And Lucas just came and blew it out of the water. And yeah, just being able to ski in all conditions. That's what you want as a slalom skier. It doesn't matter if you can ski on a nice flat lake, private lake with no wind. It's easy. When you can battle conditions, whether it's tailwind, headwind, currents, those sort of things. It's the grit and determination that he's got is Lucas Cornell.
He's a super talent. He's been chased hard by a lot of the big universities in the States to go and join their ski teams, but he's decided to go to uni in Brisbane, a loyal Australian, and he's going to see out his college here in Australia, which is great for Australian water skiing. Not so good for the collegiate scene over there. Would have loved to have had a skier of Lucas's calibre on any team, I'm sure, but...
I just have to wait for Uni Worlds.
Okay, here we go. Lucas Cornell. This is 12-metre line now, 35 off the blue shortening. Comes around one nicely. Give it a 2. So early and on time, isn't he? Easy as you like. 4 ball, cross to 5. Oh, sensational. Put your hands together, Melbourne. That's a magnificent pass from Lucas Cornell, the Aussie hero here. So good. Easily the best 12-metre pass of today's men's slalom.
Just a call for all of our open men's jumpers, if you could please bring your ropes down to Nigel near the start dock to be homologated, please. All of our open jumpers to please have your ropes homologated by Nigel. Thank you.
So Lucas has given himself at least the chance of another ski tomorrow, and he's done enough to be into the LCQ, but he'll want to be straight into the final, I'm sure. And He's only 4 buoys away from that, so if he gets 4 buoys on the next pass, he will be into Monday's final. I would say Lucas's main aim will be to run this pass, not only run this pass, but come back and run the next pass. So we'll wish him the best as he comes on course very shortly on the 11.25 metre line.
Taking home the bronze medal last year, has his sights set on being a MOOMBA Masters champion. Can Lucas Cornell do it? Get himself through to MOOMBA Monday's final. As you said, Glenn, 11.25 coming up as we see that 6.2 litre GM Marine engine and that Ski Nautique now making its way under the Swan Street Bridge. That rope length of 11.25 metres. The rope doesn't reach the boat, doesn't reach the buoy, sorry. And here he is, Lucas. Can we get more than 4 to get him into the final? Big 2-ball there for Lucas Cornell. He's working hard here at 3. He's there at buoy number 4, edging now to 5. He does, breaks forward, leans long and hard to 6. Put your hands together, Melbourne. Lucas Cornell runs the 11.25.
For all intents and purposes, that was actually a pretty average pass from Lucas. He didn't start well. He looked a little bit all over the show, but the beauty of Lucas Cornell is he just kept fighting hard, and he got through and he ran that pass. You know, it wasn't. He's definitely run 11 a lot earlier than that and a lot smoother than that. But he got the job done, didn't he, Jared? Despite a pretty average start on 1, really good skiing. He's so strong, so confident, moves so well on the ski.
I think it was this one here, 4-ball here. Oh, no, it was 6-ball, sorry. But yeah, the 4-ball he got...
it was a big turn, wasn't it? But one boy, he just kind of stood up out of 1 almost. I think we might see a replay here. Was not the greatest 1-ball at 11, but still manages to run the pass. Oh, it just rears up a bit.
Yeah, just a little bit slow coming out of 1-ball, but much better that 3. I think here at 4-ball, yeah, that's what kept him going.
Well, current lead at the moment is with Jaden Eade. He has 2 on this next pass, the 10.75. I'll be picking Lucas to run this pass, Jared, here. I think it's going to be tough. It's very short. We saw how hard it was for him to run 11, but if he can get a good start, I think it looks pretty nice down that city end now. Things have kind of turned from when we started this men's slalom. Into 1 boy he goes. Slack line on 1, so he's going to be in trouble here early. Out of 2, yeah. So 1.5, so it's a solid score. Put your hands together for Lucas Cornell. He's through to Monday afternoon's final. But he will have to do it from back in the field a bit. He won't be won't be last off the dock. At the moment it'll be Jaden Eade, but there's still 3 very good skiers to come that could get ahead of Jaden. So a solid score from Lucas. Not the absolute barnstorming score that he wanted maybe, but he'll be just happy to be through to Monday's final.
Yeah, that's the goal. Just get yourself through, and we'll go back to the replay and go back and have a look at the replay. Just didn't look like he got the connection out of 1-ball. Looked like maybe a little bit of... You'd think with that head current, slight little head breeze, it may have stopped him, but it's like the ski was a little bit fast, had to wait, be patient, and then just sort of loaded up across the wakes, and unfortunately over-cranking 2-ball, but... Just looking at him swimming there, he's swimming, trying to swim upriver, and unfortunately he's not going anywhere, so the current is still moving quite quickly. For those of you getting a chance to see Lucas right in front of them. We go now to the under-21 World Slalom Champion. Personal best of 4.5 on... 5 at the 10.25 out of Ontario, Canada, now residing down in Winter Garden in Florida. It is Charlie Ross.
Yeah, Charlie will start on the 13 metre line, of course, 58 kilometres per hour, 32 off. In improving conditions here on the Yarra. Nice shot there of the Swan Street Bridge with our magnificent GM Marine powered Nautique towboat. 100 magnificent years of Nautique building the best ski boats in the game. Here we go, Charlie Ross now, 13 metre line. just be a warm-up pass, but we do know the Yarra, it's never just a warm-up pass on the Yarra. Got to be on top of your game. He looks fine at the moment, Charlie, as he makes his way around 4. Comes across to 5. And that's a nice pass, Jared.
Yeah.
Nice 13-metre pass.
Get that one under his belt. Been hanging around the ski side for a couple of days now. But yeah, it looked pretty good. That gate shot there just looked like he jumped on it a little bit as he was making the turn for the entry gates. But 13 metres, you have a little bit of room spare, but you wouldn't want to do this the next couple of passes. Yeah, Charlie Ross completing 13, bringing back on the 12-metre line.
Of course, long time water ski fans here at Moomba and the Yarra and the Melbourne. Remember his dad, Drew Ross, of course, had some success here at Moomba back in the 90s. Drew's here, of course, supporting his not only Charlie but his daughter Neely, of course, both featuring in the Senior Moomba Masters.
Just waiting for him to turn now as we see the 60-second timer go off, and Charlie Ross now coming back on the 12. We said the score to beat to go through to the through to the LCQ is going to be 4.5. Needs to get more than 4.5.
Nice little head breeze here, though, isn't there?
Yeah, he's going to want to be straight through to Moomba Monday. Great 2-ball there, early for boy 3. Now working his way here at 4. Stands up nicely, early for 5. And there you go. Put your hands together, folks. Charlie Ross runs the 12-metre line.
Yeah, lovely stuff from Charlie. Nice 12-metre pass. Well, we know he's going to ski again because at worst he's going to be in the LCQ. But now we get to see, it's been the same story for quite some time now. 4 on this next pass. The 11.25 is the score he needs to make it through. Straight into Monday's final.
Of course, a couple of big names missing from this slalom field. Of course, Nate Smith, Will Asher, not making their way over here. Of course, Joel Howley, as we mentioned earlier, he was originally supposed to be lined up and be skiing. Some of our top slalom skiers not making their way to Moomba this year. Tell you what, Moomba in 2 years' time, Glenn, is going to be something. If all of these skiers still stay in the open, when we have the World Water Ski Championships here in 2027, a week and a half before Moomba, the cut to get into Moomba is going to be quite high, I'm going to say, in 2027.
Yeah, you're right. I think I'm going to have to quit my job, mate.
Yeah.
End up in Victoria for 3 weeks.
Come stay at my place, mate.
Thanks,
no
mate.
dramas.
Appreciate it. Be so good to get a Open Worlds in Australia. Hasn't been one here since 1965. Good to get those Worlds in the Southern Hemisphere summer. Okay, here's Charlie Ross now. This is 38 off, 11.25 metre line. Under the iconic Swan Street Bridge he comes. He needs 4 to be into Monday's final. Good start on 1, really good start on 1. Waits for 2, round 2 he goes. He's on time and early. He's got 3s. This is looking really nice from Charlie. Round 4, cross to 5. That is a really nice 11.25 metre pass. Easy as you like. Put your hands together because that really was a great 11.25 metre pass.
Looks like his maturity level has certainly improved. He's grown on him there. Charlie Ross just did what he needed to do. Stayed in exactly the same position through each one of those turn buoys and runs the pass. Probably the best 11.25 that we've seen. Just waiting there for 3-ball. Perfect out of 4. Moves nicely into 5. And again, nice exit out through 6. And we're bringing back now 10.75. Between that, if you're just joining us, the pylon on the boat is 11.5 metres away from the turn buoy, and that rope is, of course, shorter. It does not reach the turn buoy by 3/4 of a metre. Can Charlie Ross be the first competitor to run the 10.75 or at least give himself a top 3 spot going into the final on MOOMBA Monday. Needs more than 2, which is currently held by Jaden Eade of the USA. 1.5 from Lucas Cornell. So just waiting that ski nautique, team nautique athlete as well, Charlie Ross. And here he comes.
10.75 metre now from the city end. The current lead is 2 for Jaden Eade from Jaden Eade. Let's see if Charlie can't do more. Into 1 he goes. Big 1 ball across the 2. He's out of 2, nice. He's definitely going to get to 3. He's around 3. Charlie Ross is on time here on the 10.75. Round 4. Oh, geez. Good score, though. Put your hands together. 3.5 on the 10.75 metre line. Coming out of 3, I thought he could run that pass, and he looked in good touch to Charlie. He'll be happy as he makes a swim back. 3.5 on the 10.75.
Man, he looked like he was in a good position. It is 3 ball here, though. Got on it. I reckon he's even in a good position there to turn 4 ball. Didn't look like he's a little bit down course, but it's like may have hit a roll. We saw a little bit of a similar situation when we saw Regina Jaquez fall at 2 ball. The ski sort of came up in front and sort of right on the back of the tail, but no, great work there. Your new leader, ladies and gentlemen, he's on the pickup boat. Put your hands together, please, for Charlie Ross of Canada. 3.5 on the 10.75.
2 left. It's our 2 top seeds, Italian Thomas de Gasperi and the defending champion from Great Britain, Freddie Winter. So some real we've had a couple of youngsters, quite a few youngsters really, when you think of the Eade boys and Charlie Ross and Lucas Cornell, but now we go to a couple of veterans of professional slalom skiing. These are the guys that have been around for a number of years, have a lot of experience in professional slalom skiing. Thomas de Gasperi, former winner here at MOOMBA, of course. Multiple-time competitor at MOOMBA. I'd love to know how many times. He must have been to at least probably 15 MOOMBAs, maybe. Quite a few.
I think it's almost 20.
Wow.
I think it's caught in 19 or 20.
Yeah, it's a big supporter. Of course, now a Team Nautique athlete too, Thomas de Gasperi.
Yeah, it was a great Nautique signing there when Thomas got a chance to be part of the Nautique family. And look, since he's been there, I said to him earlier when I saw him yesterday, he's actually trimmed down a lot. Not that he was ever a big guy, but he just looks super fit for someone who's into their 40s. He's been doing a lot of boxing, bit of CrossFit training, and look, this is the best I've ever seen him look.
Yep, former Dancing with the Stars winner, of course, in Italy. Bit of a household name for a while there in Italy. Bit of a TV star.
I'm actually heading across to Italy in a couple of weeks, Glenn. I'm going to swing past Thomas's ski lake. If you follow Thomas on social media, the lake where his family have their ski school in Trento in Italy is phenomenal. Like the picturesque site that they've got up there. I thought I'm driving from Munich down to Italy, and I thought I've got to swing past and have a look. So why not while I'm up there?
Is this a work trip or just
it is a work, trip.
That's a pretty good deal. Fortunately, my work trips don't often take me to Southern Europe.
They might take you to the South Island.
Yeah, around New Zealand.
Fifth last year here at MOOMBA. It's his second highest seed. He knows that he needs to get down this 12-metre pass. Can he do it here? Thomas de Gasperi, a little bit of a chatter of the ski at 1 ball, but stays up. He's so tall, makes it easy to reach for the boy there at 3. Now he's working at 4. Looking good here, Thomas de Gasperi, round 5. And there you go. He is through the exit gates on the 12. Now Shawnee up to the 11.25.
Yep, so he's definitely skiing again, no matter what happens now, because he'd make the LCQ, but he's here to make the final. He doesn't want to muck around having to ski again tomorrow, because that's going to be carnage. It's going to be so tough. If you get caught in that LCQ, there's going to be 8 skiers vying for 2 spots. It's not somewhere you really want to be. You want to get yourself straight into that final on Monday. And they ask, the aim for that is 4 at 11, so you can get 4 on the next parts, he's through to the final.
Yeah, so still all the way back. That bubble score is still getting held currently by Carter Eaton of the USA with 4 on this next pass. He's 11.25, and then Bautista Omada with 3. It's funny, isn't it? Like each year we talk about like the bubble cuts and where it should be. Always seems to be around about that same mark. Even though this is the highest cut ever to be in the competition this year, the cut's still where we would usually see that semi-final cut.
Yeah, I think you can argue conditions haven't been quite as good today than normal. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, it'd be a bit tough on, I mean, someone's got to miss out. It's unlikely, but between T-Gas is out there at the moment and Fred Winter, I'm pretty sure they're going to exceed that 4 at 11, which means Carter Eaton's going to be forced into the LCQ. But he's actually tied with 2 other skiers, or maybe even 4 other skiers at 4 at 11. Because of his seeding, he's just back a bit, so he's going to be forced into the LCQ. Carter Eaton, of course, sharing an Airbnb with my son and a few other San Diego State students, so it's been a bit of a party house, so probably slalom pretty well considering the late nights. But anyway, back on the order, here's T-Gas, 11.25 metre line. Great start on 1. 4 will get him into Monday's final. Reaches across a bit for 2, but he's around 3. Bit of slack line on 3, but he's getting it done. Over to 4 he goes. He looks very good. He's into Monday's final. Can he run the 11? You bet he can. And there we go. Good pass, full pass. Put your hands together. The Italian former champion, Thomas de Gasperi, runs the 11.25 metre line.
That's what we wanted to see. T-Gas through to another MOOMBA Masters Monday final. Go back to that replay. Looked good, didn't he? 1 ball, set himself up. Got 2 ball under his belt. Just worked his way down. Was methodically going through the motions there on that 11.25. All the way there and around and out through the exit gates at 6. 10.75, 3.5. Here's the score to beat. Currently held by Charlie Ross. 2 from Jaden Eade of the USA, and then Lucas Cornell from Australia sitting with 1.5 on this 10.75 pass. T-Gas, though, one of those skiers that's been around for a number of years on the Pro Tour circuit, and he's still 5.5.
Yeah. 10.25, you'd have to say. But I've often said about T-Gas, if he needs to get 2 or even 3 at 10.25 in any kind of conditions, he's the one guy that seems to be able to get it consistently. Okay, here we go, 10.75. Current lead is 3.5 with Charlie Ross from Canada. Round 1 he goes, but slow out of 1, but he's okay, over to 2. Comes across from 2, he's in trouble for 3 though. Solid score, put your hands together, it's going to be 2, I think, judge's call, but 2 on the 10.75 metre line. Ties himself up with Jaden Eade, which because of his superior seeding will put him ahead of Jaden Eade on the dock, but still Charlie Ross hangs on to the top score of 3.5 at 10.75.
Yeah, great skiing there from Thomas. He'll be happy with that. I know he was a little bit cautious when he was getting ready a little bit earlier. Just worrying about what's happening, seeing all the skiers from Series 2 falling early, and like that'll give himself a bit of confidence knowing he's just flown in and he's been able to go and score on the 10.75. But 1 skier left, folks, and then we will know who has booked their spot into MOOMBA Monday's final and also into our LCQ. He is, of course, the world champion, current world champion. He is the MOOMBA Masters defending champion. Broke his leg 9 months ago after a crash where he hit a dock. He's fought his way back. He said that he'd be back for MOOMBA. He's fought his way back. He's been working hard on his recovery to get himself to where he is today. And he's about to perform for us here, our top seed. And he's, of course, Freddie Winter of Great Britain.
Yeah, it's interesting, just how fit he is. He's come back from that broken leg only 9 months ago. I guess he's be desperate to try and defend his title, which is good on him, and I appreciate that. Get back down to MOOMBA. Even if he's not completely at full fitness, he wants to be here to try and defend his title. And, of course, up until last year, MOOMBA had always been that one title that had eluded Freddie. He'd never had a MOOMBA title, and he picked it up last year, which was great to see. And let's see how he goes. First job, though, of course, is to get into the final on Monday.
And you talk about, an episode came out from TWBC that focuses around last year's Moomba and how much it actually meant to him about winning last year and the effort and time that it's spent being able to start so early, get himself ready. And hats off to him to be able to come back from that horrific leg injury. And look at that, he's just cruised
Nice
through that over
pass,
13
good 30
metres.
metre pass. Good to have him back competing on the pro circuit. He's shooting onto the 12 metre line.
Of course, big year in the world of tournament water skiing. Of course, we've got the under-21 Worlds. Under-21 Worlds and then the Open Worlds in Italy coming up. So a lot of our competitors will be heading across to there later on in the year.
And one of the biggest pro tours
Ever.
yeah. There's a tournament after tournament because US Masters coming from May, but there's plenty of other professional tournaments going on, and then those world titles. Because we know the big tournaments, though, MOOMBA, US Masters, Under-21 Worlds, Open Worlds, plus a few more, are all towed exclusively by this magnificent Nautique towboat. #1 tournament towboat in the world. Really is class above the rest, the Nautique towboat. 100 years of excellence now from Nautique. 1925, of course, involved in the war effort were Correct Craft, supplying boats for the US Navy during World War II. But anyway, back on the water now. Here's Freddie Winter. This is pass number 2. This is the 12 metre line, 35 off. On time and early for 3 ball. Getting it done, no worries at all. Over to 4 he goes. Across the 5. Around 5. Slightly late here for 6, but not an issue. As he goes around 6 and out the gates. And that's put your hands together. That is a full course here on the 12 metre line for Freddie Winter. He looks to be in good form.
He's guaranteed to ski again at a minimum, but still has some work to do if he wants to punch his ticket into the MOOMBA Masters final. Going back to that replay, just looked comfortable, didn't he? Didn't look like he was rushing, on time, a little bit late towards the end, but didn't sort of change the way he skied that pass.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the dynamics of an LCQ, and I'm thinking all those guys that are lined up in the LCQ are probably cheering Freddie on here. Because Freddie Winter's not a guy you want in the LCQ because you know he's so good, he's probably going to take one of those 2. There's only 2 spots up for grabs in the LCQ.
When you look at the women's LCQ,
well, they've got Regina
and
Whitney and Elizabeth Montavon and Sadie Ferguson. So that's going to be tough. But yeah, I reckon those LCQ guys will be kind of like, come on, Freddie, get into that final. All due respect to Carter Eaton, but I think they'd rather take on Carter in the LCQ than Freddie Winter. So 4 on this pass is the goal. If he gets the 4, he's straight into Monday's final. If he doesn't quite make it to 4, he's going to have to ski again in the LCQ tomorrow, and that would mean that young American Carter Eaton would be through to that slalom final. Beautiful afternoon here in Melbourne. It's been a great tournament so far weather-wise. Yesterday was a great day. We've got wakeboard coming up after this men's slalom, and then, of course, we've got the men's jump elimination round, so plenty happening. Ski show later on, night jump later on. Beautiful Saturday's afternoon here in Melbourne. Here he comes now, Freddie Winter. This is crunch pass, 11.25. Must get 4 clean boys if he's going to be straight into the final. Comes around 2, bit of a lean over in 2, but he's okay. A little bit late out of 3, though. He'll get to 4. Big 4 ball. Well done, Freddie. Around 5. He's going to be late for 6. I don't know if he's quite going to get there. No. But he's through, folks. Freddie went to 5 on the 11.25 metre line. He's through to the final. So Jared will just give us a quick rundown, if he can, on who's in the final and who's in that LCQ tomorrow.
Yeah, so looking at the numbers there, your top seed going into MOOMBA Monday final, no doubt he would never have thought this was going to be the case, but hats off to him, the youngster out of Canada, Charlie Ross, with 3.5 on the 10.75. We'll then have Thomas de Gasperi and Jaden Eade with 2 at 10.75, and Lucas Cornell with 1.5. They're going to be your top 4. The other 4 competitors making it through are Freddie Winter, Jaden Eade, Nicholas Attenson, Damien Eade, and of course Joel Poland. So they've already punched their ticket. The last 2 spots will come from either of the next 10 competitors, and they will be Nick Adams from Australia, Trent Nelson Cranfield, Edo Marenzi, Jack Christie, Carter Eaton, Batista Ramada, Archie Davis, and Patricio Zohar. That is going to be where we're going to sit. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, please, for Freddie Winter as he comes back through to a MOOMBA Monday final and has a chance to defend his title. But I'll tell you what, stick around. Not only we've got the wakeboard coming up, but Glenn, we've got the men's jump preliminary round this afternoon, starting from about 5 o'clock, 5:40. Take us all the way through till night jump tonight. So stick around. Exciting times coming up, Glenn.
Absolutely, looking forward to it. We got wakeboard coming up now, folks. Stick around, wakeboard, and then we'll be back at just after 5 p.m. Australian time for the men's jump elimination round. That'll take us through to close to 7:30. Then we'll have a quick ski show. Then we'll be back with the night jump tonight. So some good evening entertainment for you guys around on webcast. And we'll sign off for a minute. We'll hand over to Stu Wilson very soon, the wakeboard commentator extraordinaire. And we look forward to seeing a bit of wakeboard action here on the air.
We'll bring in the G23 to welcome. Go grab yourself something to eat, come back for the wakeboarding. We're just going to do a quick course change, and we will be back with the continuation of the 2025 MOOMBA Masters here, presented by GM Marine, and of course, the official towboat over there from Nautique.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, how about this for a day? It is, well, MOOMBA Masters, and what incredible conditions we've had here, and what a day of skiing this has been. The women's and men's slalom has been absolutely incredible down here on the Yarra River. And, well, just like our commentators alluded to, we are going to change things up just a little bit now, and we will be moving over to our pro women's wakeboarding. It is semi-finals here, folks, and this is going to be an incredible competition. We have 10 of the best riders in the world right here in Melbourne. They've traveled from all around the world, from countries like the USA, from Chile, from Argentina, from Italy, and of course Japan and Australia as well. It is a true international field. 10 of the world's best riders. We've got the world's best wakeboard towboat out here, and that of course 20 and that is going to be hitting the water. And that means it's going to be wakeboarding time. We're only a few minutes away, so sit back, relax, get excited, because Pro Women's Wakeboarding is coming up next in this 2025 MOOMBA Masters. Well, there she is, folks. That right there is the Roswell Marine Edition G23, the 2025 Centenary Edition, and it just doesn't get any better for wakeboarding than that. The biggest wake in the industry and just an absolute luxury craft out here on the Yarra River. 100 years of boat building excellence, and it all comes to this right here. That is the G23, an absolute incredible wake-making machine. And thanks to Nautique Boats, that will be our towboat out here this afternoon. Well, you got the world's best wakes and you got the world's best riders. Of course, we've got this incredible location here. The water is dead flat, barely a breath of wind, and we've got a massive Melbourne. Doesn't shape any better than this here, folks. There's going to be some incredible competition. What's going to be happening here? We've got 2 heats. Now, they are 2 semi-finals with 5 riders in each. Now, of course, there is only 2 spots up for grabs in tomorrow's final, so this is going to be an incredibly tough and tight competition here. Straight after our top 2 riders in each of these heats, well, they go straight through to the final. But for our other 3 competitors, they will go through to a last chance qualifier. And the last chance qualifier will be happening straight after these semi-final heats. So we have a massive afternoon of wakeboarding action coming up here, folks. Not only heat number 1 and heat number 2, but the LCQs following that, well, that is going to be kicking off very, very soon. Of course, the G23, the Roswell Marine Edition, that is just finishing up the simulation pass, and that can mean only one thing, and that is we're about to get started in this Pro Women's Wakeboarding semi-final. Now, of course, we mentioned the 5 riders in each now semi-finals. Well, we are about to kick off semi-final number 1. And let me read out a few names, some absolutely massive names in the world of wakeboarding, the world's best in these semi-finals. We have Kit Smith from the USA, all the way from Florida, and great to have her here in this perfect Melbourne conditions. Following her, another one of our Florida locals, that is Akira Lewis. She will be a second rider here in this semi-final. We, of course, have Nasha Holscher from Chile. She'll be a rider number 3, and then, well, rounding out this incredible semi-final number 1, Rebecca Gange. She's a big name in Australia here. Of course, she grew up in Australia and now she resides in Claremont, Florida. And Rebecca Gange, one of the biggest names in Australia wakeboarding, well, she is here in this Pro Women semi-final. And then last but most definitely not least, Eugenia de Armas from Argentina. How about this for a field here, folks? We got the USA, we've got Chile, we've got Australia, and we've got Argentina. And this is just semi-final number 1, and we are just moments away with our first rider, Kit Smith, representing the USA. Well, folks, the action is off and running. Our first rider, Kit Smith, is on the water. We got the G23, the world's #1 wakeboard boat, out here as our towboat, and we're up to speed and ready to go. Have a look at the size of these wakes as Kit Smith comes in, and there is a very nice grab back roll there from Kit Smith, and oh, she's lost the handle. Oh, folks, how about that? That is heartbreaking. For a, well, to start off this wakeboarding contest, Kit Smith, she came out charging the wake, went very, very big, as you can see from the replay screen, and then, wow, just losing the handle. So, well, that is certainly a surprising start to this wakeboarding contest. But, of course, it gives us the perfect opportunity to explain a little bit about how this competition is going to be working here today. Now, each of our riders, they are going to get 2 passes here, folks. So, one down towards the city end of the Yarra River here, and then we will be spinning the G23 around, having a quick break of 45 seconds to let the water settle, and then we will be back for pass number 2, heading towards the bridge end of the course here. Now, each of our riders, they get 4 tricks on the way down. They get 4 tricks on the way up. And of course, they will be trying to impress the judges with how big they go, how technical the tricks are, and how stylish they make them look. Each of our riders does get 1 fall. Kit Smith using up that freebie, and now she is back on the water. There's a hillside approach, and there's the indie grab back roll. Not a problem that time. So that's what she was looking for. On her toe side approach now, and a very big toe side front row, and oh no, folks, this is heartbreak here. Kit Smith has gone down for a second time in this pass number 1, and that right there means that that is the end of her run. You fall once, that's okay, you get a pickup, but you fall a second time, and that is it. Wow, that is not the start we were looking for this pro women's semi-final, and Kit Smith with a couple of really uncharacteristic falls there from our competitor from the USA. Well, of course, we'd like to welcome all of our spectators down here for this wakeboarding action. A massive crowd on the banks of the Yarra River, and welcome to you all here. We've got a very big afternoon of wakeboarding action coming up here with our women's semi-finals and the LCQ. And of course, to everyone viewing from home, we've got a live stream happening as well. That is moombamasters.com.au, or you can head over to YouTube and search for Moomba Masters TV, and you can follow along with the action there. It's a live stream, and that is happening all weekend long, so you don't have to miss even a second of this incredible Moomba Masters action. Of course, this wakeboarding competition overseen by the WWA, the World Wakeboard Association, and they have an app that you can download. It's called the Ride Line app, and that app will have up-to-date scoring. So if you want to know the up-to-date scores there, you want to be the first to see which riders will be going through to tomorrow's final, well, download the Ride Line app. It's a brand new app available on the App Store and for Android as well. And make sure you can follow along with the Ride Line app from the WWA. Well, we've had one rider down here, folks, and we are going to keep the action coming because the G23 is back at the starting dock and picking up our second of our athletes here this afternoon, and that is Kira Lewis, another one of our US competitors and one of the most exciting names in wakeboarding right now. Kira Lewis, well, she's been on the junior pro and pro scene for a few years now, and great to have her back all the way from Claremont, Florida. and here at another MOOMBA Masters here in Melbourne. Well, we are on here, folks. This is Kira Lewis from the USA. Second rider in the semi-final, number 1 in our Pro Women's Division. 10 riders will be competing out here this afternoon, and the action is sure to heat up. And here we go, Kira Lewis now, and a very nice heel side back roll, grab an Indy on that back roll there. So a very clean start from Kira Lewis. Oh, I love that one. That is the nose grab scarecrow there. So the toe side front roll with the extra front side 180, and then back in there is the heel side 360. So the first of our spins from Kira Lewis as she comes on down towards the end of pass number 1, and the toe side back roll with the front side 180, the roll to revert, and put your hands together, folks, for Kira Lewis standing up that pass number 1. And wow, that is a very nice start for our US competitor. Now, of course, folks, as we look to the replay there, you'll notice that our riders do love to grab their wakeboard. A great example was that first trick there, the heel side back roll grab an Indy. That, of course, not only adding a layer of difficulty, but putting some personal style on her riding. There was another grab with that nose grab scarecrow, the front roll with the extra 180 there as well. And Kira Lewis, again, with that 360, grabbing the wakeboard around. So changing up the way she does her tricks, also making each one of them look very, very good. And that is a very big part of the wakeboarding action here today and how things will be judged. We'll be looking for our riders grabbing their tricks, making sure that they are putting some style in their riding. We want to see our riders going as big as they can. And then also, of course, that technical aspect of the tricks that they run, as well as how they mix up their run. Are they doing the same kind of tricks, or are they changing it up and having a good mix of spins, of technical flips, and of those stylish grabs as well? Well, Kira Lewis, she put on an absolute show for that pass number 1, and now here we go. We are back on the city end of the course. This is Kira Lewis, and that is a handle pass KGB to start this off. And Kira Lewis with a very big trick to start off this, pass number 2. And unfortunately coming a little short on the landing and going down there. We can see on that replay, Kira Lewis, well, she had that full rotation and just came up just a little short on the landing. So, well, that is going to be her first fall here today, and using up, of course, that free fall that each of our riders get. Of course, for all of our supporters right here on the banks of the Yarra River, this is a great opportunity to admire that incredible G23 Super Air Nautique from Nautique Boats. That is what 100 years of boat building excellence gets to there, folks. Absolutely incredible wake-making machine, and the world's best towboats at this event out here this weekend. So, well, here we go, folks. Kira Lewis now back on the water. She's had one fall down, and you can see she has wrapped the rope around her body, and there she's going for that trick again. So that is called the wrapped KGB, the back roll with the unwrapped 360 there as well. Now coming in switch stance for a cab 5, and Kira Lewis going down at the end of pass number 2. So that is going to be her second fall, and that is going to be the end of the ride from Kira Lewis from the USA. So we're seeing a lot of uncharacteristic falls here early in this semi-final, and often that MOOMBA Masters pressure, well, it can do it. As we look to the replay there was that wrapped KGB, the trick that took her down, and so good to see our ride straight back up, showing that confidence, getting that trick under their belt after taking them down. And then, of course, that cab 540 there from Kira Lewis, unable to get the full rotation, going down there. And, wow, she's been a tough start here. A couple of big falls here for this MOOMBA Masters competition in our Pro Women's Wakeboarding Semi-Final number 1. Now remember, we've got 5 riders in each of these semi-finals, and we've got 2 spots up for grabs in tomorrow's final. The other 3 riders will be going through to tonight's LCQ, the last chance qualifier. So, well, that is where it gets really, really tough because, well, there's no second chances on that one. But, well, we've had 2 of our US competitors here, folks, with Kit Smith and Kira Lewis. They have set the bar. They've set the standard. Now let's see if our next riders can leapfrog into tomorrow's final. Well, next up, all the way from Chile, it is Nasha Holscher. And I'm incredibly excited to see Nasha ride out here today. A super explosive style, and she is the next rider to hit the Yarra River in this Pro Women's semi-final. Well, here we go. The G23 is in course now, and we've got Nasha Holscher from Chile. She's our 3rd rider in this semi-final number 1. Something's off. This is a toe-side approach this time, and a very big toe-side front row. And, oh, well, folks, the hits, they just keep on coming. Oh, this is a real pressure cooker out here today, and Nasha Holscher from Chile, well, she went very, very big on that toe side front roll. As we look to the replay, up and over and just catching the top of that incredibly big G23 wake. And Nasha Holscher with a very early fall. Oh, this is really uncharacteristic stuff here, folks. A lot of spills in this, well, semi-final number 1 with our first 3 riders. Nasha Holscher, well, she's come out absolute foot to the floor, going very, very big with that toe side front row, and just unable to ride away from that one, catching the top of the second wake. And, well, that is a long way to fall when the wakes are this big here, folks. But we are back on here. Well, she needs your support now, folks, and make some noise because she is right here in front of you. From Chile, Nasha Holscher, and that is a laid out hillside tantrum, the up and over. Well, there is a trick on the board, and straight back in, and there is the toe side back roll with the front side 180. The roll to revert, and that is 2 tricks on the board for Nasha Holscher from Chile. So that is a nice comeback there, and she is going to get to ride through to the end of pass number 1 and, get her head back in the game and set herself up for this pass number 2. As we look to the replay, there was that very big toe side front roll, but, catching the edge straight to the face there. And, that is a very rough fall for Nasha. Straight back up, though, and as we look to the replay, we can see how she came back there. It was a hillside approach this time, and she had that laid out hillside tantrum, and then back in for the toe side roll to revert there. So 2 tricks on the board for Nasha as she tries to find her way into the final here tomorrow. Well, we're back on here, folks, with Nasha Holscher from Chile. 1 fall down. Let's see, how can she come back? And, oh, no, she's gone down again, folks, and that is fall number 2. Oh, I tell you what, there is holes everywhere, all over this course here today. Our pro women are really struggling with these conditions. As we can see, there was the wrapped KGB there from Nasha, and just unable to ride away, falling into that trough. And our first 3 riders and a lot of falls here today. Well, the door is open for our last 2 competitors, and that, of course, is Rebecca Gange and Eugenia De Armas, 2 of the best, and they are coming up next. But if we do have Jessie Mason in the crowd here, so Jessie Mason, if you could please come into the riders area and see Darren Robinson here this afternoon. So Jessie Mason, please do come into the official area here at our MOOMBA Masters. Well, folks, we've got 2 more riders to come, and I know there is going to be one heck of a lot of noise for this next rider because, of course, she is a massive name in Australian wakeboarding. She has a big supporter network here in Australia, and that, of course, is Beck Gange. She is the next rider here in this semi-final number 1. And I tell you what, all she has to do is stand up these 2 passes, and she could even find herself into tomorrow's final. The door has been left open with the falls we have seen so far in this semi-final number 1. And Rebecca Gange, can she take advantage of, the situation she is faced with? And we're about to find out, because she is our next rider in this semi-final number 1. And then following her, we of course do have all the way from Argentina, Eugenia De Armas. This is going to be an exciting finish to semi-final number 1 in our pro women's wakeboard action. Well, here we go, folks, in this absolute pressure cooker of a pro women's semi-final. Rebecca Gange from Australia, can she handle these conditions? Well, she's in on a toe side approach, and that is that very, very nice nose grab scarecrow there. So the front roll, frontside 180, back end. And how about that? The nose grab back roll, some real Beck Gaines style in that one. The toe side 540, so 1.5 full rotations there for Rebecca Gaines. And she's got one more trick here, folks, and just a very big hillside 3. Oh, that is a very nice pass. Number 1 from Rebecca Gaines from Australia, and that is how you do it there, folks. Nice riding there for Rebecca Gaines from Australia. Well, we're just looking at the replay there, and Rebecca, well, she looked solid all the way through that pass number 1. Start things off with that nose grab scarecrow, and it just looked as solid as it gets. The nose grab hillside back roll there. Some true Rebecca Gaines style in that one. And then, of course, the first of her spins, the toe side 5, making it look very, very easy there, as clean as it gets. And then that hillside 360, grabbing Mellon on her board. And, well, Rebecca Gaines has just stepped it up a notch or two with a stand-up pass number 1 here in this pro women's wakeboarding semi-final. I think she'll be pretty happy about that one. Rebecca, of course, no longer living in Australia, but residing in Claremont, Florida. And, well, that is a good way to shake out the cobwebs after that big trip all the way from Florida. At stand-up pass number 1, I reckon she will be pretty happy about that one. But here we go, folks. We are back on the G23 from Nautique Boats back into course. And Rebecca Gaines, this time wrapping the rope around her body, the wrapped KGB. And oh my goodness, she's fallen in that hole once again at the start of pass number 2. All of our riders somehow finding a bit of a hole out here and unable to get through that first trick. As we look to the replay, well, Rebecca Gaines wrapping the rope around her body, unwinding in that back roll, and just going just a little deep in the landing and, well, going down. I tell you what, the hits, they just keeps coming here and in this semi-final number 1. She had an incredibly smooth pass number 1, and, well, this pass number 2 is just tough for each one of our competitors here this afternoon. From up here, the conditions look absolutely perfect. Barely a breath of wind. Of course, we've got that ginormous Nautique wake. And, well, seems like it's a lot tougher out there on the water, but she's right here in front of you now, folks. Come on, let's make some noise and let's put our hands together for Australia's own Rebecca Gaines, making her way down through to the tail end of this pass number 2. There is the indie grab tantrum. So once again, getting the grab on that one. And will she get one more trick in? The toe side tootsie roll there. So the front roll with the back side handle pass 180. And Rebecca Gaines adding that element of technicality there for the end of pass number 1. So pass number 2, sorry, folks. That is a nice finish here for Australia's own Rebecca Gaines. Well, here as we look to the replay, Rebecca Gaines, there was that indie grab tantrum. So one of the tricks that she is very well known for. And, well, again, adding that element of style with that grab. And then, once again, switching it up, making it a bit more technical with that tootsie roll to round out that pass number 2. Well, of course, folks, The judges, they always have a tough job ahead of them. And if you want to follow along and get the up-to-date scoring, you want to download the Ride Line app from the WWA. And that is, well, available to download on the Apple App Store and for Android audio as well. And, well, that is the place where you can get the up-to-date scores here as they come in. We're still waiting. Scores haven't come in for our first 4 competitors just yet. That's because we've got one more to come. And I tell you what, there'll be some excited fans of wakeboarding out here this afternoon, because from Argentina, it is, of course, Eugenia de Armas, one of the biggest names in wakeboarding. And I cannot wait to see Eugenia as she heads the Yarra River and comes out firing, no doubt, for this pro women's semi-final. Well, she is up next here, folks, just moments away, all the way from Argentina, and that is Eugenia de Armas. Well, here we go there, folks. Eugenia, hillside approach, up and over, not a problem there. And then straight back in with the Tootsie Roll there as well. So Eugenia with a really high-flying start here. There's the first of our spins, and that is a very big hillside 540. As Eugenia comes down to the end of a pass number 1. And the cab 5, so back-to-back 540s. Well, make some noise there, folks. Put your hands together, because that right there is an incredible pass number 1 for Eugenia de Armas from Argentina. Well, we know that there has been some tough conditions out here for our riders, and Eugenia just making it look far too easy. Have a look to the replay here, wrapping the rope around her body, and that is a very confident start there with the wrapped KGB. The first trick there for Eugenia de Armas. We've seen a number of our competitors fall on that trick, and well, Euge coming straight out of the blocks. There was the Tootsie Roll. And then how about this here, folks? What a finish. We had that huge hillside 540 spin and then straight back in, this time for the cab 540 there for Eugenia de Armas. That is a very, very solid pass number 1. Of course, that last trick also wrapping the rope around her body. So, well, that wrapped cab 5. And that is an absolutely incredible pass number 1 there from our Argentinian competitor here this afternoon. Well, here we go. Last rider now. Eugenia de Armas in a toe side 5 this time. So again, 1.5 full rotations on her hillside edge. There's the indie grab tantrum up and over there for Eugenia de Armas as she heads in on her toe side edge. And how about that? Grabbing the nose of the board for that glide there. So something very different for Eugenia de Armas. That nose grab got glide and just coming unstuck right at the end of pass number 2. Going down there, but that is a very, very nice run here from Eugenia Armas from Argentina. And wow, she has just shown us why she is one of the top-ranked pro women's wakeboarders in the world today. Incredible riding out here from Eugenia de Armas. Have a look here, folks, on the replay. The toe side 5, smooth as it gets. absolutely incredible start to this pass number 2. There was that indie grabbed tantrum. I love the way she held that grab there and then straight back in. There was that glide, the nose glide there, and, well, really getting the board out behind her and, well, adding that explosive style. And then the Moby Dick for the last trick there. Unfortunately, unable to get the board all the way around. But, well, I don't think that is going to hinder things too much. And I reckon there's a very good chance the Huge will find herself into tomorrow's final. But those results, of course, they will be coming through in heat. For heat number 1, if you follow along online at the Ride Line app from the WWA. We're still waiting for those scores to come through, and I will announce which of our 2 riders will be going through to tomorrow's final and who will be going through to our last chance qualifier later on tonight. But we are going to move things on to heat number 2 in this semi-final. And folks, this is going to be absolutely incredible because this heat number 2 is absolutely stacked to the brim with talent here. How about this for some big names in wakeboarding? Well, straight out of the block, straight first rider off the dock in her rookie year. This is Abby Guinan representing Australia. She's up here from Tasmania, recently off a national title in the pro women's division. And here we go, folks. There is an indie grabbed back roll there for Abby Guinan as she heads on through. Now the toe side roll to revert, and Abby Guinan, going down on the landing there. Well, very uncharacteristic from Abby Guinan in her second trick in that pass number 1. And wow, we've just seen some heads. Have a look there, folks. She came out absolutely firing, very smooth with that hillside back roll, grabbing Indy all the way through. And Abby, well, she just never got the pop she was looking for on that one. And the toe side roll to revert there. And Abby Guinan, unfortunately, going down in her first year in pro women's division. Of course, this is her rookie year here, folks. She's representing Australia. She's fresh off a pro women's national title, and she is right here in front of you. Come on, Australia, it's time to make some noise. Put your hands together for Abby Guinan from Australia. One fall down. She needs your support right now. She's behind this incredible G23 wake, and here we go. She cannot afford to fall for a second time. And that is a very nice hillside tantrum. Up and over and well. 2 tricks on the board for Abby Guinan from Australia. The indie grabbed back roll. And of course, that hillside tantrum there. So, well, a start that had some ups and downs on that one there, folks. Some thrills and some spills. We've had 2 very big, nice tricks there with the indie grab back roll and, of course, that hillside tantrum. But that fall in the middle, well, that is definitely going to make things a little bit more difficult for Abby Guinan, especially with the class of rider that we've got still to come. How about these names? We're going to read them out very quickly here. We've got Giulia Castelli from Italy. She's your next rider off the dock. We've got Charlie Russell from Australia, Hinata Yoshihara from Japan, and of course, Australia's own, the reigning World Series and I believe MOOMBA Masters champion, that is Zara Cal from Australia. So so much talent in this heat number 2. The riding level is going to go through the roof here, folks. So not even a moment for Abby Guinan to take her foot off the gas pedal. She is going to be charging for this pass number 2. And let's see what she can put together here, folks. Have a look to the city end. Oh, I'm excited because Abby Guinan in her rookie year. This is pass number 2. Can she come back? Well, it's a hillside approach. And there is that hillside whirly bird there for Abby Guinan. Straight back in on her toe side edge now. The toe side 540. So 1.5 full rotations. Well, this has been a solid start. Let's see, can she finish it? She's wrapped that rope around her body. And there is the wrapped KGB there for Abby Guinan. She's got one more trick to come on her toe side edge and the toe side Tootsie Roll. And she's gone down there, folks. Oh, landing in the trough. And Abby Guinan, well, she has gone down. That is full number 2. But that was a very nice way to come back from that first pass here from Abby Guinan. Incredible stuff. As we look to the replay there was the whirly bird. So the tantrum with the overhead 360 there from Abby Guinan. Straight back in on her toe side edge and the toe side 540 degree spin. Incredible start here for Abby. There was that wrapped KGB. And then, of course, going for the Tootsie Roll for her 4th and final trick. Unable to ride away, but that has certainly put her in the mix here, folks. Abby Guinan with one early fall, but she's, well, had a very, very strong comeback there. And, well, a nice way to give herself every chance to get on through to tomorrow's final. But, folks, get ready. Oh, I tell you what, this is going to be exciting because this next rider is one of the most talked about women in wakeboarding. And that, of course, is Giulia Castelli from Italy. Incredible riding over the last year from Giulia as she transitions from the junior pro divisions into the pro divisions. This is her rookie year. And, well, folks, she has taken the world of wakeboarding by storm. This is going to be very, very exciting because she is right here in Melbourne for this MOOMBA Masters. She, of course, is in the water and about to get underway. And, well, get excited because your next rider all the way from Italy, it is Giulia Castelli. Oh, this is going to be a very, very exciting semi-final number 2. Some of the biggest names in wakeboarding, and they are all in this second semi-final. Here we go, folks. Giulia Castelli now on a hillside edge. And how about the big hillside indie grab tantrum there, right out past the second wake, and that is a big start. Giulia now with the chrome mobe. Oh, so going with the toe side front roll with the, well, front side 360 landing wrapped into the rope there, folks. And Giulia Castelli going down on the landing there, but have a look on the replay there. There was that very big start with the indie grab tantrum and then straight back in. Look how big this chrome mobe is. That is absolutely huge. Getting boosted by this incredible G23 wake, and Giulia Castelli unable to slow down the rotation and going down early in this pass number 1. But talk about making her intentions known. That is why she is one of the most talked about riders in the pro women's divisions. And wow, what an explosive start there for Giulia Castelli. Well, here we go. She's back on here, folks. Put your hands together for the one and only Giulia Castelli from Italy. Our second rider in the semi-final, number 2. Well, we saw a big comeback from Abby Guinan. Can Giulia Castelli do the same in a very, very big cab roll there? So coming in, switch stance up and over the front side 180 as well, and landing on her toe side edge. So Giulia Castelli with a nice finish after that fall in that pass number 1. Well, that is some explosive riding. Everything Giulia does so big going out into the flats here. As we can see from the replay, there was that very big crow mobe right out into the flats that she went down on. And then, of course, straight back up, and have a look on the replay here, folks, because this was that big finish. Coming in switch heel side, having the back roll with the extra 180 and the half cab roll, nice and big past that second wake. And Giulia Castelli with big finish here for that pass number 1. Well, here we go. We're back on now with Giulia Castelli from Italy. 1 fall so far. Looks like she's got the rope wrapped around her body, and that is a very nice wrapped 540 there from Giulia. Once again, wrapping that rope around herself. And the wrapped backside 360 here for Giulia. So 2 of very different spins here. Spinning away from the boat that time. Now there's the crow mobe. Not a problem that time. That is absolutely incredible stuff. Landed bolts and straight back in. Wow, Giulia Castelli, what a finish that was. Standing up a very nice pass number 2 as we look to the replay. I just lost that last trick from the tents here, but let's have a look on the replay. There was that absolutely massive wrapped 540 to start things off, and then Giulia comes in wrapped again, going backside 360 that time. So a very, very nice start there for this pass number 2 from Giulia Castelli. There was that crow mobe. Absolutely incredible stuff. And let's have a look. Let's figure out what this last trick was. Oh my goodness. That is the skeezer. So going back to back there, the crow mobe to the skeezer, the switch stance crow mobe there. So incredible stuff from Giulia Castelli. That is incredible riding from one of the most talked about riders in women's wakeboarding. And talk about showing us why that is there, folks. Absolutely amazing riding there from Giulia Castelli here in this second semi-final. We are moving through our riders in the semi-final number 2. And the next of our riders coming up next, well, we've got another one of our Aussies. And, well, I am very excited to see Charlie Russell out here in this MOOMBA Masters. Of course, Charlie from up in Queensland does ride behind the G23 up there, so she will know this wake very, very well. And, well, she is our next rider on the water, Australia's own. So we are expecting a big old Australian cheer here for Charlie Russell from Australia as she comes on down through course. Well, here we go on a hillside edge there. And there's a hillside indie grab tantrum to kick this off. Straight back in, toe side approach this time, and the toe side front roll. So nice and easy here for Charlie Russell as she gets those first two tricks under her belt. The hillside 360, and she's come up short there, folks. Under rotating and going down on that one. So, wow, that is really unfortunate with full just keep on coming in the semifinals. Tough conditions out here for our pro women's, and Charlie Russell, well, she had a great start with the indie grabbed tantrum, and then of course came back very, very strong with that toe side front roll up and over. She was looking very, very solid, but as we look to the replay here, there was that hillside 360 going just a little bit short and catching the tip of this big G23 wake and going down halfway through pass number one. So, well, Charlie Russell, unfortunately, with that fall, she's in a tough spot here too. So I don't know that she's going to get time to have one more trick. Of course, using up quite a bit of this pass number one to get back up on the plane and up to speed. And yes, it is going to be it for pass number one. So Charlie Russell riding on through. And well, she's got 45 seconds now to shake those cobwebs out and get ready for this pass number two. Well, she's got some work to do if she wants to overtake Abby Guinan and Julia Castelli to find herself so far in the final. We're just looking online and checking the Ride Line app to see if we have any scores from our semi-final number one. They haven't quite come through just yet there, folks. We'll announce those scores. We'll let you know what two riders. Oh, it looks like we have had an update there, and well, we're missing one score here, folks, but it does look like I'm on the Ride Line app, and the two riders that will be going through to tomorrow's final are Eugenia de Armas and Rebecca Gaines. So stoked for the Aussie there. So Eugenia de Armas from Argentina and Rebecca Gaines from Australia. First two riders in tomorrow's final for Nasha Holscher, Kira Lewis, and Kit Smith. They will be in our last chance qualifier here tonight. But here we go. We are back on. This is Charlie Russell, and this is pass number two. Clean start there. She comes back on her toe side edge and a toe side scarecrow there for Charlie Russell. So a nice clean start here. Hillside approach this time. And going backside with the backside 360. She's lost the handle, and that is going to bring this pass number two to an end. But folks, put your hands together. Let's make some noise. She's right in front of our incredible Melbourne crowd. And, well, she can hear you out there. Show a little appreciation for Australia's own Charlie Russell. Well, as we look to the replay, we can see there was that very clean toe side scarecrow there from Charlie Russell. And, well, here's where it got just a little bit unstuck. The backside 360, losing the handle, going down there for trick number three. But that is a nice ride from Charlie Russell. I don't know that that is going to get her through to the final. But of course, if not, she will get another opportunity in the last chance qualifier here tonight. But we are going to move on through to our two last competitors in this, well, very stacked semi-final number 2. And that, of course, is from Japan, Hinata Yoshihara, and then Australia's own, the reigning World Series champion of the Nautique Boats World Series, and that is Zara Cal, Australia's own Queen of Wake. And, well, cannot wait for these next two riders to hit the water right here on the Yarra River. And this is going to be a very big finish to semi-final number 2 at this Nautique Boats MOOMBA Masters Pro Women's Semi-Final. Well, here we go, folks. This is going to be a big finish because our two next riders, two of the world's best, a toe side indie grab front row there for Hinata Yoshihara. Straight back in the indie grab tantrum. Look how incredible start. Now this time, wrapping the rope around her body on a hillside edge, and oh my goodness, that is a huge cab 5. And Hinata Yoshihara, that is as big as it gets there, folks, going down on that cab 5. But absolutely explosive stuff from Hinata at the end of this pass number 1. Wow, she went absolutely huge behind this incredible G23 wake. Well, have a look there, folks. It's on the replay now. There was that toe side front roll right out into the flats, and just this explosive riding style from Hinata with the indie grab tantrum. I tell you what, you do not want to miss this on the replay, because here she is wrapping the rope around herself on her switch stance there, and that is an absolutely massive cab 5 there from Hinata. Grabbing, I think it was a mute grab on the way around there as well. And Hinata, wow, going so big. And, well, that is some explosive riding from our Japanese competitor in the semi-final number 2. Of course, with Julia Castelli and Abby Guinan and Charlie Russell having already gone, well, they've set the bar. We've still got Zara Cal, and we've only got 2 spots up for grabs. So Hinata not wanting to hold anything back. She is charging this big G23 wake and going very big for her efforts. And that is what you've got to do when you've got a stacked semi-final like we do have here. Our top 2 riders will be advancing through to the finals. Now, we know from heat number 1 that is Eugenia de Armas and Rebecca Gange. This semi-final number 2 has been very tight, but, well, I'd say that Julia Castelli and Abby Guinan are sitting in those 2 spots right now. But, of course, Hinata Yoshihara halfway through her run, and we've still got the reigning champion Zara Cal, so anything can happen here. And then our Pro Women's LCQ will be running immediately here tonight after the quick transit period. So about 4:10, we'll be back on with our Pro Women's LCQ. So, this is going to be a very exciting finish to what has already been some incredible wakeboarding action in this Pro Women's semi-finals. But here we go. Oh, this is going to be an exciting finish because Hinata Yoshihara from Japan, we've seen it already, that explosive riding style, and straight in with the wrapped KGB. Oh, it's a big start and not a problem there. Straight in, there is a very big Tootsie Roll there from Hinata. A very big start there. She comes in with a hillside approach, big hillside edge, and a big heel 5. And Hinata Yoshihara has gone down. That is fall number 2. Unable to ride away from that hillside 540. But put your hands together, folks. Incredible stuff from Hinata Yoshihara from Japan. Oh, that unmistakable, explosive style of Hinata. And incredible riding out here. There was that wrapped KGB from Hinata. And then have a look here, folks. This trick number 2. That Tootsie Roll. And you're not supposed to take that trick that big. Incredible stuff. Back in now on a hillside edge. And there was that big hillside 5 going down on that one. But some explosive riding from our Japanese competitor there. And I tell you what, it's going to be very tough to call. She's put herself in the mix, but it's going to be very, very tight between a couple of our riders here in this semi-final. But we have one rider still to come. And well, Australia, get very, very excited because she is one of the biggest names in the world of wakeboarding. She, of course, is Zara Cal, part of Team Nordique, and has been a rider and ambassador for these incredible Nordique boats throughout her career. She knows this wake well. She is the reigning MOOMBA Masters champion. She's the reigning Nordique World Series champion. She is one of the world's best riders. And wow, she is up next. This is going to be a very, very big finish to the semi-final number 2. And I know we have a big Australian crowd that will be very excited to see the one and only Zara Cal out here in this MOOMBA Masters semi-final. Well, here we go, folks. Can she find herself through to another MOOMBA Masters final on Monday? Well, it's on here. We've got Australia's own Zara Cal on a toe side edge. And there is the toe side Tootsie Roll there from Zara. Straight back in, and the whirly bird. How about that? The tantrum to the overhead 360. And there is very nice indie grab front roll with the front side 180. Hillside approach this time and going backside. That is one of the biggest backside 3s I have ever seen. And Zara Cal doing what Zara Cal does. That is incredible stuff out here for this MOOMBA Masters Pro Women semi-final. Your reigning champion. And I tell you what, she has just shown us why she is one of the world's biggest names in wakeboarding. Incredible stuff there from Zara Cal. Well, here we go. Just on the replay there. The front roll with the backside 180 to kick this off. Straight back in, and Zara Cal, she had that whirly bird. And what I love about that one, it's a super technical trick, but somehow making it look all so easy and smooth. Zara Cal with the indie grabbed front roll with the front side 180. And then, of course, there with that massive backside 360 to round out that pass number 1. Well, incredible riding there from Zara Cal. Of course, Zara just adding a whole nother element of style there. That indie grabbed scarecrow was absolutely incredible. And, well, something that just by adding that grab, it looks like a entirely different trick. Incredible riding out here for Zara Cal, and we are only halfway through this run here, folks. Well, the G23 has made its way back into course. Of course, Australia's own Zara Cal, and she has wrapped the rope around her body, and the wrapped 540 there. Massive start here from Zara Cal. The hillside edge and the KGB, the handle pass version that time. So toe side approach this time with the dum-dum. So we saw the Tootsie Roll earlier on. Zara Cal now adding an extra 180 with the dum-dum there. And the roll to blind. Zara Cal going down right at the end of pass number 2, but that is incredible stuff there from the world number 1 wakeboarder, Zara Cal. Incredible stuff and a massive finish to this semi-final action. Wow, Zara Cal, we know she wants to get straight on through to the final. And start things off with that huge cab 5. That was just an absolutely incredible start there from Zara Cal, right out into the flats, straight into the handle pass KGB. And I tell you what, this pass number 2 was something special because the dum-dum there from Zara Cal, absolutely on fire to this point. And then straight on through going to the indie grabbed roll to blind there, and Zara Cal unable to run away, ride away with that one. But oh, I tell you what, she is in the mix there, folks. Incredible stuff. And that is going to bring us to the end of this pro women's semi-final. Some high-flying action. We will be waiting for the results to come through, and we'll announce which of our 2 riders will be going straight through to the final and which will be going through to tonight's last chance qualifier. That is coming up in only 10 minutes here, folks. So we're going to take a very quick break while we have a transit break here, and then we will be back with the last chance qualifier in our wakeboarding action. Well, we know Kit Smith, Kira Lewis, and Nasha Holscher will be back out here for this LCQ. Which of our 3 competitors from semi-final number 2 will be joining them? Well, I will announce that as soon as the results come through. But first, we're going to let the transit happen, and we'll be back in only 10 minutes for the last chance qualifier for this pro women's wakeboarding action here at our 2025 MOOMBA Masters, brought to you, of course, from the team at Nautique Boats. Well, folks, if you have been following along on the WWA Ride Line app, you will know that results are in from that semi-final number 2 in our pro women's wakeboarding action. And, well, let's announce those results now, going straight through to the final right here on Monday. It is Australia's own Zara Cal. She will take the top spot from semi-final number 2. Now joining her is all the way from Italy. It is Giulia Castali. So Zara Cal, Giulia Castali, Eugenia Di Armas, and Rebecca Gange have gone through to the MOOMBA Masters final here on Monday. Now that does mean that in our last chance qualifier, we will have Abby Guinan from Australia here. We will have Hinata Yoshihara from Japan. That high-flying explosive style from Hinata will be coming up soon. We've got Charlie Russell from Australia. And then joining them will be Nasha Holscher from Chile, Kira Lewis from the USA, and Kit Smith from the USA as well. That is only 10 minutes away here, folks. That is our last chance qualifier in our pro women's wakeboarding action after this quick transit break. And I will be back in 10 more minutes with plenty more wakeboarding action with our last chance qualifier. Well, I hope everyone is ready for some more wakeboarding action because, well, we're about to get started and underway with the last chance qualifier with our pro women's wakeboarding. And, well, folks, it is official. What we are going to do here this afternoon is we have 2 heats happening in this last chance qualifier. Now, each of those heats will have 3 riders in them, and only the top scorer gets to go through to the final. For the other 2 riders, well, their MOOMBA Masters campaign is over. It's harsh. Tell you what, wakeboarding can be a very harsh sport. And, well, there won't be any second chances after this one. So this is going to be very, very tight, very exciting wakeboarding action. Of course, we've got that incredible Centenary Edition G23 that's about to get back on the water. And, well, the absolute pinnacle of 100 years of boat building excellence. And that is going to be our towboat once again for this wakeboarding action. Oh, here it is right in front of me now. Take a look at that there, folks, with the Roswell Marine wrap. Well, it just does not get any better than that. That is absolute wakeboarding beauty at its finest. And, of course, not only looking like the best looking boat in the industry, but also putting up the biggest and best wake in the industry as well. That is the award-winning G23 from Nautique Boats. And that is our towboat here for tonight's LCQ. So we have 3 heats. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is going to be incredibly tough and incredibly tight because in LCQ number 1, we have Kit Smith, Hinata Yoshihara, and Abby Guinan. Oh, that is a stacked field for a last chance qualifier here tonight. This is going to be absolutely heart in your mouth stuff for this LCQ number 1. And then LCQ number 2, Australia's own Charlie Russell. We've got Nasha Holscher from Chile and Kira Lewis as well. So, oh, this is going to be very, very tight. Remember here, folks, only one of these riders do get to go through from each of this last chance qualifiers, and there'll be no second chances after this one. Well, the G23 making its way down towards our riders, and that means that we are only moments away. The energy is building on the banks of the Yarra River. The excitement is in the air, and that is because we're about to get underway with our pro women's last chance qualifier in the wakeboarding action. It's towed by the incredible Super Air Nautique G23. We've got the best condition on the Yarra River, and this is going to be a very exciting finish to the wakeboarding action here today. Of course, it's been an incredible day of action out here. We had, of course, the women's and the men's slalom preliminary rounds. Wasn't that a competition? We've had the pro women's wakeboarding semi-finals. This is, well, it's been unbelievable riding, and it just continues to heat up with the LCQ. And then later on, folks, we're going to go into our men's jump preliminary. It just keeps on coming. And of course, don't go anywhere. Actually, you should get settled in for a night of water skiing and wakeboarding action, because it doesn't get any better than a Saturday night on the banks of the Yarra at MOOMBA Masters. Right here, folks, because we've got a lot of water skiing action still to come. But here we go. This is underway, and we have Kira Smith here. Kit Smith with a hillside back roll to start this off. So that's a nice start here for Kit Smith. As she comes on through, you can see that rope wrapped around her body, and the wrapped 5. Yes, it is. So the wrapped cab 5 here from Kit Smith. Already setting the bar high. Straight back in now, and another wrapped approach in the wrapped KGB. Wow, this is incredible stuff for this pass number 1, and that is a very nice start here for this wakeboarding LCQ. Wow, we saw a lot of falls in the semi-final action, and well, our women riders have just stepped it up here as we look back to Kit Smith. Incredible pass number 1 here for a US competitor. This was trick number 2. Coming in switch starts, the cab 540. Wrapping that rope around her body and unwinding there in the air. Absolutely incredible stuff. Coming in switch and 1.5 full rotations, and then the wrapped KGB. So the hillside approach again with the rope wrapped around your body, and a very, very big trick to round out this pass number 1 for Kit Smith from the USA. Well, we have really started this last chance qualifier with a bang. We saw Kit Smith earlier on have a couple of falls in her semi-final run, and she has come back absolutely firing. And this is going to be a crazy LCQ here, folks, with Kit Smith, Hinata Yoshihara, and Abby Guinan all going for only one spot in the final. We can't be too far away here for Kit Smith's pass number 2. She stood up that first pass. She did only get 3 tricks in though, so she took her time on that one. And well, could that come back to bite her? Well, the toe side front roll, grab an indie there as well here for Kit Smith. The backside 3. And, well, unwinding there with the wrapped backside 360. And Kit Smith going down here, trick number 2 and pass number 2. Well, that's going to make things very, very interesting here, folks, because she cannot afford to slow down at all. She's got 4 tricks on the board, and I reckon if she hustles, she might be able to get 2 more tricks here once she is up and out of the water. She's going to need 2 big tricks. This is going to be a very exciting finish to Kit Smith, the first rider in our Pro Women's Last Chance Qualifier. This is going to be an absolutely pressure cooker of a competition with only one spot up for grabs and three of the best riders in the world out here in this LCQ number 1. And of course, just as stacked for LCQ number 2. This is going to be incredible riding here tonight. Here we go, folks. Well, she's back on the water. Now it's time to make some noise, because this is your first rider in this last chance qualifier. Here she goes, Kit Smith from the USA. She is wrapping the rope around her body on a hillside approach. And the wrapped KGB, and she's unfortunately gone down on that one. Kit Smith with the wrapped KGB. And wow. She came out absolutely flying there, landing. She looked clean, and then somehow tripping up a roller and going down. So it is drama-filled out here tonight for the last chance qualifier. And Kit Smith, unfortunately, having 2 falls there and going down, but she has set the bar very high. Don't forget that pass number 1 was absolutely incredible. And she had that Indy front roll in pass number 2. So she's got a good score on the board. Will it be enough? Well, I tell you what, we've got 2 very exciting riders to come up with Hinata Yoshihara and Australia's own Abby Guinan still to come in this first last chance qualifier. It is absolutely stacked out here, and it just doesn't get any tougher in pro women's wakeboarding than what we are seeing right here tonight in this last chance qualifier. Incredible stuff. And the scene has been set for something very, very special. Of course, we got that incredible G23 as the towboat. We've got 2 of the world's best riders coming up next, and we've had a very high standard from our first rider in Kit Smith from the USA. The scene has been set, and this is shaping up to being something very special here tonight with this last chance qualifier in our pro women's wakeboarding. Well, here we go, folks. We are back on now with Hinata Yoshihara, and that was one of the biggest toe-side front rolls I've ever seen. The Indy grab tantrum there for trick number 2. And have a look here, because she's wrapped the rope right around her body, and that is a huge cap 5. Oh my goodness, that is incredible stuff from Hinata Yoshihara. We've got one more trick to come on a hillside 5 into the flats. Put your hands together. That is an incredible pass number 1. And that is some of the most explosive riding you will ever see. Look at that there, folks. The Indy grabbed front roll on the replay there. Straight back in now. And once again, grab an Indy with the tantrum. But this right here, this third trick, this is where it really steps up a notch. It's coming in switch stance, and that is a huge wrapped cab 5. And then how about this for a big finish there? 1.5 full rotations. The 540 there from Hinata Yoshihara from Japan. my mind has been blown. That was absolutely incredible riding from Hinata here for pass number 1. Wow. Wow. I know we said that this LCQ was going to be incredible, but that right there just blew me away. I tell you what, there was an actual gasp from the audience when Hinata Yoshihara went that big in that final hillside 540. Incredible riding out here. And wow, we are really witnessing something very, very special here from Hinata Yoshihara in this last chance qualifier. Well, here we go. This is pass number 2 for Japan's own Hinata Yoshihara out here at this MOOMBA Masters in a toe-side approach, a toe-side front roll. That is absolutely massive. Indie grab there from Hinata as she comes in wrapped, and there's a wrapped KGB. She is on an absolute tear right now here, folks. Toe side edge this time, and there's the Tootsie Roll. Oh, you are not meant to take that trick that big. She's got one more trick. Straight in, big hillside back roll, and put your hands together because that, for the first time here today, is 2 stand-up passes. And Hinata Yoshihara, wow, that was absolutely incredible. Oh, wow. Have a look here there, folks. There was that big indie grabbed front roll. That may have been a repeat trick there. I'll have to confirm that with our judges. But back in, and how about that for the wrapped KGB? Absolutely incredible stuff for Hinata. This was one of the biggest Tootsie Rolls that I have ever seen here on the Yarra River, and Hinata Yoshihara having that very stylish indie grabbed back roll to round out that pass number 2. Wow, I tell you what, Kit Smith and Hinata Yoshihara have just set the bar extremely high. Wow, don't they want this last spot in the final? It is absolutely incredible stuff out here. And the next rider to come is Australia's own Abby Guinan, one of the most exciting young riders in the world. Oh, this competition is too much. This is unbelievable stuff for this last chance qualifier here in our Pro Women's division. Some of the best riding you will ever see in the Pro Women's division, and it is incredible scenes out here on the Yarra River here tonight. Wow. Well, one rider to come in this first last chance qualifier, and well, let's talk her up a little bit, because Abby Guinan is one of the most exciting young Australian riders today. She is fresh off a national title in the Pro Women's division. And this is her rookie year, stepping it up, going from the Junior Pro division into our Pro Women's division. Of course, a lot of excitement in Australia around the riding of Abby Guinan. And here she is here, folks, on the Yarra River for this MOOMBA Masters. And come on, Australia, let's give her some support as she comes on in here with the indie grabbed back roll there from Abby Guinan. Back in now on her toe side edge, and a very nice toe side roll to front side 180. Abby Guinan now, she makes her way down through the course. A very big whirly bird. How about that? They're landing absolute bolts as she's in on her toe side edge now. And what do we get for trick number 4? And there it is on her toe side edge. Thought that was an indie front roll there. So just confirmed that as we look through the replay. Standing up that pass number 1. Well, Abby Guinan on her heel side edge, there it was. There was the indie grabbed back roll to start this off. And, well, she really did start things by making her intentions known. That toe side back roll with front side 180 was very, very big. But this was one of the biggest tricks there, folks. There was the whirly bird. And then to round things out, it may very well have been a dum-dum. Let's just note the toe side front roll. It was indie grab there. So Abby Guinan, 4 tricks on the board. And, well, solid pass number 1. But I tell you what, this is going to be an exciting pass number 2. Because after what we saw from Hinata Yoshihara and Kit Smith, Abby Guinan has to throw caution to the wind and throw every trick she can do here for this pass number 2. This is going to be a massive finish. Abby Guinan, we know she's got the big trick. She can Moby Dick. She can crow mob. She's got the Dum Dum and the Tootsie Roll. She has some absolute hammers on her bag of tricks, and she is going to need every one of them to get through to tomorrow's final. Monday's final. Well, here we go, folks. We're not too far away. This is Abby Guinan, pass number 2. Can she do it? Can she get into the final on Monday? Australia's own Abby Guinan in her rookie year. Well, we're about to find out. Well, she is in course now here, folks. The G23 making its way from the city end. And Abby Guinan now with the big start with the KGB. Straight back in on her toe side edge, the toe side 540. Not a problem there as she makes her way down through the course. Switch starts this time. And going for the Moby Dick, and she's gone down there, folks. And that is the end of this. Well, put your hands together. Make some noise for Australia's own Abby Guinan in her rookie year. Well, she started that second pass off big. There was the hillside KGB. Straight back in with that incredible toe side 540. And then back in on her hillside edge, going for the Moby Dick. We knew that she had to throw all her big tricks in. And Abby Guinan doing exactly that. It hasn't quite worked out for her there, going down on the Moby Dick. But I'm going to leave that one to the judges to call because it's going to be very tight between these 3 riders in this LCQ number 1. Now, of course, if you are wanting up-to-date information on our scores, you have to go to the Ride Line app. And the scores will be posted there as we get them from the judges. That is the Ride Line app from the WWA. But we are going to move in to our... going to move on to our LCQ number 2. How about this for 3 more riders? We've got Australia's own Charlie Russell. She's going to be the first rider off the dock. We've got Nasha Holscher from Chile. She's rider number 2. And we've got Kira Lewis from Claremont in Florida, USA. and she will be our third and final rider in this last chance qualifier number 2. Remember, only one of these women get to go through to Monday's final, and there are no more chances after this one. So, well, this is going to be a very, very big finish. I'm barely getting over that LCQ number 1. That was incredible stuff. And we are straight in to this last chance qualifier number 2. Well, we're on the water now. This is a Charlie Russell. And here we go. Charlie Russell now with a hillside approach. And she is going to start this off with the laid out tantrum. There, nice solid start for Charlie, Australia's own competitor. The only Australian in this last chance qualifier, so make sure you make some noise as she comes in. There's a toe side front roll. Grab an Indy there, the hillside 360. Oh, just a little butt check in the landing, but she is somehow ridden away from that one. And Charlie Russell now with the toe side scarecrow, and that is as solid as a rock. And a stand-up pass number 1 there for Charlie Russell from Queensland, representing Australia in this MOOMBA Masters Pro Women's competition. Well, what a crowd we have down here on the banks of the Yarra River. Incredible scenes on the water, incredible scenes off the water. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic Moomba Masters. Now, of course, for everyone watching along at home, at moombamasters.com.au, or you can head to YouTube and search for Moomba Masters TV. The action, of course, is happening online all weekend long. So let's say a big g'day to everyone watching along at home, to, well, Mick and Falzon up in Queensland watching along. Great to have you guys joining us. And, of course, for everyone all around the world watching on moombamasters.com.au. Well, great to have you here. But folks, we're about to get back on the water here. The G23 is into course, and that is, of course, Charlie Russell, first rider in this LCQ number 2, and that's a very big back roll to start this off. Charlie Russell looking solid so far as she wraps this rope around herself. Switch heel side and the cab 540, the wrapped cab 5. Incredible stuff there from Charlie Russell. She's going to get 1 or 2 more tricks in here, folks, and go in the hillside, backside 360. And has she lost the handle? Yes, she has. And that is heartbreaking because she was on here, folks. Charlie Russell from Australia going down with the backside 360. But let's make some noise, put your hands together, and show a little appreciation for Charlie Russell. First of our riders in this last chance qualifier, number 2. Well, if we look to the replay, there was that hillside back roll. It was a nice, clean start. Straight back in, my favorite trick of that second pass. And that, of course, was the cab 540, wrapping the rope around her body as well. And then here it looked so good, the backside 3, but unfortunately unable to hold the handle. And Charlie Russell, well, having an early exit from that pass number 2. Well, she set the bar there, folks, and it has been set nice and high, but we've still got 2 riders to come. This is going to be a big finish to our last chance qualifier action, because we've got Nasha Hosha and Kira Lewis. They are coming up next. But I know I'm going to jump in to the Ride Line app and see if our LCQ scores have been posted. And it looks like we are still waiting. Yes, we are. So, well, folks, I'll announce which of our riders in last chance qualifier number 1 gets to go through to the final on Monday, as soon as those scores do come through on our Ride Line app from the WWA. But next on up, all the way from Chile, and that is Nasha Hosha. Well, here we go, folks. We are on here with Nasha Hosha from Chile, and that is a hillside tantrum to start this off. Back in now, toe side edge and the toe side tootsie roll. Yes, how about that there, folks? The toe side front roll with the very technical trick, and then, well, the straight air there from Nasha Hosha. She got boosted behind this G23 wake, a little bit off axis, and very cautiously pulling out of that last trick so that, well, she has that stand-up pass number 1. Great riding there from Nasha as she's, of course, running down to the end of the course, and she'll be setting herself up for pass number 2. Oh, well, she has really come out of the blocks firing there. That Tootsie Roll, whew, incredible stuff, going very, very big in that first pass. So really love to see that one. Of course, Nasha, our second rider in this 3-person LCQ. We've had Charlie Russell. She set the bar nice and high. And then we've, of course, got Nasha. And then following her, our last rider all the way from the USA, it is Kira Lewis. So this is going to be